This 7 hours long end-to-end Azure data engineering project will land you a job because you will learn all the in-demand tools and technologies such as Azure Data Lake, Azure SQL Database, Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, Unity Catalog, Metastore, Managed Identities, External Locations. And you know what? We're gonna follow Medallion architecture in which we will be covering some real-time scenarios such as incrementally reading data, building dimensional data model aka star schema, handling slowly changing dimensions. And one special thing, we gonna use parameterized approach throughout the project so that it can be easily deployed to production environment. And trust me, after completing this project video, you can confidently sit in the Azure data engineering interviews. And this project is not available anywhere else, not even in the paid courses. I know you are really excited to complete this project, and you know what? I am double excited to build this project with you. So let's get started. What's up? What's up, my data fam? Did you miss me? Because I missed you so much. And today's video is special. Trust me, because in today's video, as you all know that what we are going to do, but let me just tell you what exactly we need to do. First of all, we gonna build end-to-end Azure data engineering project which will involve all the in-demand Azure tech stack. All the in-demand Azure tools and technologies will be involved in this project. Plus, we will take care of data access control, data governance, data quality, data validation, audits, data logs, everything. Plus, what's that special thing? So, I got so many DMs, I got so many comments, and you guys want an end-to-end project, obviously, but along with that, you want incremental data loading pipeline in Azure Data Factory. Second thing, you want to build star schema, the actual data warehouse. Third thing, you also want to learn how to deal with slowly changing dimensions. So here is your boy Ansh Lamba. Just noted down all the points. I just prepared this end-to-end data engineering project using all the in-demand technologies and has covered all the points. Yes. So in this project, you will be learning how to build a star schema, how to work with slowly changing dimensions, how to load only incremental data, and everything with production ready pipeline. We will be taking care of data logs, everything that I have just mentioned, like everything. I have put so much of efforts to create this project, to collect the resources, to design the architecture in such a way so that you can learn everything in one video. So this video gonna be very helpful to you, and trust me, once you complete this video, once you complete this project, just sit in the Azure data engineering interviews with 100% of confidence. Trust me, after watching this video, after understanding each and every concept, the small concepts, the big concepts, the tricky concepts, the complex concepts, each and everything, I'm just repeating, once you get each and every concept discussed in this video, just sit in the interviews and crack the offers. This is not a clickbait, trust me, because when you will be actually building this project with me, you will get to know. We gonna cover so much, and obviously, like we are just building production ready pipeline. So this project will not be very easy to implement, right? So you need to just be very focused, full of excitement, full of enthusiasm, and trust me, you're gonna love this project. So if you have not subscribed to the channel, just hit that subscribe button, because when you hit that subscribe button, you become the member of my data fam. And just to give you a hint, my data fam is very competitive in the world of data engineering, and we grow together, we learn together, and we win together. So if you also want to become a part of my data fam, just hit that subscribe button and all set. So let's discuss the data architecture of today's end-to-end Azure data engineering project, like what exactly we need to do. Let's discuss that in detail because data architecture is the backbone of Azure data engineering project. So, oh, wait. As I always mention, just take out your notebook, pen, pencil, highlighter. Obviously, you have your mobile or laptop. Just start taking notes because we're gonna discuss data architecture in detail, like what exactly be the flow, what is the data be looking like in the flow. So I will just tell you each and everything. Do not need to worry. Just start this end-to-end project and love you, Data Fam. I love you a lot because when I just read the comments, I feel so happy. So thank you so much. So let's start. First of all, what is our data source? So this time I have decided that we will be using Azure SQL database as our source. Why? First of all, why? In the real world, most of the times you will be using Azure SQL database or any SQL database as your source. And obviously, when you just work with any one SQL database, it is very easy. It is almost exactly same to work with any SQL database because you just need to establish the connection, right? All the other functionalities are same. Why we use Azure SQL database most of the times? Reason number one, because industry was using on-prem data engineering solutions. So they have their data on-prem SQL databases or Azure SQL databases. Second thing, all the transactional data gets stored in the databases. Okay, so these are the two major reasons. And what is this GitHub then? Okay, we understood that we will be using Azure SQL database. So basically in this project I will also tell you how you can just prepare your source. Yes, so in this project I have added this extra step where we will first establish our data source. Earlier I was thinking to just prepare the source by myself, but then I realized that I should just share this knowledge with you as well. So what we will be doing, I have the data. Okay, I have the data and stored in my GitHub repository. So I will pull that data from that GitHub repository. I will store that data in the Azure SQL database. Yes, with you. I will tell you how you can do that. I was thinking to automate this step by my own, but no. You also need to understand this. Okay. So you will also grab this knowledge as well. How to just store the data from GitHub to directly to your SQL database, right? This will be fun. Okay. So once this is established, once our source is established, right? Then we will be using the most popular cloud ETL/ELT tool, that is Azure Data Factory. Now we will build the pipeline, but this pipeline will be an advanced pipeline. Why? Okay, first of all, why it is an advanced pipeline that we're gonna build? Because this time we will be loading data into the bronze layer. Wait, what is this bronze layer? So without delaying this step, let me just first mention about this step. So we will be following Medallion architecture in this project, and Medallion architecture is a kind of new architecture, not new, but yeah, it is like recently adapted, and it is the kind of architecture that we follow to build Azure data engineering solutions or any cloud data engineering solutions, where we create three layers: bronze, silver, gold. Bronze is the raw layer, silver is the transform layer, gold is the serving layer. Simple. Okay, so our data will get stored in the bronze layer, but only incremental data. What does it mean? So let's say today you, from past month till today, you got like sales of like 30 days. Let's imagine. So you loaded all the data into the bronze layer, right? You process the data further and you deliver the data. Next day, you got data for next day, like for just one day, right? Now, just tell me, you as a data engineer will be processing 31 days of data? or just 1 day of data? The answer is 1 day of data, because you have already processed the past 30 days of data. Make sense? But how you can do that? For that, we need to create a pipeline in such a way that we'll be using CDC, that is change data capture. And we will be using some, you can say, lookup files. We will be just creating stored procedures to store the information. We'll be using lots of stuff. So this is our first step to load the data incrementally in such a way that we will be processing only the latest data. Perfect. Now, the second best thing about this project, that we will be just working with Parquet data. Obviously, data will be stored in the CSV format in the GitHub, but we will be converting that data into Parquet format. Why? Because Parquet is the most in-demand file format right now. And Delta file format is built on top of Parquet file format. So you can just imagine the importance of Parquet file format right now in the industry. So instead of just working with CSVs, text files, we will be working directly with Parquet file format. Okay. So once our data is landed into our bronze layer, then we will be using the OG of data engineering industry right now, that is Databricks. Yes. So we will be using Databricks to follow the Medallion architecture. We will be loading data from bronze layer. We will be creating transformations. We will be just using so many functions available in Databricks to transform the data, and finally load that data into the gold layer and in delta format. In delta format. And delta format is very useful currently because of its powerful features such as data versioning, time travel. It guarantees ACID transactions. Like there are so many features. We'll be talking about that as well. So this was like an overview of the flow, that how it will be going, right? So as you can see, that I just mentioned that you'll be following the data governance as well, data quality and access control. So we will be using Unity Catalog. If you don't know, if you know about Unity Catalog, it is very good. If you do not know about Unity Catalog, let me just give you a hint. Unity Catalog is the unified solution to govern the data, to apply data quality checks, to just have a record or have a lineage of all the catalogs. Unity Catalog is, like, you can say, how I can just describe this, because let me just give you a statement. Databricks is incomplete without Unity Catalog. It is incomplete. I know still some companies are not using Unity Catalog, but I don't think so they will be continuing that next year as well. I am so sure, because now the whole industry has started adapting Unity Catalog solutions. So in this particular project, you will be learning Unity Catalog as well, because we will be just working with Unity Catalog and Databricks. Everything will be associated with Unity Catalog. So this is a bonus for you, that you will be learning about Unity Catalog. So I know you are really excited. So let me just give you a hint how actually data looks like. So this was the flow that we have in the world of data architecture that we're gonna follow under this project. And obviously, do not worry, we're not gonna cover Power BI in detail, but I will just show you how you can just establish the connection between Databricks or your serving layer with Power BI, so that data analyst can build the dashboard for you. So you do not need to worry. So let me show you how actually data looks like. Okay. So this is the project overview. I just mentioned that this is our source, Azure SQL DB. Okay. Okay, perfect. So this is our data, in which we have like combined data set. So I will just show you the data source as well. Don't worry. The actual data set and the data set that I am using. So the actual data source was already split into facts and dimensions. But I thought like I should just share the knowledge with you, like how you can just segregate the data based on facts and dimensions. So this is a kind of your one big table, right? In which you have like all the columns. So this will be arriving into bronze layer. Okay. Let's say this is our first run. First runs means initial load. So this is the whole data that is coming to the bronze layer. Then this data will go to the silver layer, and if you just observe it, this data will be broken into facts. So that you can just imagine that this part of the table will be our fact table. This part of the table will be our dimension 1. This part of the table will be our dimension 2, and so on. We will be having like 3 to 4 dimensions. So how we can just break this big table into facts and dimensions, and then how we can just combine these tables, then how we can just generate the surrogate keys, how we can just generate the dimension keys, how we can just adapt that dimension keys into the fact table. I know there are so much to discuss today. So I was just looking at some videos available, like currently uploaded videos. People are talking about dimensional data modeling a lot. That's a very good thing. That's a very good thing. But you need to understand how you can actually build facts and dimensions using the latest tools and technologies. We do not use PostgreSQL or MySQL database to actually build those facts and dimensions. No, bro, we do not. That information is only helpful to clear your concepts, but not good to follow the practical videos. Let me be honest with you. If you are understanding the concepts only, it is fine. It is totally fine. It is totally fine. But if you will be just building some solutions using PostgreSQL, you will be loading data incrementally using PostgreSQL. No, bro, that's not the way to work with modern data engineering solutions. It's not about modern data engineering solutions. It has been adapted like at least I think 5 to 7 to 8 years ago. So we do not build solutions involving PostgreSQLs to actually build facts and dimensions. The answer is no way. That is the part of on-prem data engineering solution. So in the world of Delta Lake, in the world of Unity Catalog, if you expect that you wanna learn the practical implementation of facts and dimensions using PostgreSQL, I have no words. I have no words. I am again repeating, that part of information is very helpful just to make sure that you have understood the concept. You have understood the concept. It's time to implement those steps, implement that information using the actual solution that we build in the industry right now. Okay, data engineering industry is revolving around modern tools and technologies, and it's not just about modern tools and technologies. Cloud has changed a lot of things, so you should be well versed how to implement those solutions using these things. Okay, so if you know what I'm talking about, you know that. So we will be just learning how we can just create facts and dimensions. Okay, then this was all about our initial loading. That is our first run. Now what if we have new data? We promise that we will be just processing the new data only, right? So next day, or let's say in the next iteration, right, in the next run, we will be just loading incremental data. We will be just loading incremental data. Okay, so as you can see, let's say next day we just have 4 records. Possible, bro. Next day we just have 4 records, right? So next day we will be just loading only 4 records instead of all the records. And then if you can see, obviously we'll be just covering this topic in detail in further video. So the thing is, if you will see that we have just made some changes in the new values. What does it mean? So as I just mentioned that we'll be covering slowly changing dimensions as well, and we'll be covering slowly changing dimension type 1, which is also called as upsert, which is the most common used slowly changing dimension right now. And we will again divide the data, and this time we will be just breaking the table into facts and dimensions for only the new data. This is the power of incremental loading. This is the power of CDC, you can say, and everything will be built using Azure tech stack. Are you excited? Are you excited? Because we'll be building real pipelines. And I know that you already know the concept, you already know those things, you have already heard those things, maybe on different platforms, but how you can actually build the solution that is required in the modern day today. I will tell you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Your boy Ansh Lamba is here to tell you the real knowledge, to share the real knowledge with you. So, without any filter, no, bro, no, bro, no, bro, without any filter, just pure knowledge, pure skills. So, I know that you are just asking me, like, what should be the prerequisite? What should be the prerequisite? So, for this, there are like three major prerequisites. First of all, laptop or PC. Second thing is Azure account. You have to have Azure account, but if you do not have, don't worry. I will just tell you how you can just create a free Azure account. Do not need to worry. Third, just excitement to learn Azure data solution. That's it. Excitement is the key. Excitement is the main thing, main ingredient that will make you an efficient data engineer after watching this video. Trust me, because we'll be covering fundamentals. Don't worry, we will just covering the fundamentals of dimensional modeling a little bit, because I know that you already know those concepts. You have already read a lot about it, and the best way to actually gain the knowledge is by doing it. I know this is a very popular quote. This is not my personal quote, just to mention, but I think I strongly resonate with this quote, because when we actually do it, when we actually implement the solution, we get the knowledge. We get the knowledge, right? Perfect. And do you know, I can just read your mind. Really? Yeah, I'm just kidding. So I know you are just saying, bro, enough information is provided. Can we start actually building our project? So answer is yes, yes, and yes. Let's actually start building the project. And what should be the first step? The first step will be, I will just show you the data, the real data source, and the data source that is available on my GitHub repository. And then we will just kickstart our project. So without wasting any time, let's get started. And bro, just hit the subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button and just add a comment on the video. It is very, very important, because I need to know like how you are thinking. I'm just putting so much of efforts, and you are not even just dropping one single comment for me. Why? Why this partiality? Why? So just drop a lovely comment for me. I will just try to just reply to those comments. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So this is the homepage of the original data source that I have taken, and this is from wserverguru.wordpress.com, sample data sets. So this is the data, sample sales data. So this was in Excel format, and this was divided into sheets in which data was already divided into facts and dimensions. So what I have done for you, see, I'm so caring for you, because I want you to learn everything, like how you can actually create those dimensions, right? So if you just go to my repository, so you can just go to Azure DE project resources, and then under raw data. So I have divided that data first of all in the two formats, like initial load and the incremental load, obviously, right? And you just click on the sales data.csv. So I have combined the datas, wow. So I have just combined the data. So you have data fact, you have data for fact, dimensions, like everything. And now we will be just breaking down this data into facts and dimensions. We will be creating surrogate keys, we will be just creating dimensional keys, then we will be just pulling that data together, and we will be doing everything, everything. This video is very special to me as well. Trust me, this video is very special to me as well, because it took so much efforts to actually prepare this project. And now I know, when I'll be just building this project with you, it will be so much of fun. And I have already created some tutorials, some like end-to-end courses for, let's say, Azure Data Factory. I have created dedicated course for Azure Data Factory. So if you are not aware of Azure Data Factory, then you should just watch that video first. I will just attach the video link in the description. You can just go there. If you do not know how to work with Azure Data Factory, you can still watch this video as well, because we'll be just taking everything in this video. So I don't think so it should be a problem. But if I were you, then definitely I would watch that video first, and I would save this video, and then after completing that video I would just watch this video. Then second thing, I have created dedicated Databricks video as well. So I have created total two videos. One is for Databricks tutorial, in which I have just talked about everything about Databricks from scratch. Then I have just created the video for Unity Catalog, because lots of people were requesting that create a video with Unity Catalog, because of demand is growing for Unity Catalog. So I have created both the videos for Databricks as well. I will just attach the video link in the description. You can watch those videos. And if you have very less experience, like if you just have like minor experience, or you just know about the concepts, it's fine, you can just watch that project, because it is my, you can say, a quality that I always try to explain the concepts from scratch, and I just make sure that you have understood the concept totally. So do not worry, you can just continue with this project. And after completing this project, you can just watch those videos, and you can just cover those parts which are, you can say, you think that can be important to you. Because obviously when we watch tutorial, we just cover each and everything, like from the every corner. And in the projects, we just cover the most used solutions, right? So it's up to you how you want to proceed. I have just provided you each and everything. Now it's up to you how you need to consume, how you want to consume. The best thing is you should consume. Order doesn't matter a lot, because it's not a rocket science where you just need to apply the formulas, theorems. No, it's all about creativity, it's all about understanding, it's all about how you can build the solution, right? How you can understand the solution. So do not worry at all, it's not a rocket science. So just get started with the project. So as you can see, that we have information for branch ID, dealer ID, model ID, revenue, unit sold, date ID. So basically this is our main table that is generating the sales. And these are the primary keys: branch ID, dealer ID, model ID. And this together is acting as a primary key, but it is an independent primary key in the associated tables. Let's say branch ID is associated with this column branch name, and they have a separate table that can be act as dimension. Bro, why are you just talking about dimensions now? We first need to just build the pipeline to incrementally load the data. Yeah, that makes sense. So we will be just talking about facts and dimensions later in the video. So this is just about the data, because I want to explain you like how data looks like and what is it about. So basically it's a sales data where we are just selling, um, as you can see, model ID, BMW cars, AC cars. So we have like dealers, branches, then we have models, then we have on which date it is sold, how many quantities, revenue generated, everything. So it is about sales of cars, the favorite topic of boys, right? Why just boys? Girls as well. I think girls love car more. That's why boys purchase cars. Really? That's a good relation, right? No, just kidding, just kidding. So girls do love cars as well. So it's not just about boys, that boys only love cars. No. So this is our data. And what is the next step? Can you imagine? It's not hard, bro. So we know like where data is residing. We know what exactly we need to pull. We know exactly how to build. No, I don't. So I will just share you how to build. So for that, we first need to create an Azure account where we can just actually build the resources like Azure Data Factory, Databricks, data lake to store the data, everything. So for that, we will first look at how we can actually create the free Azure account, and then we will just kickstart our project implementation. By the way, it is already kickstarted because we are just creating our Azure account. Okay, so let's see how we can create a free Azure account. So let's see. So you can simply go to the incognito mode or just open any tab, I don't care. So just type Azure free account. Let me zoom it for you. So just type Azure free account and then hit enter, then just click on the very first link, and then you will have two options: try Azure for free or pay as you go. So as you want to create a free account, then you will just pick try Azure for free. So simply click on it, and then it will just pop up a sign up page. So if you do not have any Microsoft account, you can just click on create new, and you can just use that account for like further emails and all. So if you have one, you can simply put your credentials here and then just click on next. So this is the page here where you will land after just putting your credentials. So as you can see that you will get popular services free for 12 months. Popular services, not all the services. Only 55 services you will get always free. And now you will say, bro, Database is not free. Azure Data Factory is not free. So what? You have $200 to spend for the first 30 days, and that is enough to complete this project. That is more than enough actually. Like US $200 is like a lot of amount. Trust me. And you should definitely take the advantage of this opportunity where you can just spend $200, and don't worry. Uh, it will be enough. Don't worry. Then you just need to fill this form, and after you fill this form, you will click on the sign up button. And when you will click on this sign up button, it will just ask your details like bank details and like card details and all. Do not worry, it will not deduct your money after 30 days. It's not like some shitty streaming platforms where you can just be charged after 30 days. No, no. So it will ask you to upgrade your account as or under pay as you go. I have also upgraded my account. So if you also want to learn more and more in Azure, it's worth spending that amount on your learning. I am not encouraging you. You can definitely just complete this project and you can just opt out from that opportunity to upgrade it to pay as you go. Because if you do not opt in, if you do not select that option, it will just nullify. Your services will be nullified and you will not get the bill. Do not need to worry. It's totally free. So now we have created our Azure account. So now I'm very excited to take you on a journey to build Azure data engineering project. Let's see. By the way, how to just log into the Azure portal account? We have created our account. So don't worry, I will tell you. So simply you need to just go on Google and simply type portal.azure.com. So this is basically a link that you can use to connect to your portal account. So simply type this and hit enter. So this is the home page that you will land after putting your credentials. So how is it? How is it? How is it? If it is your first portal account, then definitely you will love it. And if it is not your first one, then definitely you should love it because I love Azure. I don't know about you. And if you love Azure as well, then from 1 and 2, we love each other. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. So basically, first thing first, do not worry about these things because these are some of the um, recent services that we use. So maybe in your scenario these are different, so do not need to worry at all. So this is the Azure portal and this is the home page, and just to give you an overview, you can just click on these three bars or lines. So in this side you will see some of the important services, the services which are used to monitor your account, the services which are used for billing purposes, the services which are most used such as storage accounts and some monitor tabs. So this is very handy. So as you can see, like all resources, dashboard. What is this dashboard? Are we just building a dashboard in Azure? So basically we can just build the dashboard based on the services we use. So do not need to worry at all. It's not in the scope, don't worry. And these are some of the favorite tabs. So as I just mentioned that these are the tabs associated with the monitor, or let's say cost billing, and then help plus support. Some of the most used services such as storage accounts, virtual machines, SQL databases. Yeah, we will be using SQL databases. So yeah. So these are like some of the handy things here. So do not need to worry. We rarely use this tab. So first of all, as you would be aware of this thing, like what is the first thing that we should create in Azure if we are just creating any project or any work? What is that? If you have watched my previous videos, you would be very much aware of this question and obviously the answer as well. So it is none other than a resource group. So for those, if you do not know about resource group, it's basically a folder in which we just put our services or resources such as Azure Data Factory, Azure Synapse Analytics, Databricks, SQL databases, like everything will be stored under this resource group. And that's why we call it as resource group, because it stores our resources. Um, In layman language, you can just call it as a folder. Simple. So there are like two ways to create a resource group. Maybe you will be seeing resource group here, or you can just go to a search tab and just type resource group. Okay, click on this. Here's a list of resource groups that I have created. So just ignore, don't need to worry. I will just click on create to create a new one. And we just need to name it. So I will just name it as RG Azure car project. Simple. You can just name it anything. It's up to you. Okay. So it is available. I can just pick this resource group name and region. This time let's pick let's pick East US, or let's pick Central US, or let's pick UK South. It's a very popular one. Okay, let's pick UK South. Don't worry, it will not affect any billing or anything. So it's just about the data center that we should pick, and just click on review plus create, and it will just validate it. Once it is done, you can simply click on create for one more time and it will be created. So it is created, and now we can just go to a resource group either from here, or you can just go to home tab and then you can just click on recent and click on resource groups, and here you will just see your resource group. So currently it is empty because we have not created any resource. So first of all, we will create the data lake. The first thing first, the very important one, data lake, because in the data lake we will be storing each and everything. Not talking about source, because source is going to your SQL database. So how you want to just proceed? Obviously you should just first create the data lake, right? And after creating data lake, we will create our two resources, data factory and SQL database. That's it, because we'll be using these two technologies to connect to the source and pull the data. Simple. So simply click on create, and then you will search storage account. So basically data lake is available in Azure with resource called storage account, and we get four functionalities under this, and one of them is data lake. Not really, it's blob storage, but I will just show you how you can just convert blob storage into a data lake. Click on storage account and then just click on the second one, which is available by Microsoft. Click on create, and then here is your configuration page. So as you can see, resource group is already filled. How? Because we created this resource by going into the resource group. So it has automatically taken that resource group, right? So this is the storage account name. So now we need to just pick the storage account name. Just to tell you, if you are not aware of this thing, you cannot pick the same storage account name that I will be picking here, because it should be unique throughout the Azure network. So you need to just pick the storage account name which is unique. So I can just say it as car Ansh data lake. Just unique name, right? It is available. Car Ansh data lake. Simple. And region is UK South. Primary service blank, standard. And here's the thing, redundancy. If you have watched my previous videos, what should be picked here to minimize the cost? I know your answer. It is LRS. See, my data community is very smart. So basically we have like four options: LRS, ZRS, GRS, GZRS. So the cheapest one is LRS because it stores the duplicate data of your copy within the same data center, and the most expensive one is GZRS. So just keep this thing in your mind. Then click on next, and here you need to just be very careful to check this box, that is enable hierarchical namespace. Why? Because when we check on this box, it will create data lake instead of blob storage, because we can just create folders within the containers. That is the primary difference between blob storage and data lake, if you are unaware of this. So now you are aware of this, right? So then we will just pick access tier as hot. So basically we have three access tiers: hot, cool and cold. So hot is picked when we just need to access the data very often. Cool is like when we just need to use data maybe once in a month, and cold is the data that we do not want to use it like at least for 6 months. We'll be rarely using it. Why? These are like three different modes. When we pick cold, the storing cost will be very low, but to access that data, the cost will go up and up and up, because we are telling Azure that we just need to store this data we will be rarely reading this data. So that totally depends upon the requirements. You have the knowledge, you can answer the questions in the interviews. So now it's up to your manager how he or she needs to store the data. You as a data engineer know how to do it, how to deal with it, right? Then simply click on review plus create, and then it will just validate it. It will take just few seconds. Yeah, it's done. Simply click on create. This will just create your data lake. And this should not take more than few seconds. And meanwhile it is being created, we can just create our second resource, which is Azure Data Factory. Let's create that. It will just save us a lot of time. Oh, it is deployed. Wow, 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 wow. So I will simply click on home button. I will pick my resource group. And as you can see, now we have a data lake here. See, now we have data lake here. Wow, this is our data lake. Obviously it is a storage account. Within this, we have containers that's called data lake. Don't worry. Click on create to create Azure Data Factory this time. So I will simply write data factory. Okay, click on this, which is provided by Microsoft. Click on create. Then we just need to name it, and name should be unique, right? So we will just pick ADF cars Ansh. It should be available. Yes, it is. Data factory, we will be just picking UK South. UK South, where's UK South? Where is the UK South? It doesn't matter, I'm just kidding. So every time I was just picking the US resources, let's pick UK this time. So just click on review plus create. Okay, and it will just create our Azure Data Factory within few seconds. Click on create for one more time. So it is just deploying that Azure Data Factory within our resource group that we have picked, right? Now, meanwhile it is being created. Let's create our third resource, which is Azure SQL Database. Okay, go to homepage, resource group, click on create button. So I will simply say, oh, it is created. Nice, nice, nice. Let's cross this. So we will simply write Azure SQL DB. So where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Or let's write SQL DB. What? Just write Azure SQL. Yes. So just pick this one, Azure SQL Microsoft. Okay. Simply click on create. So we have three options now. This is a PAS. This is SQL Server Managed Instance. And this is a virtual machine with SQL Server installed on this. So basically, if you want Azure to manage everything, you can just simply pick this service. And if you just want to create your managed instance, you will have more liberty with the admin task. And if you just want the replica of your SQL Server manager, like an on-prem device, or let's say you will be using Microsoft SQL Server, and you want exact copy of it, and you want to just have all the admin roles and responsibilities that you were performing there, you can simply pick SQL Server Virtual Machine, because it will just create a virtual machine with SQL Server installed on this. Obviously, it is Azure SQL now, so you will feel the same. But we do not want to admin anything. We will simply pick Azure SQL database because we just need to create our database. That's it. That's it. If you are a DBA or if you are more into database admin side, obviously you should have strong knowledge like how to do this, how to manage this. But being a data engineer, it is fine if you have knowledge for like SQL databases. That's it, because we rarely work with the source side. DB handles that. You should just have the understanding of the business. You should have the data understanding from the business perspective, right? Because maybe they will be using any other database, maybe they'll be using Cosmos database. So there are like so many options for them. You are into the OLAP side, that is online analytical processing database side. They are into OLTP side, online transactional processing database side. Okay, Simply click on create. Then we need to just give database name. So let's say I will just pick any name, or let's say I will just say car sales. Okay, then create a server. Obviously we do not have a server and we do not want to attach any existing server, so we will just create new, right? And server name, let's say we will simply say car sales server. Okay, perfect. And location, we can just pick the same one, that is UK South, to have a better connectivity. Where is our UK South? UK West is here, UK South. Oh man, where is UK South? Where is UK? Here it is, UK South. Okay. So once it is done, now it is asking what kind of authentication method you need, because obviously when you're building connection you would be just using the credentials, right? So how you can just do that, you will be using both SQL and Microsoft Entra authentication. I think this should be the one you should pick, because obviously you can use your SQL credentials or Entra ID. Simple. Set Microsoft Entra admin, we do not need to do that. And then here's the thing that you need to remember: admin password. If you would have used PostgreSQL or MySQL or MS SQL Server, you would have used credentials, right? So same thing. You can just put admin. I will just pick admin Ansh. Okay. And password, obviously, I will not show you, but you can just pick any random password and just make sure you remember it, because you will be using it. Okay. So then simply click on OK. The value must not be empty. Okay. We just need to define admin, set admin, and I can just put myself as the admin. Okay, simple. Simply click on OK. Then it will just ask you what is the workload environment. Then you can just put development. Okay, then compute plus storage, you can obviously configure it. So when you just click on configure, you can just pick the minimum available SQL DB, and you do not need to worry because you have like free account, so it won't charge you much. And obviously we just need to use it for, not for like throughout the project, because once the data is loaded, then we can just obviously turn it off. And this is the cost that you can expect per month, that is $5. And this is fine, we can just click on apply. Then backup storage, obviously LRS is the cheapest one, now you also know. Then I will click on next, networking. Then connectivity method, you just need to provide public endpoint, because we will be using Azure Data Factory to configure it, to pull the data. And obviously no access means it is private, no one can access it. And private endpoint, it means that you will be using a kind of subnet or vnet, right? But we are not using that thing because our data is not restricted. And if your company have like restricted data, then you can just use private endpoint. Otherwise, like, public endpoint is fine. And obviously you will not be the one who will be just configuring all these things. There's a separate security team that takes care of all these things, but it's always good to know all these things, that this point is used for this purpose, this point is used for this purpose. So yeah, firewall rules, we do not need to apply any firewall. Then it is fine. Click on security and it is fine. Yep. Then click on review plus create, everything else is fine. Then click on create for one more time. So now it will just validate everything, and then it will just allow us to use SQL DB. I will just show you. I love the UI as well. It is very, very catchy twice. So I'll just show you SQL DB. And obviously we need to prepare our table before loading the data, because obviously we are pulling data from GitHub to SQL DB. So we should have our table ready in which we will be throwing our data, right? Now you are smart. Now you're very, very smart. And if you remember the architecture, this is our source. We are preparing the source right now, right? So it is just deploying this, and it should take just few seconds, and in just few seconds it will be ready. And I will just show you how you can just use SQL DB, and I will just show you the UI as well. Everything. You will know each and everything. Do not need to worry at all. at all, at all. So meanwhile, our SQL DB is deployed. Let me just take you to our resource group, and we should see both the other resources. Yes, this is our Azure Data Factory. This is our data lake. Perfect. So in our data lake, I'll just click on it. So we will prepare something called as 3 layers: bronze, silver, gold. Very good. Bronze, silver, gold. Click on container. I will simply create bronze, and according to the Medallion architecture, we create 3 layers, right? Bronze is for raw data, silver is for transform data, and gold is for aggregated and the data that we want to solve in the form of models like fact and dimensions. So this is gold. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let me just go back to the resource group by simply clicking on this. So let me just refresh if we have SQL DB ready. Yes. So this is our server, if you remember. So within one SQL database, we can create actually many servers. So this is the server, if you remember, car sales server, right? I will just simply click on it. So this will just give me this area where it is just showing me all the information regarding the server, right? So now, oh, we already know, we just checked it that it is deployed. So now it is asking us to create a database. Within server, obviously we create a database. Yes, simply click on this create database. And then it will ask us to put the database name and everything. So enter the database name. So if you just remember that we have already created the database name, and while just configuring it, this is the option when you want to create more databases. Like within one server, there can be multiple databases, right? Maybe there'll be database for like car sales. There'll be a database for like accounts, finance, like everything. So just click on cross and it's fine. So if you want to now see where is your previous database that you created, right? So you can simply go to, and then here you will see the database. That is your car sales. Simply click on it. And then you will just see this is the database. And if you just want to log into this database and you want to just query something or anything, right? So simply go to query editor, which is in preview right now. So simply click on it. And mirror database in fabric, this is something else. We will be just talking about these things as well in future, don't worry. So this is just about the SQL database. So now you can see I just need to put the password, and it is showing cannot open serverless. Okay, so you can just simply click on this allow IP address to access the serverless car. So simply click on it. So it will just update the firewall rules. So actually we are just allowing our server to access this. Maybe I'm just have opened this Azure portal in incognito mode. That's why it is showing this thing. But I have seen that this error like before as well. So it shows some things related to this according to the firewall rules. So do not need to worry. You can just click on this allow list. So it will just take at least I think 2 to 3 minutes. And it is written that up to 5 minutes it will be done in just 2 to 3 minutes. Simply click on it and let me just see the notification. Successfully updated server firewall rule. So you can just try after 2 to 3 minutes, and you just need to put the password here. Let's say I'm just putting my password here. Okay, obviously I have just instantly put my password, so it has not been enabled yet. So after 5 minutes we can just try and it should be okay. So now after 5 minutes I just refreshed my page, and now I will just again try to put the password. Simply click OK, and now it should be done. Yep. So now this is your Azure. Let me just collapse it. This is your Azure SQL database. How is it? How is it? How is it? If you're familiar with MySQL, PostgreSQL, MS SQL Server, it is exactly same, bro. It is exactly same. So these are your tables. Obviously, you do not have anything. That's why it is empty right now. And yeah. So if you want to just create a new query, you can simply click on plus new query. It is exactly same as your on-prem SQL database. So you should have some familiarity with this, right? And this is for open query. If you have already saved a .sql file, you can just open it right here. And I will simply click on plus new query. Obviously, it is already open. I just wanted to show you. So now I can just close it. So now what exactly we will be doing? What exactly we will be doing? So basically, if you just see my source, where is my source? So this is my data that I will be pulling, right? So I should prepare my table for that. Common sense, because we'll be just pushing this data to the destination. So we should have empty table ready to welcome the data from GitHub. So first of all, let's create the destination table. So I just need to put these tables like branch ID, dealer ID, model ID. So let's quickly create that. So I will simply say create table, and I will name it as, let's say, uh, source cars data, let's say, and then I will say branch ID. So I will just quickly complete this, and let me just quickly just complete this table definition, and let me just show. So I have completed the table definition, so you can just write the same code. I have done nothing. This is just the DDL command create table, and I have just put the column names with their data types like end, big, and varchar simply. So I will just click on run command now. So it should just create the table, and it ran successfully. Now I can just query this. I will just go to query one, and I can just simply say select asterisk from source cars data. That is my table name. So I will simply click on run, and obviously the results should be null, only the schema, because we just have defined the table, right? So our destination is ready. That is the source destination, source for our data, right? Perfect, 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 perfect. So this is done, and if you just want to copy this, you can just pause the video and you can just have a look, right? Okay, so I will simply cross this, and okay, because we do not want to save it because table is already created. Okay, perfect. So now this is our resource group. This is ready, this is ready. Now it's time to actually click on this Azure Data Factory, because everything is ready. We just need to pull the data from our copilot, which is copilot, not copilot. I was just looking at the notification. So we just need to pull the data from the GitHub, and when we just pull the data from the GitHub, that will be our data in one go that we want, right? Let's say I will just show you. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't panic. Just click on this launch studio, and let's go inside the Azure Data Factory. Let's see what I want to tell you. Wow, 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 wow. So this is our Azure Data Factory. So if this is your first time you are seeing Azure Data Factory, trust me, this is the tool that you need to learn and you need to master in order to get so many offers, right? So just to give you an overview, this is the main tab. This is the main panel that you will be using most of the times. So this is the home page on which we are right now. This is the author tab. This is the main one in which we craft the pipelines, in which I will show you how to build the pipelines. Do not worry, bro. This is the monitor tab. So in the monitor tab, let's say you have just created the pipelines and you just want to monitor them. Are they running fine? Are they throwing any errors? How long they are taking? All the logs, everything will be managed under this tab. Let me just click on it for you. This is the monitor tab. Obviously it is empty right now because we do not have any trigger, we do not have any pipeline, nothing. Okay, this is the manage tab. Basically this will manage all the connections, all the triggers, all the GitHub repositories, all the, let's say, CI/CD connections, everything. So this is the manage tab. As the name suggests, it manages the resources within the Azure Data Factory. Then we have Learning Center. Do not need to worry, I'm here to tell you everything. Okay, simply click on author tab. Author tab. Click on author tab. This is your main canvas. This is your main area of development. Perfect. So as you can see, pipelines, change data capture, everything. Basically, again, I have just covered each and everything from scratch in my video that is for Azure Data Factory Masterclass full course. Just check that video. You will learn each and everything in detail. Okay, let's start building our pipeline, because I know you have watched that video. You have some knowledge, right? Perfect. You are my data fam, right? You are my data fam. I know my data fam is like upscale right now and growing exponentially. Very good. So simply We will just click on this pipeline. Obviously it is empty. We will simply click on these three dots. I will simply click on new pipeline. So now we will be creating new pipeline, and first of all, let's name it. I will call it as source prep. Yep, source prep, because we are just preparing our source. So what actually we gonna do? So basically, this is our GitHub. Okay, this is our GitHub. If you want to relate it to real world scenario, let's say this is your website from where you are fetching the data. Perfect. Okay, this is your Azure Data Factory. Perfect. This is your SQL DB. So currently in this SQL DB, we have 0 records. Just imagine that you are hired by a new organization and they have asked you to set up everything. So you as an efficient data engineer, you as my data fam, you said, bro, okay, I will do it. I will do everything because I know everything. You need to say it. Okay. So what you will be doing, imagine this GitHub as any website. So you are just getting that data. Okay. Pushing that data to this SQL. Okay. This SQL will have some data then. Till today. Till today. Let's say originally we have data for like 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, but to relate it to the real world scenario, you can say you have data till today. Okay, because obviously you cannot get the latest data like for today. So this is the data till today. Okay, you need to fill this data. Okay, we will first fill this data, then you as a data engineer need to build the whole pipeline to pull the data, to transform the data, to create facts and dimensions, to deal with slowly changing dimensions, to treat everything. Perfect. Then this step that I'm going to discuss right now will be implemented at the end after building everything, because this is the incremental data. But I'm still showing you because you should have an end-to-end knowledge. Then next day, tomorrow, they have asked you, whatever your name is, they have asked you, hey, can you just bring the data from this GitHub to the SQL again? You will say, okay, let me just run my pipeline. This is for incremental. Okay, this pipeline is for incremental. This one, this one, this one. Then next day, you will only load incremental data. That's it. That's it. Then this incremental data will be only this data, only this data, because in the SQL you have all the data, right? We store all the data in SQL database. This is the new data. This is the old data from yesterday or till yesterday. Then we will just process the incremental data from the SQL database. Perfect. And then we will just create our whole data warehouse pipeline. We will just create the whole data warehouse star schema on top of it. This is the end-to-end structure that we're going to perform right now. So first of all, without wasting any time, let me just bring the copy activity. So copy activity is used to migrate the data from one place to another. And to perform the copy activity, what we need the connection with the source. What we need the connection with the source. Very good. So how we can just build the connection, and what is the name for it? Just tell me, because we have already discussed this. So for those who haven't watched my previous videos, so it's called linked service in Azure Data Factory, and we create linked service either from this area, or my recommended approach is go to manage tab, go to linked services, click on plus new. So here we will just pick HTTP connection for GitHub repository, click continue. Then I will call it as ls for linked service. Then I will say GitHub. Simple. What is the base URL? We need base URL. So we can simply go to this Azure, not Azure, Azure Data Engineering Project Resources GitHub repository. Yeah. So this is my source, right? This is my source, sales.csv. So I will get the URL. How I can just get the URL? I will simply go to my resources just to show you the exact way. Click on raw data. Just follow this way, right? Just click on sales data, because currently we are just pulling this data only. Okay, click on it. Then I need to bring this data. So I will go to raw. This is my URL. This is my whole URL, not the base URL, the whole URL. Okay, so the base URL is only this one, till.com. This is the base URL, and rest of the URL is called relative URL. Okay, just note these steps. So I will simply copy this till.com. Okay, I will just paste it here. Perfect. So authentication type anonymous because no security is applied. I will simply click on test connection to test the connection, and you should also always test the connection before proceeding. Okay, create. This is done. Very good, very good. Click on create. This is done. So our connection with linked service, like connection with GitHub, is done. What should be the second connection? Second connection should be with Azure SQL DB. Yes, because we will be just pushing the data to Azure SQL DB. Click on plus new, and we will simply say Azure SQL database. Click on it, continue. I will say linked service SQL DB. Perfect. And then Azure subscription, this one, server name, cars sales server, as we all know. And what is the database name? Database name is car sales. Master is the default database, so do not pick that one because we have created the table under database car sales. Okay, and this you can just validate as well. You can simply query into your query editor. You can simply put car sales dot that table name. I will just show you, don't worry. Authentication type, obviously SQL authentication. Username, you should know. Okay, password, you should know because these are the credentials that you created. And encrypt, okay, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. Test connection. So let's, okay, connection failed. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Let's see. Click on more. Cannot connect to SQL. Please contact SQL Server for further support. Server car server database car server user admin on. Check the link service is correct. Make sure SQL Firewall allows integration on time. So simply cancel that connection because I know the issue. It is related to the connectivity issue, the firewall issue, because it restricts because of the data security. It cannot allow everyone to access the data. So we just need to make a small setting. I know about this. So do not need to worry. Simply go to your Azure Home tab and simply select your server. It should be in the recent tabs. If not, you can just simply go to resource group and then you will just find the server. So basically we need to allow our all the Azure resource groups to hit on that server. So I think it should be somewhere in the networking. Here's the networking settings. Okay, let's find that. So if you can see public network access, it is based on the selected networks. Not everyone can access this. If you just read these connections from the IP address configured in the firewall rules section below, will have the access. So there are like two options. Either we can just put our IP address that is showing in that particular message that this IP address is not allowed to access, or what we can do, we can simply check this box, allow Azure services and resources to access this server. So what it will do, it will allow all the IP addresses based on that particular Azure resource will have the access. So simply click on save. So it is done. I think it will take some time, so we can just create that link services again. So let me just try for one more time. Otherwise we need to just wait for 4 to 5 minutes. Let me just try, because that is the issue, I think, and that is a good issue. Obviously we are just, when we are creating a video, when we are creating a hobby project, we feel that why we are just seeing these errors, but this is very important for the security perspective. Obviously you cannot just uh, have some casual errors with the data stored in the SQL database for the organization. Obviously you need some strict rules. So that is why we are seeing these kinds of errors, and this is very important to mitigate these errors, because when you will be actually building those solutions, how you can just conquer those solutions? Obviously when you will be facing those solutions in your hobby projects, and trust me, interviewers can ask these questions, because obviously if you are showing that you have like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years of experience, obviously it is very basic thing to actually see these kinds of errors. So when you will be seeing errors in your projects, you can actually tell that, okay, I have just encountered with these errors and I know how to fix these, right? So let's try to create this, and I will simply say SQL DB, same thing. Okay, subscription is this one, server name is car sales server, database name is car sales, authentication type is SQL, and password is Obviously, I will hard code it right now instead of Azure keyboard. So let me just click on test connection. So let's see. Okay, this time it is successful. That was the issue because it was just trying to hit on that server with the anonymous IP address, and we had not allowed it. So now it is fine. See, good job, good job. Simply click on create. Now our connection is built with Azure SQL database as well. Very good. So before proceeding further, simply click on this publish all button because I do not want you to publishing error. What's that? Oh, because we have just created that copy activity and that is incomplete. So okay, we can just save our work after that because this button is very important. Just keep on hitting this button, otherwise you will need otherwise you need to just do the rework. So simply click on close, and now we can just click on author tab and we can just configure this activity. Now we know our source, which is our what is our data set. We can create our new data set, and this time we will be creating a parameterized data set. If you are already familiar with my channel, so you know that we work with parameterized dataset. Why? In the real world, we do not create static datasets. We do not create static datasets at all. Why? Because we cannot reuse them. We cannot reuse them. In the real world, we create those datasets which we can be reused. Really? Which we can reuse, and those datasets can be reused anytime by anyone else, by us. It doesn't matter. But we should always create dynamic datasets or parameterized datasets. So it is very easy. Simply click on plus new, and obviously what is our data source connection, HTTP. What is the format of that data? CSV. Simply pick that. Very good. Continue. Then I will name my dataset as DS, and this data is coming from get. So I will say get. Simple. What is a link service? We have already created the connection. Simply pick ls-get. Now we need to give relative URL. And now you will see what I'm talking about regarding parameters. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you, bro. So if you will see, this is the relative URL as we talked about, right? Let me copy this. Let me copy this. Let me paste it. Ansh Lamba. Mr. Ansh Lamba, you just said that we are not creating static data set. And if you are just pasting that URL, you are creating a static data set. Bro, I'm not done yet. And it's my duty to explain the concept as well, like why we are doing it. Everyone explains what and how, but why is really important, because once you know the why, you can actually perform the solution. So basically, this is the relative URL, right? This relative URL, and this is our initial load, right? If you remember, let me just click on this back button. Okay, let me just click on my raw data folder. This is my incremental sales. So next day, I like next run, or in the next run, I want to just process this data like incremental sales, right? Okay, then if you just click on raw, if you just look at the URL, everything is same. Everything is same. What is different? Only the file name. So I can create a parameter based on the file name, which we can pass in the pipeline. So whenever we want to run our pipeline, we can manually put that file name. And this way we do not need to recreate the data set, recreate the link service, nothing, bro, nothing, right? So we will create a dynamic data set. Okay, simple. So what I will do, I will just give the name till here. Okay, or let's give the complete name. Let's give the complete name here and click on advanced. Open this data set. Now you are the edit mode of that data set. This is the best place to make any edits. Okay, so simply what I will do, I will simply create the parameter here, parameters, and I will name it as load flag. Simple. Load flag means sales, that is our initial, incremental, that is our second run. Okay, value string, default value we do not want to give. Okay, go to connection, relative URL, click on dynamic content. Okay, I will simply copy this first because I want this location as well. So click on dynamic content, paste this here. Perfect. Now we need to remove this value because now we'll be putting our parameter. How you can just get that parameter? So basically you will see the parameters you have created so far in this dataset here. Click on this and it will just create a mess. So what's the best way to just exclude that mess? Simply remove this @ here. Okay, and let me just remove this as well. Okay, so let me just remove this. So now you want to provide that parameter. Best way is write @. Okay, and then write this load flag here. Click on this, and then what it will do, it will just mention, I'm just explaining you what you need to actually do and why you need to do. This is the dataset flag, right? This is just the variable name. If I just pass this information, it will treat it as a text, not a variable. If you are familiar with Python, you would know about f strings, right? We need to just pass the parameter or a variable. So for that, we need to just encapsulate. First of all, remove the @ from here. Put @ before the variable or parameter because this is our parameter. Then we need to encapsulate this value in curly braces. Now this this value this value will not be treated as a string. This value will be treated as a parameter, and the value inside this parameter will be actually used. Perfect. Click on OK. Perfect. Now you have created the right parameterized data set. So simply go to source prep pipeline and simply you can just click on this source. Now you see it is asking you to provide the load flag. Now it's up to you. You can just provide any value. So I can just go to my obviously GitHub repository. If I want to provide this value, which is known as sales data.csv, I can provide this value here. Simple, simple, simple. And I can also preview the data. Click on preview data and it should just provide me the data. This is my data. Woo, very good. Good job. And obviously click on general. We should first rename our pipeline, copy git data. Okay. Copy git data. Click on sync. Similarly, we will create a sync dataset. Click on plus new and dataset is in Azure SQL DB. Click on Azure SQL DB. Where is that? Here it is. Click on continue. DS SQL DB. Link service is this one. Table name is, it will just load all the tables and this is our table source cars data and schema is DBO, that is our default schema name, right? So click on OK. Click on OK. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. If you want to see the mapping, we can simply click on import schemas. So it will just bring the mapping that we can see before actually running our pipeline. So this is our schema, branch ID, this. Wow, everything looks perfect. Everything looks perfect. So are you ready to load this data to SQL DB? Really? Let's click on this debug button. Okay, and let's see what's the result. Let's see what is the result. So it is just running our pipeline and it should push our data to SQL DB. And that is our source. So once it is done, then we will be just start building our incremental loading pipeline. Don't worry, I will also give you the architecture or the real meaning. Oh, it is successful. Let me just complete my statement. I will also tell you like why we need to build that pipeline and how we need to build that pipeline, the actual logic behind what actually we are doing it. Okay. So it will be a just quick overview and all the concepts will be sorted because my intent is not just to show you that you can do this. My intent is to provide you the knowledge so that you can understand why you are doing that. My intent is that. Okay. Okay. I know you understand me. Obviously, I'm not loved or liked by everyone because we cannot be good in everyone's book. But I know majority of people love me. Majority of people like me, like my content, love my content. That's all. That's all I want. That's it. Obviously, some outliers are always there who just put negative comments, and maybe they can be like big creators as well. So what do you think? Like, I am being liked by the other creators, I am being liked by the big creators in the market right now in the world of data engineering. What do you think? What do you think? The world is not, should I say this? Let's forget about it. Okay, so just a hint. You think that creators are very very supportive and community is very very supportive. Community, that means the creator community. I'm not talking about the community that is really with me. That is my data fam. They are very very supportive. That is my love. I love them. I'm just talking about the creator community. So you think that they are supportive, right? You just think. That's not the reality. Do you really think that I need anyone's support? Do you really think? Do you really think? Answer is yes. From you only. That's it. That's it. I don't care about anyone. I just do care about my data fam. So I just want support from you. That's it. That's it. You are my love. You are my love. I don't know how to make this. I used to see like students in my school, like they used to just create the heart with fingers. What? How you can create this? I don't like I cannot even fold my fingers like that, like the way they create. I just learned to create with the whole hand, and I don't think so it's perfect. I don't know how you are looking at it, but still, I love being imperfect. I know I'm not perfect, and I have accepted that. Okay, Anshlamba, your pipeline has run successfully. So congratulations. So now we can just click on publish all, and now we can just validate our data as well. We can just simply go to SQL DB and we can just query our table. So for that, simply go to your Azure portal, simply go to your SQL server, car sales server, click on that, or your resource group, click on that. Oh, this is a car sales. So now DB is also appeared here. So it is very easy to navigate. Click on this and click on query editor. Again, password. Do not forget your password, bro. It's very easy to reset, but I won't recommend you to just forget your password. Okay, so let's query the table quickly. Select asterisk from source cars data. Let's run this, and this time we should see data. Perfect. Boom. You have successfully loaded data from the website, from the HTTP connection directly to your Azure SQL database. Good job. Very good job. My data fam is learning a lot. This is just starting, bro. This is just the beginning of the project. Let's see the level of project, how it goes up and up and up. So every column is looking fine. Perfect. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Now we can just go to Azure Data Factory. Now let me just explain you the concept now, what exactly we need to do. Okay. Okay. So let's create a new pipeline. I will name it as incremental data pipeline. That makes sense. Increm data pipeline. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect, sir. Perfect. Okay. Let me just collapse all the areas because I need space. I need my personal space. I love my personal space. Anjalamba, focus. Okay. Okay. So basically, let's be serious. Now we have our source. Okay. Now we have our source in SQL DB. Let's create that. This is our SQL DB. Okay. Let me just make cylinder. This is our SQL database. Okay. Now we want to create such a pipeline which will incrementally take the data in one go, because we want to create production ready pipeline. What is production ready pipeline? Production ready pipeline that eliminates all the humor. No, do not eliminate humor in your life, from your life. So that eliminates all the human intervention. Production ready pipelines mean that you do not need to tweak anything. You do not need to change anything or manually run anything in the production server, in the production environment. Everything should be managed within one pipeline. What's the solution for that? Let me just show you. So what we'll be doing, incremental pipeline means two pipelines. What? Yes. I'm just covering fundamental. These are very, very important. Just take notes. Just take notes. I'm very serious right now. Okay, Ansh. Just have your natural humor. You look good in that. Okay. So, what is the concept here? Basically, there are two pipelines. One pipeline is called initial load pipeline. What does that mean? Initial load pipelines mean you need to pull all the data. Okay, this is copy activity. You need to pull all the data in your data lake in the initial load pipeline. Perfect. This is the initial load. Then let me just write it here as well. This is the initial load. Okay. Then after first pipeline, all the pipeline runs will be considered as incremental load, because once you have loaded all the past data, all the historical data, every succeeded run after that will be considered as incremental load pipeline. So this time, third time, fourth time, all will be considered as incremental. Okay, incremental pipeline, and this data will be going here incrementally. Perfect. Ansh, we understood the concept, and like many of you might already know this concept. Now I'm just sharing the concept of implementation. Perfect. Let me just hit undo because I just need to explain this with a diagram. Perfect. What we need to do, we will use two date parameters. Okay. Okay, perfect. One date parameter and second date parameter. This date parameter will tell me the initial load start date. What does it mean? That means what is the last load, like when I last loaded the data into the data lake. Now you will say, Ansh, we never loaded the data. Exactly, that's what I wanted to hear. So what will be our, or what should be our initial load date if we want to load all the data? Let's suppose this SQL DB has data from 2017 and I want to load all the data from 2017. What is the exact date that should be there? The correct answer is any date before 2017. Agree? That should be our start date. Perfect. In the real world, we do not put just 1 year behind, 2 year behind. We just pick a date that is far away from the start date. Let's say I will pick date here as 2000. I will just pick date as 2000. 2000 01 01. This is my last loaded date. Perfect. Will this date bring all the data? What do I mean? If I just run here, select asterisk from this date. So this date is 2000. Will this bring all the data? Yes or no? Answer is yes. Perfect. Will this data go here? All the data? Yes. Perfect. Okay. Now, what is the second date? Let me just tell you. What is the maximum not last lot, what is the maximum current date? What do I mean? This data is starting from 2017. This data or database has data till 2020 December. Let's imagine, just imagine, or just to be specific, you can say this database has data till 2005, that is May 31st. Okay, perfect. You can just imagine that today is 2020 31st of May. Just imagine, okay, 2020 05 31st. This is the today's date. Perfect. This is the maximum date. Why we need that? Just hold on. This is the maximum date, maximum current date. We want select asterisk date greater than this date and less than this date. Will it bring all the data in the first go? The answer is yes. Obviously, we are putting greater than 2000 and less than or equals to, let's say, 2020 05/31st. That means we have all the data. Perfect. Once our data is loaded here, perfect, we will create a stored procedure. Okay, stored procedure in SQL DB. What it will do? This date, to before creating this, let me just tell you where this date will be coming from, because this maximum date will be coming from the SQL DB, right? Because that is our source. Where this date will be coming from and where it will be stored. This date will be stored here. This date will be stored here in the stored procedure, right? Once this pipeline is completed, what we need to do? Use your brain. What we need to do? We need to use this date as our last load date. Just think about it. Obviously, we need to use the current date as our last load date, because tomorrow on 2020 June 1st, we need to load all the data after 2020 05/31st. Got it? Got it? I am putting so much effort so that you can just understand the concept. Not just in PostgreSQL, but in actual life, like how we perform. I know I'm very serious right now because I have to. So this date will be replaced. This date will be replaced by this one, 2020 05/31st. Okay, because in our copy activity we are using select asterisk from this database table greater than this date, and now we just need to process which data after 2020 05/31st. Got it? Same thing. Then the maximum date will be replaced by this one. This is the whole flow. This is the whole flow. Incremental data loading in Azure Data Factory. Got it? Got it? Yes. Ansh, now please calm down. Okay, fine. Because now you have understood it. Now I'm happy. Okay, and I hope that you have noted down everything, because this concept is really, really important. Okay, calm down, calm down, calm down. Okay, we understood. See, when you can afford being jolly, you can, but when you need to be serious, you should be the most serious man on this planet. Now you understood the concept. Now you can just implement this concept with fun, because now you have the logic here, right? You need to be serious when you just adapt that logic, the implementation steps. When you need to implement it, just have fun, because while implementation you may see errors, you may see some surprises, so you should be open to that, right? I know I don't look good while I'm angry. Some of you will say, bro, you don't even look good when you are happy. So okay, that was a roast of mine. So are you happy with the solution? Are you happy with the concept? Now it's time to actually implement that concept. It is very easy. So first thing, what should we do? We just started our solution with this date parameter, if you remember. So we just need to create a stored procedure in our SQL DB. So let's create that. So this is our lovely Azure SQL database. So first of all, before creating stored procedure, we will create a watermark table. Watermark table, yes, let me just write it for you so that you can just take notes. So basically, watermark table is used just to hold that value, because obviously we need to store some value somewhere, right, in a table. So we can just create one column and just put that start date as our 2000 something as our initial date. That's it. That's it. So in order to create the table, just select new query, and then we will say create table, and I can call it as water table. It's watermark table, so just to keep it short. So now I will say last load, and I can just keep it the value, the data type as varchar y. So in our particular project, let's keep it 2000. Okay, so in our particular project, in the real life you will pick last load as date type, but in our scenario we do not have date column, but we have date ID. So it is an assumption, not an assumption. I have just validated the data as well. So date ID is the identifier of every single data. Got it? So let's say we have date ID as DT001234, that is one day. DT001235, or let's say succeeding value, is day 2. So that is the identifier of that date dimension. Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? So in the real world, we do not get the date as our, let's say, source of dimension. We usually create on our own the date dimension. We usually create on our own based on the order date, or let's say any kind of date. But in our scenario, obviously it is an open data set. So in our scenario, we have date ID, but we do not have any kind of date, right? So we are using date ID as our identifier for each record. Doesn't matter at all. Date one day is equal to one date ID. So till the time this condition is true, it is exactly same. So I'm just telling you for the real world scenario as well. So maybe, and it totally depends upon the business and business to business. It totally depends. Trust me. It's not just hard and set rule that you have to follow like strict rules. You can just use date ID till the time that condition is true. One date ID equals one date. Simple. Use your brain, what I'm saying right now. So I will just create this watermark table, and this will hold just one column, and we will just insert one value, as you can say, where let's say any value, like the, I will just show you the all the values available within the date ID column, and we can just put any ID, and we will associate that ID with the date equals 2000 something something. Wait, let me just run this command. I will show you what I'm saying. Let me just run this. So this is done. So currently we are saying select asterisk from water table. Let's see what we have. Obviously this table is empty. So if I just go to results, so this is null. So now what we need to hold this, like what we need to hold here, we need to hold 2000 0101 as our initial date to load all the data. And what do we have actually in our source table? We do not have date column. What we have in that? We have date ID. We have date ID, and date ID is the identifier for that date. Got it? Let's say we have date ID as DT00001. Let's say. So this is first day. This is first day. Then we have DT00002. Then this is the second day. Perfect. So now I will just check the minimum date available in our table. So how we can do that? Select min of date ID from source. From source. Let's see what is the minimum ID, because that is the identifier. So see, as I just said, it is DT 00001. 00001 is the first day of data. Is the first day of data. Why we are dealing with this scenario? Because let's say you feel complicated to just align yourself with the data available in 2000, let's say 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, or let's say I just take this data as 2024. Some of you will be rewatching this video in 2025. Many people will be watching this video in 2025. So it will be very hard to just be aligned, just to imagine this date as today, what is tomorrow. The best scenario that I thought is like taking date ID. So this is the day one. This is the day one from where our sales started. You can just imagine it as like 1 year, 1 month, anything that you can imagine, and this will be very helpful for you to understand it. So this is the first day of sale. Now just use your math, just use your mathematics knowledge. What should be the date we should pick? Date, date, not real date, date ID. If we want to consider this as our first day, what will be the date ID if we want to pull all the data? Just use your mathematics knowledge. It will be 0. Instead of 1, we need to put 0. Got it? and you want proof, I will just show you as well. So I will just insert this value with a modification. With a modification, I will just put 0 here instead of 1. So I will say dt 00000. Okay, let me just put it and then I will show you what I mean. So I will simply say insert into water table. Okay, water table values dt 00000, because the minimum value available is dt 00001. Okay, let me just run this command. Perfect. Now what is the value available here? dt0000. And what we want to achieve, we want to read all the data. Do you want to see what will happen? So when I say select asterisk from my source where date id greater than this value, this is just the validation step that is not required. I want you to understand, that's why I'm just repeating this step. So when I just run this, I will see all the records. See, and you will say, hey, how do we know that these are all the records? Okay, I can just run count asterisks 1849. Perfect. Now I will simply say select asterisk from source. How many records do we have? Like count asterisk, it should match, it should exactly match. Okay, let's see. 1849. This is the identifier, date identifier. Got it? Okay, so we have created our watermark table. So now we want to create a stored procedure which will be updating this value again and again. This value, this value, this value. So now it is dt 00000. What will be the value it will be providing it here? What will be the value? Exactly, it is the max value. It is the max value of this table, this one. Obviously we will be just applying it through the pipeline, but I'm just showing you just to validate everything, validate the information. Okay, so now it's time to create the stored procedure. Let me just erase everything and let me write the code for creating the stored procedure. So this is the code for the stored procedure. So basically what it is doing, so I have just added some comments as well to just understand it. So basically it is the variable last load that we will be using in Azure Data Factory to provide it. And what it will do, it will update my table, and this is the column name. Oh, this is the column name, and it will set this column as the value provided through the Azure Data Factory. That's it. This is the whole code, short and sweet. So now I will just run it. This is done. So our stored procedure is also ready. We just need to make sure that this is the stored procedure account, stored procedure name, update watermark table, and the variable is this one, because obviously it will be required to pass this information through Azure Data Factory. So now it's time to actually do it in Azure Data Factory, and I hope you're taking notes, because this is an industry level project. And when I said that after you complete this project, you can confidently sit in the interviews related to Azure data engineering positions, I mean it. So it's time to actually implement it. So this is our pipeline. Obviously it is incomplete. So now let's complete this incremental data pipeline. So basically this is our copy activity. As we all know, copy activity is the major activity that we'll be using. But before actually using copy activity, we will be using two activities for our date parameters. Now you already know, for CDC, for like last load and maximum load. So I know it's time to actually implement that. So now let's do it. So basically we'll be using one activity called lookup activity, and this activity will return us the last load and maximum load date. So how we can just do it? So simply we will just drag it here and we will just name it, and we can just give this name as last load. Yeah, it makes sense. And we need to drag it for one more time because this will be the maximum load, or let's say maximum date or current date basically, because this is the current load. Okay, current load, simple. So these are the two lookup activities that we need to apply right now. Okay, so I will just give you a chance. Just think, what will be our last load date? We already discussed it. This will be coming from the watermark table. Perfect. So in this lookup, we will go to settings, and for the source data set, we need to create one data set. And this time we will be, actually we already have one data set, so we can just pick that data set for DS equal this one. But we need to just pick the table, like which table we actually want to pick. So in this one, if you just click on this pencil button, you will see it has automatically brought the source cars data. So if you want to just enter the table manually, you can simply write enter table manually and you can just write it manually, or you can just create a parameter. Same way that we have created the parameters for other things. So I think it is an ideal option to create the parameter. Yes. So because see, the more you will be working with parameters, the more you are working with industry level projects, because we work with dynamic pipelines. Yes, that doesn't mean that static pipelines do not have like respect in the market. That's not the scenario. Obviously you can build the dynamic pipelines once you understand the static pipelines, but once you understand the static pipelines, you should directly jump on and try to just parameterize each and everything. The more things you can parameterize, the more efficient you will become, trust me. So simply go to parameters and we will create one parameter for this data set. I will simply name it as table name, because we are just defining table name, right? Makes sense. Okay. So let's go to, and let's click on cross and then enter manually. Then schema name, we already know. DBO will be same. Then table name, we can add parameter. Perfect. So if you just go to this increm, this will ask you for the table name. That's what I want. So what is our table name? Our table name is water table. Okay, this is water table. And one more thing. Oops, what did I press, bro? On the keyboard? Okay. Oops. Oh, I got it. I just need to select, zoom it. Okay, now it's fine. So basically, if you will just see, we need to just pass the first row only. Like we know the query that we need to apply. What is the query? We just need to query the water table. So it is always a good practice that whenever we are just using lookup activity on the top of the table, instead of picking the whole table, we should always pick the query. Yes. So instead of clicking on this table button, I will click on query and I will just uncheck this first row only. Okay. And now it is asking me to provide the query. We already know what is the query. So we just need to select asterisk, because we just have one column and that column called as last load, I think. Yeah. Select asterisk from water table. Simple, 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 simple. So do you want to see the output of this particular last load? So for that, I just need to deactivate other activities. So I will click on this. I will click on deactivate. I will click on this. I will click on deactivate. Ansh, why you want to see the output? Because it will be required in the very next step, because we will be connecting this output with this copy activity and we will be using output of these two activities. So for that, you would need the output of that activity. So I will just simply click on debug button and I will show you what do I mean, and you will actually see how we can actually use the output of one activity into the other activity. So as you can see, other two activities are inactive. This activity last load, let me just click on this output button like the other one. Just click on it. You will see this is the value. This is the value. Now Ansh Lamba, bro, our bro Ansh Lamba. Yes, sir. How we can just use this value? I know that we need to use this value. I know this. But how to actually bring this value inside this copy activity? It's very, very, very simple. That's why I ran this activity. So we will be using dynamic content for it, in which we will be using this value array. And within this value array, what is the index of the array? Index of the array. Okay, let me just see. So index is 0. Why? Bro, this is a list, a kind of list. Okay. Or let's say this is an array. There's only one element. And what is the position of that element? If we just have one element, obviously 0. So this is our index, right? Okay. So I can just note it down that I want to use this copy activity And if I want to load this data, this value, I need to say value of index 0 dot last load. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Okay, so I think you will remember it for me. Okay, okay, good job. So now I can just do the same thing for this current load, and this time if I just click on this, what is the source data set? Same one, which is parameterized, which is a very good thing. See, now we do not need to create an additional data set. We can use the existing one because it is parameterized. So what is the value of that table name? I think it is source and table or cars. Yeah, source cars data, if I'm not wrong. Source cars data. I can check. I can check. I can check. I'll simply go to car sales and query editor. By the way, it's night here now. I just went on a walk and I bought some multigrain uh, bagels. I will just cook it because I haven't eaten anything since the morning. Yes, it is true. So I will make bagels and I will just add McCain patty and that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. And I will have my protein shake. Meal of the day. It's sorted. Select asterisk from source cars data. Yeah, I'm right. I'm right. See? So same thing. Instead of picking the whole table, we will pick query, and instead of first row only, we need to query select. This time, what we need to pick? We need to pick the maximum date ID of the current load of the current data existed in SQL database and table source cars data. Perfect. Select max of date ID. Date ID. Okay. And I will add an alias. I will say max date. Okay. From source. Oops. Source and cars data. Perfect. Do you want to see the output of this? I can just deactivate this activity and I can activate this activity. Output should be same, not value wise, but the syntax wise. Let me just debug it. And it is always a good approach to always have a look, obviously, how you can just type the dynamic content before having a look on the result of the query. So this way you can just deactivate other queries and you can just actually see the output of one activity, and you can just save the syntax somewhere, because obviously every activity gives or returns a different syntax. You need to be proficient enough to use that syntax dynamically in expression builder. So I can just click on output and same thing. See, syntax is exactly same, value, and then we have an array. The only thing that we need to remember is this is max date, and that was, I think, last load, if I'm not wrong. I can just see, yeah, that was last load. So now it's time to activate everything. Oh really? Yes, now it's time to activate everything. So I will activate this. I will activate, this is already activated. Now I will just activate this copy data activity. I will say copy increm data. So this is our initial load, we know, but still we need to apply incremental logic because we need to make a production ready pipeline. That means we will be using only one pipeline for initial load and for incremental load, both the things. Ansh Lamba is on fire. So in source, what will be our source? Obviously SQL database. So I will just pick SQL database. What is our table name? Obviously we should pick query. That's a good one, but we need to give table name. So it is source cars, oops, cars underscore data. Okay, perfect. Now here is the part where we'll be using the output of these two activities in the query. You remember the architecture? We need to pick greater than this date, less than equals to this date. Perfect. Awesome, man. See, you're learning a lot. You are actually learning how to implement the things using real technologies instead of I don't want to take names, but you are smart enough that what I'm talking about, and I don't know like why people do this. Can't help, can't help. Don't worry. Now you have found me. I have found you all, my data fam. So copy activity. Inside this, I will click on this box. I will add dynamic content. Okay. I will simply write my query. Oops. That's my personal file. So I will simply say select asterisk from source cars data. Perfect. Where date ID, okay, greater than, now we need to use that output, and for that we first need to connect it. So I will simply click on cancel because I will first connect it. So here's the success node. By the way, there are total 4 nodes, as you can see. Oops, as you can see here, this is success, and there are other 4. This is skip, this is on success, this is on completion, this is on failure. So it depends how you want to connect your pipelines activities with each other. So these are 4 nodes available. Basically, we either use, I can't standardize this statement by the way because it totally depends. So it is pure subjective according to the requirement. So you can actually pick any node. So for this scenario, we will pick success because we first need to make sure that this activity succeeded, right? So I will simply connect this node with this one and with this one. Now we can just type that query, and now we are able to use the output of these 2 activities. I was just watching one video just to have fun, and I was seeing that. So let me be honest, that video was really good, but in that project, the project was already built, and the video was all about how project looks like. So it was going like, see, this is the pipeline, see, this is the data set, see, this is this, see, this is this, see, this is this. Man, we want to know how you have done that. So instead of showing that what you have done that, we are like more inclined towards learning how you have done that. So again, bro, I see, one thing is just focusing on others, like why they are doing this thing, why they are doing this thing. The second option is just look at the things that they are not doing, that are not filled in the market, or let's say the gaps that we have. Try to fill those gaps, and that's it. Let everyone does whatever they want to do, because obviously you cannot control them. You can just control myself. Like I'm just talking to myself right now, so I can just control myself. So I think one thing is just pinpointing everything, but I don't think so that will be a solution. The best solution is, Ansh, just fill those gaps, just provide the quality content. I know lots of creators are obviously like I can't say that they will be not happy, but that's the reality. Obviously that's the reality that I have to face, right? So the only thing that I can consider is you guys are supporting me, you guys love me a lot. So that's all I should consider right now. That's all I should have in my mind. That's it. I know they are very big creators, I know they're very popular, but okay, I have just started my journey. So I'm just being very raw. I am not adding any filters in front of me that do this, I have done this, I have done that. No. I have decided to share my knowledge. That's it. That's it. I'm also a learner. I'm also a learner. I'm just trying to share the knowledge that I have currently, or the knowledge that I'm gaining with the time. I want you also to learn and grow. I feel so happy when I just read messages that you are placed and you just cracked the interview. I feel so happy. I feel so happy. So that's all. Like, I don't know. I can't share my feelings with anyone because obviously I don't have friends in the industry as well. Like, I don't chat with anyone, or I'm not receiving any support from the creators at all. Let me be very honest. So I'm just very isolated from this whole world of creators. So I just prefer creating videos just for you so that you can learn and enjoy. That's it. And that's all I want. So that was the thing that was revolving right now in my head. So I thought like just to spit it out. That's all. That's all. Yeah. So let's click on this. Let's click on this and let's build our expression builder and add a dynamic content. Okay, just click on add dynamic content and then you can just click on this box. And when you click on this box, again, we will just write the same query, but this time you will see magic, not a magic, a kind of magic. What is magic? What is magic? Magic is something like you were not expecting that and that happened. That's a magic, bro. So this time you can say, yeah, it's magic. So we will write select asterisk from source cars data where date id, okay, greater than. Now earlier we were not seeing this option activity outputs, but now we are seeing. That's a great thing. Okay, so now we just need to pick this activity current load and last load. So first I will pick last load because I want to query my data greater than last load. I will click on this. Simple. Now again, this is a mess, and obviously this is not from my side. This is the feature of Azure. So there's a good way to tackle it. Basically, it just adds the @ in the beginning. We just need to remove that @ in the beginning. We just need to add @ here. That's it. That's it. Okay. And now again, what is the issue here? Why I'm seeing a red mark? I have already solved this issue before, if you remember. Exactly. We need to encapsulate this value in curly braces. Why? If I don't put curly braces, let's say if I don't put curly braces, this statement will be executed like, do you know like how it will be executed? It will take where date id greater than this value, this will treat it as a value because that makes sense, right? This is a string column, this is a string, not a string column, like this is a string box in which we are just writing our statement. So it will just treat it as a value. And now when I just put here curly braces here, now Azure is smart. It knows that, hey, they have provided curly braces. That means this is not the real value. No, the value is inside this variable. See, I hope now you know. Now I will put and date id less than equals what, which one? Current load. You are smart. Now it has not added @ y because it just adds @ one time, and like it considers like whole activity as one activity, one dynamic content. It's your responsibility to add it. Don't worry, the more you will be working with Data Factory, you will just absorb this thing. Don't worry. Like I was also the one who was thinking like, why? But don't worry. Now you have this Ansh Lamba, who himself is a mess. So yeah. So what? Why there's a problem to being a mess? So this is done. Let me just click on OK. Our source is done. Our source is done. Do you want to see the do you want to click on preview data? This is actually a good way. So, but when you will be just putting here preview data, it will ask me to provide the value because there's a dynamic content. So just leave it. Don't worry. We will just test it when we will just running the pipeline, and don't worry if it fails or anything. It's fine. It's part of your development. That's how you develop. You cannot develop the complete pipeline in one go. No. If you are building a simple pipeline, yes, you can. But if you are just building production ready pipeline, you are building industrial pipeline, obviously you need to build every single activity one by one. You see the output, you see the errors, you debug it, you proceed further. That's the steps. That are the steps. Okay, perfect. Now, what is the sync? Finally, it's time to talk about data lake. So, as you know, my data fam, this is our data factory, right? Okay, this is our source, which is SQL DB. Where we need to store this data? We need to store this data in the data lake, in the bronze container, right? So we need to create a link service with data lake, bronze container. Very good. Very good, very good, very good. So now we do not have any data set and we do not have any linked service. But do you know, if even if you do not create linked service from here from manage tab, you can create linked service from here as well. So that is the way that we can just create linked service. So click on plus new, and this time what is our data? Like where is our data stored? It is Azure Data Lake Gen 2, not Gen 1, Gen 2. Click on continue, and in what format you want to store the data? I want to store my data in the Parquet format as you talked about, right? So I will simply click Parquet, click on continue, and I will call this dataset as dataset bronze. Dataset bronze. Yes, yes, sir. Dataset bronze, and link service we do not have, so we will click on plus new. So I will call it as ls data lake. Okay, then subscription, this one, storage account name I need to find. I think it was cars Ansh data lake. Yes, this one. In your scenario it will be just one storage account, so it will be very easy to find. So I will just test the connection. Okay, so click on create. Okay, perfect. So now it is asking me to provide the path within the linked service. I will just click on browse button. I will give bronze. Okay, within bronze I don't have anything, but we can create folder as well. How? You just need to add directory name. I will call it as raw data, let's say. And what will be the file name? I will not pick any file name, so it will be automatically given. So yeah, it's fine. Okay, click on OK. We do not need to import the schema, don't worry. So this is done. This is done. I want to see if it is working fine or not. So what I will be doing, I will simply activate this first. Okay, I will simply click on activated. I will go to mapping. I will click on import schemas. Oh man, I just need to give this value. So let's give this value because it is important, right? So what we decided, we can just query this thing from here. It will be very good. So as we know, we have picked two queries. First is select asterisk from water table. I will run it. I will provide this value. Okay, this is our parameter one. This one, last load. Okay, provide this value. And what is this value? Second one, it is select maximum. Don't worry, it will not ask us to provide this value like by hard coding it. No, 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 we are just trying to see the output of it. That's why I'm just trying to run that just for now. So that's why I'm just providing this value. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. So max date id from source. Let's see what is the maximum value. So this is the maximum date id that we have. Okay, provide this value, click on OK. So now it will just provide us the mapping so that we can just actually map the schema. What is wrong here? Fail to import source schema, invalid column name, dt000, invalid column name, dt00. Oh, why it is treating it as column name? Wait. Let me just. Oh, okay. See, that is a good thing to just see the mapping before actually doing it. So the thing is, if you remember, I just asked you to note down the name that we just saw. If I just click on the blank canvas, still we have this output available. If I just click on this, see, currently we did not even use the index. Currently we are just using the whole value. But exactly what is the value here? This is the value. This is the value that we want to provide. So we just need to give this value, and yes, then only it will be able to actually fetch the data. So what you'll be doing, we will just go to copy activity, and let me just see the name here. It is max date. Okay, let me just provide that value. So if you just go to source, click on query. So what is it is trying to do? It is trying to do where date id greater than output. It is just trying to compare the value based on the whole output. But what we decided, we will give output dot value of index 0 dot last load. Okay, same thing here, output dot value. This is the expression builder. You will just learn how to work with this with experience, so don't need to worry. just follow the instruction that I am providing right now, that you need to pass the index from that array. So I think that makes sense now why I'm using this. Value 0 because that is an index. Dot, I think max, what was the value? I think max date, I guess. Let me just see. Let me just click OK. Let me just see. I think it was max. Yeah, it was max date. So okay. So now it is querying this activity dot last load and then date less than greater than equals to this. And actually we can do one more thing, because I'm not sure it will throw an error or not, because if you just remember, we have just put the data type as string. So just to be on the safer side, I just want to add one single quote here, because this is a string query and we need to just if you just write SQL, let me just tell you what do I mean, because I have seen sometimes these errors whenever just I miss something. So the query actually is select asterisk from, I'm just giving you the demo, okay, where date ID greater than, what do I actually need to mention? Do we need to mention this dt 00000, or we need to mention this, we actually need to mention this single code? So we will be just applying add single code here, and then we will be just using this value. So I think it can just throw an error, so I'm just, to be on the safer side, I've just added the single code. You can just try it without and with. I think it should not throw an error when we are just adding one single code. Let's see. Click on OK. Okay, now I think everything is good. So I just want to run this pipeline, or I want to just debug this pipeline. Is it done? No, 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 no. We are just trying to validate that it is able to copy the data and putting the data into the data lake. Once it is done, once it has copied the data, then we will just attach the stored procedure which will update the value of watermark table. Got it? Very good. So let's see. Let me just refresh it. Let me see how it goes. Oh, okay, it is successful. Okay, it is successful. So if you want to see what exactly happened behind the scenes of copy activity, you can just click on the goggles, click on this is actually a details button, click on this, and it will show you how much data it has read, like rows, and then how much data it has written. You will see, bro, it has read 270 KB of data, but why it has just read 61 KB of data? So actually, Parquet is a kind of compressed file format, so it reduces the size of the data. That's another big thing regarding Parquet. But if you just look at the rows, it is same 1849, 1849. That means we have the data, we have successfully loaded the data. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now we know that it is done. Now we can just add the further activity, which is watermark table. Okay. So for that, we will just use stored procedure activity, which is this one. Just type stored procedure and drag it here. And then we will call it as, click on this, we will call it as watermark update. Simple, simple. Click on settings, and then it will ask for link service. And I think we already have link service, this one. What is the stored procedure? So it will just list it will just list all the stored procedures stored within this link service or within this database. Click on this drop down, and we have update watermark table. If you remember, we created it. Well done. Now it is asking me, do we have any parameters? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. We have a parameter called last load. That's what we are using to update the file, right? So we will simply click on import. So it will automatically import the parameters. So it has imported last load automatically. If it does not, you can manually put it as well, but it is absolutely good if it does it automatically. So what is the default value? We do not want to give the default value. So we'll simply give the value. So what is the value? What is the value? What is the value? So if you remember, we need to update this watermark table with this value, current load. So currently we have value in the watermark table as dt00000. This time it will store the maximum date ID, correct? You got it, man, you got it. So how we can do it? Simply connect this activity, then click on settings, then click on value, add dynamic content, then pick the output of current load. This one, again the same steps, value of array 0 dot max date. Perfect. Click on OK. Click on OK. Now this is your end-to-end pipeline for incremental loading. Why? Because now let me just explain you the whole flow that we have created. So this is the last load, which is by default the least ID. Okay, less than least ID basically to load all the pipelines. Okay, load all the data in the pipeline. Okay, this is done. This is the maximum current date available in the data stored in the database. Then we will apply copy data based on greater than this, less than, equals to this. Okay, perfect. Once it is done, it will update the watermark table with the value is this one, so that next time in the next run, in the incremental run, this value will be this one, will be this one, right? Because this is the last load based on this stored procedure. So this is the whole pipeline that will be running. Boom, 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 boom. Now I want to test this pipeline. I'm so excited to test this pipeline. Do you want to test this pipeline? I want to test this pipeline because now it is running absolutely fine. So how we can test it? Let me show. Let me just click on the debug button and let's see. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, my dear fam. I'm so hungry. I will make my food after this. Ooh. Let's see. But I won't eat anything before this pipeline runs successfully. Yes. This is the priority right now, right? Because you all are spending time, you all are learning from my videos, so this is the priority. Okay, 2 activities have run fine. So now it is running copy data activity, and we can also validate the data into the data lake. Okay, let's see. And once the data is loaded, we will just validate. Oh, this failed, man. This failed. Why? We want to know the reason. Click on this. Transaction count after execute indicates a mismatching number of begin and commit statement. Previous count equals to 0 and current count equals to 1. Let's see what just happened because our data is loaded. We can just confirm this thing. I will just go to my bronze container. I will simply, oh, we have a folder that is raw data. This one, I will click on it. Oh, this is the data. And obviously this is a random name given to the file, and you can just expand it and you can see it is in the Parquet format. This is absolutely fine. We love it. Now there's an issue with the updating the watermark table. Let's see what is it. So if you just closely observe, there's an error related to stored procedure for sure because it is written right and it failed at the stored procedure step. So I will just bring the code that I have used to create the stored procedure, and I think there's something missed by me. So I will just simply go to my server database. Basically, click on this query editor, click on this query editor preview. Oh man, login. Okay, perfect. Let me just paste the code. Luckily I just saved that code to my notepad. So basically I just looked at my code and I just saw that I missed this statement, that is commit transaction. Whenever we use begin transaction, we always use commit transaction, and I forgot to use the transaction. That's why it is throwing an error related to that. If you just closely look at that, see, it is saying that you have not used commit. Why Anshlamba? Because I forgot, because I was hungry, right? Okay, no worries. Oh, these are behind the scenes. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Okay, so basically it's very simple to fix. So I would need to just drop this stored procedure and I can just recreate it quickly. So I will simply say drop procedure or stored procedure, I said, I think, or procedure. I think drop procedure. Let's see. Drop procedure, this procedure name. Let's drop it and then recreate it. Okay, it dropped. Oops. It dropped. Now we can just run it. Okay, it is successful. Okay, now we can just try to rerun this pipeline because we do not need to change anything because name is fine, parameter is same, so we just dropped it and recreated it after adding that line. But we need to drop the data which is in the bronze layer, because otherwise it will just create a duplicate copy there, and we do not want that. So we'll just clean this folder, we will just delete it. Let's rerun this pipeline again and let's see the result. Let's see. Do not feel bad whenever you see the errors. Do not feel bad. Trust me. Errors will make you strong. Just kidding. Errors will definitely make you more skillful. Errors will definitely enhance your debugging skills. And just feel happy whenever you see errors and just try to debug it. Now someone will say, what if what if you will see errors during the interview? It's fine. It's fine. You just need to know how to tackle those situations. You can easily say these things to the interviewer that it's okay to see the errors, because in the real life we see the errors. You can also ask the interviewer, if you're confident enough, that don't don't do not your developers see the errors when they build the pipelines. So common sense, right? See, we saw the errors, we fixed it. Simple, simple, and we know how to just debug it. So if in future you will see this kind of error, you will instantly get triggered that, hey, I saw this error when I was building that project and it is related to commit transaction. Let's see if we have missed something there. That's how you connect, right? That is the whole intent of creating projects. It's not just about putting these projects in the resumes. Even if you have landed a job, you are supposed to build more and more projects, because you will be more skillful, you will be upskilled, you will be tackling with more and more errors, and you will get to know how to tackle those errors. So it's not just about putting these projects in your resume. That's the whole intent. No, no, bro. That is just one part of it, that create the projects and put it in your resume and just be placed. That's it. Really? No. Enhance your skills. You should be in love with your work, man. Okay. So now it is done. Now it is done. Ansh Lamba, just show us the results, because now it's time to celebrate. And I know that you are hungry, so just cook your food and just show us the result. Okay, okay, okay. So first of all, we will go to bronze layer. We can just refresh it. Obviously, we will see data, and we saw the data. Just to validate it, we can simply click on these goggles. 1849 records. Very good. Now the biggest validation. So now this water table should have the updated date ID. Instead of 00000, it should have the maximum date ID. Let me check. Let me just go to the bronze layer. Let me go to the home tab. Let me just go to the database again, putting my credentials again. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me just query that table. Select asterisk from water table. I should see maximum date ID. Please, I'm really hungry. Please show me the good result. Please. Boom! Boom. We did it. We. Not just me. We. Because I know my data fam has already done that. So now you can see our water table is updated with the last load. So now when we will be loading the new data, what do you think? What value it will return? It will return this value, instead of 000000, and this lookup will return a new maximum ID, the maximum value of the next day. Boom! Now I'm just going to cook some food and eat. You can also enjoy, you can also celebrate, because you have developed an end-to-end pipeline for incremental load. Now we have completed our pipeline in the Azure Data Factory, and we will be now using Azure Databricks to create the transformed one big table, right? To create, let me just show you the architecture, bro. So we have successfully completed this phase where we have prepared the data source, pulled the data, and we created an incremental data pipeline, which will just bring the incremental data. Love you, my data fam. Love you. And now we'll be using Azure Databricks to transform this data, to apply some transformations. I know the data is already clean, but still I want to just show you so that you can just learn some Pyspark transformations. Plus, here's a tip for you. If you want to learn Pyspark in detail, Pyspark is a different field. Pyspark is a different domain, you can say, in itself, because it's a very vast area. If you want to learn Pyspark, here is your boy Ansh Lamba has already created one 6 hours plus long video just to make sure that you can learn Pyspark in detail. 6 hours long Pyspark video. So I will just attach the link to that video as well. You can definitely watch that. Just to make sure that video is not required to proceed further in this project. Don't worry, because we are not just applying all the transformation. We will be just applying some transformations, so it will be very easy to tackle. But obviously we want to just be an efficient data engineer. You should know how to just use all those functions, so you can definitely check that video and upskill yourself. So next step is creating Databricks workspace, and I cannot miss that with Unity Catalog. Unity Catalog is amazing, man. It's amazing. So we'll be just using Unity Catalog, and we will be just transforming that data into the silver layer. Then we will be just creating facts and dimensions in the gold layer. That is the best part, man. That is the best part. No one is talking about creating the star schema, breaking the one big table. No one. Because everyone is talking about taking the data directly in the form of dimensions and fact, how you can just break that table. Now we will learn how you can just break the one big table into facts and dimensions. We will be just applying joins on the basis of surrogate keys, dimension keys. This knowledge will be very, very, very precious. Trust me. And I'm not lying. You can just validate this information by going on any channel on or any platform. So I'm just putting these efforts just for you guys. Just upskill yourself and choose your mentor wisely. Okay, so now it's time to just cover this phase of project where we are using Azure Databricks. So let's see how we can do that. So I am into my resource group, and now it's time to actually create the Azure Databricks resource. So simply same steps, just click on plus create and simply type Databricks, and here you should just pick this one, Azure Databricks. Don't worry, there are like two services by Microsoft, and we need to just pick the Azure Databricks. We will pick this one as well later on, don't worry, and we'll tell you how and why we need to do this. Okay, just click on this Microsoft Azure Databricks, click on create, and then obviously configuration. First thing, we need to just pick the Databricks workspace name. I will simply say cars Databricks. Oops. Cars Databricks region is UK South. Now you can just pick premium tier if you want to use Unity Catalog, right? And are we using Unity Catalog? Yes, because Unity Catalog is the modern way of accessing Databricks, managing roles, data governance, data security, data catalogs, everything. So we will be using Unity Catalog, and obviously if industry is adapting Unity Catalog, it's our responsibility to actually work with Unity Catalog. Just forget about the old days of doing it like mounting and all, and just forget about that. Okay, so if you want to use Unity Catalog, you have to just pick premium tier. Now you have two options. One is like premium plus role based access controls. So what it will do, so basically if you are using free account, it's fine, you can just pick this premium role based access control, because you will not be charged, right? Because you have like $200. If you are using pay as you go Azure account like me, so you can just pick trial server, like trial database account as well, because you will just get all the features but just for 14 days. And I think it is enough to just complete this project. So I'll simply pick trial, because obviously I'm just getting all the services for 14 days. So why I will not be picking this one, right? Since it makes sense. Now, why do we need to just create manage resource group? Why? So if you are familiar with Databricks, now, so you can just check my Databricks like Databricks full course video. I will just mention the link in the comment section, and I hope like you are like little bit familiar with Databricks. So basically Databricks takes care of our clusters. Databricks takes care of our data that we store in the default storage account. For what? For managed tables. So for that purpose, we need to create a managed resource group which will be managed by Databricks. where it will be putting our clusters, virtual machines, networks, VNets, everything, and we will not be touching it. So basically, we will just create one managed resource group for Databricks so that it can just manage all the resources for us, and it will manage all the overhead for like creating virtual machines, managing clusters, everything. That's why I love Databricks. So just pick any name. I try to just pick the similar name so that whenever we need to just remove the resources, it is very easy to remove it. Or if we just want to check anything, we can just check it. Okay. So Ansh, one quick question. Okay. I know your question. So you will be saying, bro, you said that we will be using Unity Catalog. So why we need to just create this managed resource group? So the thing is, yes, we will be using Unity Catalog where we will be storing our data. But in case of clusters, we have to use this managed resource group. Okay, just for the sake of clusters, that's it. Because we do not worry about default storage account because we will be using Unity Catalog. By the way, Unity Catalog is very much in demand right now, and it is open source now. Like they have just made it open source like in the last conference, I guess. Yeah, they have just made it open source, and it is very important to track the lineage, to just assign the roles, to have the like one-stop solution to manage all the catalogs. Like it's very good. I will just show you, don't worry. So managed resource group name, I will just simply pick managed, and then I will pick same name, managed Azure car project, because it will be easy to track, right? Yeah. Okay, next, just click on review plus create. That's it. Okay, so it will be just validating it, and it is validated. Click on create. So now it will create our Azure Databricks workspace. Azure Databricks. Databricks is very much in demand. Very much in demand. And obviously, see, Spark is in demand, right? And Databricks is the creator of Spark. Like the creators of Databricks and creators of Spark are same. So obviously you can just imagine like they know very much about how to just tune the optimizations and like everything. I have heard that people do also work with Snowflake a lot. I personally love Databricks more, so it's about choices, right? So there are basically two types of groups. One group like Delta Lake, Databricks, and Azure. Other group like they are more inclined towards Iceberg, which is the alternative for Delta Lake. So Iceberg, Snowflake is the alternative for Databricks, and AWS, like it's alternative to Azure. So there are like two types of group. I'm into Azure group, Azure Delta Lake Databricks. That's the best combination. And just wait for the fabric. It will just change the dynamics of whole data engineering domain. Just wait for it. Like lots of services are in preview, and hopefully I will be just creating many videos for fabric as well. So the thing is, most of the services are in preview, so we have to just build something, we have to just test it, and we have to see like how it is working and how it is like comparable enough with Synapse. And also don't worry, your boy will just create videos for fabric as well. Just hold on, just hold on. And it's a great tool. It's a great tool, trust me. It's a great tool, and it is a tool for present, uh and I would say it is a tool for near future and future, not for present, because lots of their services are in preview, but services are so powerful. Like I was just exploring and I was just trying to build so many stuff. Yeah, so lots of content is already queued for fabric. Don't worry, I will create lots of videos so you can just learn. Because the thing is, I believe fabric will come like this, boom. And in fabric, we have so many services, we have so many tools, we have so many integrations, and at that time data engineers will be feeling like, what, how can we just cover all these things? And trust me, then people will be rushing towards like how we can just learn this, how we can just learn that. And obviously they will be just finding some good resources for those technologies, right? Because they it is deployed because they are supposed to just learn that. And trust me, Fabric will come like this, boom, like it is launched them. Obviously, it is launched in the market, obviously, but it is not production ready right now. You cannot just move your data directly to the lake house or in the data warehouse in the Fabric, and you can just move your data to production. No, they have released so many functionalities so that you can just explore. You can just try migrating your small projects, like your small pieces towards Fabric, and see the performance, because they are also upgrading these things. So it's a good thing. We will explore it. Don't worry, bro. So as we know that our Databricks workspace is deployed, so let me just click on this go to resource, and then I will just click on launch workspace. So welcome to Azure Databricks workspace. If this is your first Databricks workspace, I can imagine the excitement right now. Like, obviously, like when I just saw my first Databricks workspace, not the free one, not the community one, the cloud one, because obviously you cannot use all the features and functions in the community one. That is just to practice your Pyspark code and some of the functionalities. I would say Databricks Community Edition is just for the sake of practicing Pyspark code. That's it. I don't think you can actually learn a lot in Databricks using Community Edition. So that is why the real knowledge that you gain is with Databricks connected with any cloud platform. And the best cloud platform integration is Azure and Databricks. No, trust me, I'm not just promoting Azure. It's about Azure Databricks is available as a first party service provider. And that's a big thing in Azure. And that's why they are like in their conference as well, you will hear like they just walk hand in hand. So it is very powerful. So as you can see, it is written that free trial will be ending in 14 days and we can anytime upgrade to premium. So it's up to us, and definitely if it is completed in 14 days, it's fine. If not, we can just upgrade it, no need to worry. Okay, so let me just give you a quick overview. So just a reminder, we are using Unity Catalog. As you all know, we will be using Databricks, like all the functionalities. If you want to know Databricks in detail, right? If you want to be a pro Databricks developer, I have created dedicated Databricks course of, I think, uh, 4 to 5 hours long, and you will be learning each and everything. And I have created a dedicated course with Unity Catalog as well, and that is also like 3 to 4 hours long. I will just attach the link to that video in the description, so please go and watch that video if you want to learn about Unity Catalog. Why you will be watching that video? Because Databricks is incomplete without Unity Catalog nowadays. Earlier it was a choice, now it is a need. You have to work with Unity Catalog. So if you are not familiar with Unity Catalog, you should definitely watch that video first. You will be very well versed with Unity Catalog with Databricks. And obviously it's not just about Unity Catalog. You'll be learning a lot about Databricks in that video. That is a pro end-to-end course for Databricks. And if you know a little bit about Unity Catalog and you feel confident, then we can just kickstart our next phase and you can just learn along the way. And obviously if you are a little bit familiar with Unity Catalog, it's fine. You will be learning everything as you will be going along with this video. I will just show you, don't worry. But yeah, if you want to know in detail and if you have zero experience with Unity Catalog, then definitely I will suggest you to watch that video first, because it will give you a good understanding, and that, like, only then you will be just feeling connected with the terminologies that we will be using, functionalities and everything. So it's up to you. If you are just want to learn Unity Catalog through this project, it's your choice. Okay, so let me just give you a quick overview. This is the tab, or you can say area, where they have everything regarding Databricks. First of all, we have Workspace. Workspace is a kind of, you can say, a kind of folder, like parent folder, in which you can store your notebooks, in which you can store your subfolders. You can just maintain the hierarchy, and Workspace stand at the like top of the hierarchy, right? So this is the recent tab. As the name suggests, it is a tab where you can just find your all the recent things that you have opened, whether it's a notebook, it's a workflow, delta live tables, everything. Okay, what is this catalog? This is the main thing, bro. Here you can just manage your databases, your catalogs, your schemas, your tables, your volumes. Volumes? Yep. So volume is a new thing in Databricks. Basically, volumes are at the table level, table or view level, but under this volume, you can store your unstructured data, semi-structured data, basically files, and you can govern those files as well. That's a great thing, right? Yeah. So next thing is workflows. Workflows is like ETL framework that you can just use. It's not just a framework, like you can definitely build pipelines using low or no code. Same to Azure Data Factory. I love working with workflows in Databricks as well. And trust me, it is almost similar to Azure Data Factory. If you know Azure Data Factory, you can easily work with workflows in Databricks. Trust me, because when I just started working with workflows in Databricks, I was like, it is almost similar to Azure Data Factory, and it's good, right? And then our main thing, compute, because obviously we cannot do anything without compute in Databricks. Compute is basically the area where we can create clusters. So obviously we'll be just exploring this area in just few seconds because we need to create a cluster, right? Then this is a tab for basically the data analyst. Data analysts, yeah, they can just create SQL queries using exact SQL UI as they use in PostgreSQL, MySQL, MS SQL, same, right? Then this is the area for data engineering, where you can just schedule runs, job runs, right? Data ingestion. So data ingestion is the area where you can just pull the data using connectors, same way as you do in Azure Data Factory. So they have like multiple connectors. Similarly, we have like multiple connectors in Databricks. Then this is very powerful, and this is a new thing that we have in Databricks, that is delta live tables. So delta live tables is also an ETL framework. So why we have like two frameworks? So basically, workflows is like a traditional ETL framework where we just schedule everything. DLT, that is delta live tables, is a declarative ETL framework where we do not need to mention the steps how to do. We just mention like what actually we need to do. So basically, we do not need to take care of anything. So let's say I'm just creating a streaming table. So I do not need to just take care of any checkpoint location, anything. Or if I just want to modify the schema, modify the table name, I do not need to do anything. I just need to tell what to do. That's it. That's it. That's a new thing. That's a very good thing. Don't worry. We'll be covering these areas as well in the future. So hold on, bro. This channel is for you to gain knowledge. Don't worry. You are just getting all the knowledge. I I was about to say something else, so don't worry. We are not comparing ourselves with anyone else. Okay. So now next thing is machine learning, where you can just building models, like where you can just build models and machine learning models. Then we have like marketplace. So marketplace, similar way as we have marketplace in Azure, where we can just use services provided by the third-party sellers. Similarly, we have here marketplace. Then we have partner connect. So let's say if you want to just connect our lake houses, databases, data warehouses with BI tools, we can just click on this. So this is the main area where you can just see all the services provided by Databricks. Got it? Simple. So first of all, we will be creating a Unity meta store. Let me just write it for you. We will be creating Unity meta store. Okay. Because when we create Unity meta store, only then we can create compute, because we get different kind of cluster when we just enable Unity catalog. Okay. So we first need to create a Unity meta store, and then we will attach our Databricks workspace, this one, to this Unity meta store. And when we create that, our Unity catalog is turned on. So for that, we need to do that. So now the question is how we can create a Unity meta store. You cannot create a Unity meta store using your Databricks workspace. What? Yes, you cannot. You have to go to admin console of Databricks. And how to go there? It's a mess. So first of all, the easiest way is just go here, tap to your name, like it will show your name. Obviously, my name is Ansh Lamba. So if you just click on this workspace name, just click on this drop down, and you will see all the Databricks workspace right now, okay, in your account. Then at the end, it is saying manage account. But I think if it is your first Databricks account, you will not see this manage account button. So how you can just bring this manage account button? So basically, there's a link. I will just show you, don't worry. So you need to just go there, and if you want to go there, it will ask you to provide the Entra ID account. For that, just go to your home tab of Azure, go to your Entra ID, okay, and then just go to users, okay, and then click on your name, and then this hashtag ID, just copy this and then paste this ID there, and then log in through this hashtag ID. Then you will be able to see this managed account button under your hashtag ID. So what you will do, you will just go to your, I will just show you, don't worry. You got it, like how you need to log in, right? Okay, just hold on till here. I will just show you how you can just do that. So simply go to Google and just type accounts.azuredatabricks.net, accounts.azuredatabricks.net. So simply click on search, and then it will just ask you to provide the continue with Microsoft Enter ID. So now you can just click on this, and you need to just paste your hashtag email ID, just copy from there. If it is asking for a password, you can just reset the password and just create one password, and then you can just be able to log into this console. So just put that password in your case. So now, as you can see, now you have finally landed on the console page. Why it is so tricky? I don't know. I don't know. So if you just click on this name tab, so now you will see you will be logged in as your hashtag account. So now the question is, every time if you want to just log in to this console page, you have to do these steps. Yes. If you want to just eliminate these steps, there is a hack. I can just tell you. So this is your console page, right? There's no fancy stuff that I need to explain, like, but it's very simple. Simply go to users management, right? And then you can just put add user, and then put your email account like this one. I have put my normal email account. So just put your normal email account and assign the role as admin, because only admin can manage the Databricks workspaces. So when you will just put your normal Gmail account instead of this hashtag account, you will be able to see this manage button under your normal Gmail account. I was getting lots of questions regarding these console pages, so I decided to finally tell everything in detail. Obviously, I have just told everything in my previous videos as well, but still, I thought like just give it for like one more time. And this is a detailed overview how you can just get rid of these confusions. So once you just give your admin access to this one, then you will be able to see this manage account here. So if I just remove my this account, let's say I want to remove this, I'm just doing it for you so that you can just understand it. So I will just remove the admin button. Okay, I have removed it. Now I will just refresh it. Now you will see manage button is gone. It is gone, right? So there is no manage button, and this is the same scenario in your case. So when I just log in using my hashtag account, when I say just create my normal Gmail account as admin, when if I just refresh it, I can see the manage button, see manage account. So the thing is, you need to be the admin of that particular workspace, or it's not just about that workspace, like admin of the whole Unity catalog. So sorted. Okay. Now let's talk about how we can just create Unity Metastore. Simply go to catalog. Okay. Now you will see there's already a Metastore built. This is my own Metastore. Okay, that I created in for my previous project. What is this one? What is this one? Metastore Azure UK South. So basically, and this is just created right today at 8:13 a.m. It is just created. So the thing is, whenever we create Azure Databricks Workspace, Azure automatically creates one, or you can say Azure Databricks automatically creates one default Unity Metastore for us. Yes, because obviously it is very common to use Unity catalog. So it imagines that you will be using Unity catalog, but we will not be using this default one. We will be creating our own Unity catalog. So I will simply delete it. I will click on it, and then I will click on these three dots and I will delete it. Simple. So I just need to give the name. So I can just copy it from here and I will give it here, delete. because I want to show you how you can just create your own Unity catalog, because like Unity Metastore, because obviously in future you will be creating like Unity Metastore and you will be just attaching your workspace, because you need to know how to attach your Unity like Databricks workspaces to your Unity catalog, Unity Metastore. See, and one more thing, you can only create one Unity Metastore in region. Like if I have created one Unity Metastore in East US, I cannot create another Unity Metastore in East US. It should be something else. That's why I have pegged UK South for that. Now you know the reason. I don't like that, but just click on Create Metastore. Okay, now we need to just give the name. So I will just say Cars Project. This is my Unity Metastore. Region is UK South. Okay, simple. Now it is asking us for to provide ADLS Gen 2 path. What is that? So again, we need to provide one storage account for that, so that we can just store our default data, right? We can just store our metadata. We can just store all the information there. Yes, simple. So how we can just do this? So there are like two ways. If I just go to my Azure portal account, and if I just go to my home, Azure car project, now we have two options. I can either use my existing external storage lake. Why? Because obviously instead of creating a different storage account, I can just use the existing one. I can click on it. Okay, I can go to containers, and then I can create one dedicated container called Metastore, or called, yeah, just called like Unity Metastore, and I can give that container to Unity catalog, like this Unity Metastore. So it will be using that container to just store all the default data, and it will be used just by Unity Metastore. We will not touch that container. One way is this. Second way is create a separate dedicated account for that. In the real industries, sometimes we use the same account. Sometimes, like, it totally depends upon the work, the load that we need to handle, right? So if we know that we are dealing with big data, then definitely we should just give the dedicated storage account. But in our case, it's not actually a big data, so we can just keep the same storage account. Now, okay, that is sorted. That is sorted. Now what is this thing? Like, why it is asking us for like connector ID? Obviously, just tell me one thing. This is my Databricks workspace. Let me just do it for you. This is my Databricks workspace. Okay, and this is my ADLS Gen 2 data lake. Okay, how this Databricks workspace, okay, will be using this storage account? How? Azure Databricks is a different resource. ADLS Gen 2 is a different resource. How it will use this data lake? How? So there is a service, there is a special resource that is created by Microsoft. So it is called access connector. So what it will do, we will create this resource called access connector, and we will allow this access connector to use data stored in data lake. Sorted. One side is sorted. Then we will import this access connector to the Databricks, so that now Databricks has the permission to use this data. And how we can do this? By simply providing the access connector ID. Simple. These are the steps. So now let's quickly create one access connector. That's why I told you that we will be creating that one. Okay, so let's do it. Just go to your Azure Databricks resource group, click on create, and just type here Databricks. Okay, and then search, and then you will see access connector for Databricks. Okay, just click on this one, then create, and then we just need to provide the name. I will just say cars access connector. Okay, location I'll pick UK South. Okay, then review plus create. Simple. So it will just take, I think, few seconds to create that one. Okay. So once our access connector is deployed, and I think it will be deployed in few seconds. So what we will do, we will assign the, see, it is deployed. Now it is deployed. Let me just go to home, my resource group. Now you can see, let me just refresh it. Yep, Now I can see this access connector. So now what I will do, I will assign this access connector the role of storage blob contributor. What's that? Storage blob contributor. That means it can contribute to this data lake, right? And then we will use the ID of this access connector to the Databricks, so that Databricks can also contribute to this data lake. It's an indirect link, and it is really, really important for data governance and data security. See, now from this project, you are just gaining real world experience how to manage the data. I could have easily uploaded the data in the default storage account, and all these steps will not be needed. But I'm doing these steps for you so that you can just answer the questions in the interviews, so that interviewer will also feel confident, and he or she will feel that you know these stuff. You have already worked with these stuff, right? Everything is for you. So now let's go to our data lake. Go to access control IAM, click on plus, add role assignment. So here we will just select storage, blog, contributor, select this, click next, then select members. First select manage identities, then select members, because if we are just assigning the role to any resource, then we should select managed identity. So manage identity, we need to pick access connector for that, and I will just search my access connector. So here's the access connector, cars access connector. Okay, click select. Okay, review plus assign. This is assigning. Just click for one more time. Now it is adding that role. Okay, so add role is added. Sometime it takes time, like 2 to 3 minutes. So let's see if it is provided or not. So I will simply go to my console page. So now there are two things that I need to give. One is this one, like this. Why it is optional? Why it is optional? All this information is there in that video, don't need to worry. So now we will be just providing this location, don't worry. So container name, add storage account, that this. So now, as I just told you, that we will create a container which will be dedicatedly available for that meta store, Unity meta store. I will click on container. I will say Unity meta store. Simple, simple. Unity meta store. And this is my storage account name. I will copy this car Ansh data lake. So now I will just provide the name Unity meta store. We do not need to write ABFSS because it is understood. At the rate, it is cars Ansh data lake dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Simple. And access connector ID, what is access connector ID? Just go to your resource group, access connector, and now click on it. You will see the resource ID. Just copy this, paste it here. Simple. Yes, click on create. So now it is creating it. Oops, region already taken. What's that? Modern meta store. Workspace is already assigned to a meta store. If you assign a new meta store to this workspace, workload. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. We will just assign our new one. So it is saying that it is already assigned to a workspace. So we'll just detach it and we will just attach our own workspace. Don't need to worry. Simply click on your meta store. Okay, click on it. And then it will be saying configuration. It is fine. Permissions. Click on this. And here you can see Ansh Lamba is the admin and my hashtag account is also the admin. In your case, if this is not the admin like normal Gmail account, you can just add this because it will be required to create the catalog. So you can just click add permission and just add your email account. Security and compliance, it is fine. Now we will just go to catalog. Okay, just click on this. Then you will see this particular catalog, this cars project. Okay, this is my meta store. Now I want to attach my workspace. How I can just do that? Click on workspaces. Now these are your all the workspaces. Click on this one, cars Databricks, because this is my Databricks workspace. I will say open workspace, and now in the Metastore, you will see there is no Metastore attached. So how you can just attach your newly created Metastore to this workspace? Let me just show you. So for that, simply go to catalog, and this is your catalog, cars project, and this is the workspaces. Within the catalog, you have workspaces. Simply click on this, you will see nothing because no workspace is attached to this one. Click on assign to workspace. Now you can just pick any workspace. So you will simply pick this one. Why this is showing error? Because you cannot assign this ADB model, like this is my previous workspace. Why? Because these workspaces are in different region, like East, US. You can only assign the workspace which are in the same region. Okay, and we just have one workspace, right? So simply click on assign. Why I'm telling this? Because you can assign multiple workspaces to one Unity Metastore, and that's what we do in the real life as well. So click on assign, click on enable. So it is saying once we attach our Azure Databricks workspace to this Unity Metastore, then Unity catalog will be enabled for that particular Databricks workspace. It is written. Okay, click on enable. Yes, we want to enable. Please enable it for us. Okay, now it is enabled. Now it is enabled. Okay, now I can simply go to my Databricks workspace and I should refresh it. It is refreshed. Now we have enabled Unity catalog. What are the differences that we can see? We'll tell you, don't worry, bro. Just hold on. Okay, just click on compute. Okay, because we need to create a compute, right? Because we need a cluster to do anything and to just get started with everything. So I will simply click on create compute, and okay, let's create a compute. It is very easy, but it is very important and very risky. Not a risky thing. So the thing is, just click on the policy. First of all, we will just pick the personal use policy, like personal compute. Click on this. Okay, simple. Because if you want to just complete this project, it's very convenient to just use personal compute. No need to worry about the multiple nodes and everything. Single node is enough. Then we need to just pick the runtime. So basically, what is the runtime? Runtime is basically a package in which you get different versions of like Scala, Spark, like R, like everything. And you can just you do not need to actually install any libraries or packages. Everything is like automatically installed on these runtimes. So I will just pick for 15.4 LTS. You should also pick the latest one, that is with LTS long-term support, and you can just see we have Spark 3.5.0, Scala 2.1 like 0.12. Now one question is why we have like multiple runtimes. So the thing is, with every new runtime they fix some bugs, they increase some security, right? They increase the versions of like Spark framework, Scala, everything. So it is good to use the latest one, but with long-term support. Now it is saying terminate after. So it is very important. It is saying if you are not using a cluster for let's say 20 minutes, it will be automatically terminated because Spark clusters are expensive. So it is saying 432 minutes. No, bro. If I'm not using my cluster for 20 minutes, just deactivate it. Okay. Then we have advanced options, and there's no need to worry about the advanced options, just because this is the thing where you can just put extra Spark configurations. And for this, we do not have much. Click on create compute. And then before clicking on this, you can also see that it supports Unity catalog. It is very important to check this. Okay, if it is not showing, just refresh it. I think it should show. Just click on create compute. Now it will take some time to create the compute because it is actually creating the virtual machine behind the scene. It will take few minutes, but we have some work to do till the time it is completed. Simply go to your workspace tab or just simply go to your catalog tab first. Okay, now here's the thing. We know, like, this is our Azure portal account, this is our data lake. We know that we have our data in bronze container, right? In the raw data folder, that is a different story, but we have the data in bronze container. Now we need to create three external locations, one for bronze, second for silver, third for gold, because we need to read data, write data between these containers. So we should have external location for it. And in order to create external location, we should have, let me just write it for you. We should have storage credential. Now what is this storage credential? What is the storage credential? So basically, you remember that you have created your access connector. Yeah, that is your storage credential. So you are saying, hey bro, just create one external location on this bronze container. Databricks will say, okay, I can create. Databricks will ask how I can just access this container, how I can just show that I am eligible to access this connector, like to this data lake, because Databricks are a different resource, Azure is a different resource. Let me just draw it for you. It will be a fun. So this is your Databricks workspace. Okay. This is your data lake. Just try to understand it. It is very important, right? I'm just doing it for you. So this is your Databricks workspace. Okay. Now Databricks workspace will go here and will try to use bronze container to read the data, right? The first step. Okay. Now it will go here. It will go here and it will say, I want to use this data. This Azure will say, show me your identity card. Show me something that you are eligible to use this data. Then Databricks will say, what do I have? Then it will remember that Ansh has created something called storage credential. That means in that storage credential, I will put my access connector, and my access connector has has the permissions to read all the data between any container. So I will import this, will create external location based on this storage credential. Okay, and this will go here and it will show this storage credential ID card. Okay, and it will say, okay, read my data. You can write as well. You are most welcome. Okay, this is the architecture. So let me just go here, Catalog Explorer, click on external data, and I have like 0 external locations because I have not created any. There are two ways to create external location. One is through UI, second is through notebooks as well. So I always prefer creating external location through UI. It is very convenient. And if you want to create external location, you can just create external location through there as well. No need to worry. But for to create external location, you should first create credentials. Click on credentials. Okay, click on create credential, and credential name is, I will say, Creds. Simple. It is asking me for access connector ID. I can just provide the access connector ID, which has the permissions. Which one has the permission? This one. This one, this one, this one, this one. I will click on it, click on resource ID. All these tasks are admin level tasks. And if you say in your resume that you have worked for like in Databricks for like 2 years, for like 3 years, you should know all these things. These are the things which are not readily available everywhere because these things are critical. These things are like hard to explain. These things have some overhead, but once you master these things, then only you can confidently clear your interviews. Trust me, because interviewer will know if you have worked with Databricks for like 2 years, even for like 1 year, you should know how to access data, right? These things are missing. Trust me, I'm just telling you for your sake, you should know all these things. These things are new as well. Unity Catalog is very new as compared to other technologies, right? So you should know all these things. I know these are like overhead to deal with, to deal with all these, but just take notes, just practice, and you will absorb all this knowledge. Okay. Okay, very good. So simply go to your Catalog Explorer, paste your access connector ID here. Okay, and then click on create. It will just create one access connector for you. It is created. Okay, now you can just click on catalog for one more time. This time I will click on external data once again. Then I can create one external location using UI or using code. It is very simple. So I will just create external location using UI. So I will click on it. Okay, then external location name, I will say bronze ext, bronze external, right? Now it is asking me to provide the URL. What is the URL? So URL is abfss and storage name is bronze, like the container name, bronze @ cars unch data lake .dfs .core .windows .net. Simple. And it is asking for storage credentials. We know that it is unch creds. Simple. Click on create. So it will just create external location on the bronze container level. So within that container, I can just read and write everything. Everything means everything. Error code cannot resolve host name. Okay, I think I have just provided wrong spelling for something. ABFS bronze @ cars unch data lake. Or I need to put, I think I need to put slash at the end. Let's try. Yeah, just click on create. Because we need to access everything within that container. Maybe this is the issue or maybe spelling issue. Let's see. Let's see. I think the issue is something else. Cannot resolve the host name. I think I'm just messing up with the spelling name, like the spellings. Car. Oh, it's not cars. It's car. Okay. Okay. Now let me just hit create for one more time. User do not have external location on Metastore. Oh, do you know about this error? It's just a basic error and it is very important to debug it. So the thing is, it is not actually an error. So let me just show you. If you just go back to our console page, so if you just go to the catalog, just select your Unity Metastore that we have just created. Select it and you will see the admin is Ansh Lamba. So what's the big deal? But it's not my normal account. It's my hashtag account. But I am creating my external location using that account. So in order to create anything like external location or catalog, I need to be the admin of Unity Metastore as well. So I will simply click on this edit and then I can just pick my normal account, Ansh Lamba AZ, and then I can just save it and then I can just create it, or maybe I need to refresh it, or yeah, it's done. See, it was not an error actually. So I can also test my connection. Let's click on test connection. Yeah, see, all the tests are successful. Done. Similarly, you need to create two more external locations, silver and gold. Try to create it on your own because you know all these steps. I am just doing it in my laptop. You should do it in your laptop PC. Please do it on your own. Please, please, please. Okay. So let me just quickly create more locations. Okay. Catalog, external data. So now I can just go to create external location. Similarly, I will simply say silver ext and same thing abfss. This time I need to pick silver @ car unch data lake .dfs .core .windows .net. Okay, storage credential is same. You do not need to create another storage credential because that storage credential is applicable on the whole storage account. Okay, click on create. It is done. Let me just create one more, that is for gold. External data, create external location. Now I'll simply say gold ext. Okay, let me just provide the location and this time my container is gold. Credential is this one, same. Click on create. Simple. Done bro, done. We have created all the external locations for all the layers: bronze, silver, gold. Boom. Now we can just read and write the data in all these three containers, and we know that what we need to do is we need to pull data from bronze, we need to apply transformations and need to store that data in the silver container. And I think our compute is also ready, so we are all set to use our Databricks notebook. So let's do it. So we have successfully created all the external locations for all the containers. Now finally, let's create our workspace. Yeah, just a folder. So just click on this workspace tab, and obviously we have nothing here for now, but we will be having one. amazing workspace. Okay, so let me just click on this create button. No, not from here. We will first go to workspace, then only it will just create the workspace under workspace parent folder. Okay, just click on create, then we will be creating a folder, and I will call it as, let's say, cars project. Okay, just a folder name, bro. You can just give it like any name means any name. Then click on create for one more time, because this time we will be creating a notebook. Okay, just click on notebook, and boom, this is your notebook. If you are familiar with Jupyter notebook, this is similar to that one. Obviously this has like more functionalities, but I'm just talking about the UI, the cells that we run the code within. So this is similar to that one. If you are not familiar with Jupyter notebook, so I will just tell you, hold on, do not need to worry. First of all, bro, we know that our Databricks workspace trial will be ending in 14 days, so get lost. Okay, first thing first, we should always give a cute name to our notebook. Okay, so just click on this, and then I will just name it as, I will name it as Silver Notebook, because we are just preparing a Silver container. We are just pushing the data to Silver by transforming it. So this is Silver Notebook. Perfect. This is done. Now, the most important thing, that we created cluster. Now it's time to connect that cluster to our notebook. So simply go to this connect button. Then this cluster will be running here. Just check the green sign. If not, you can just restart your cluster, because obviously if you just pause the video and you didn't do it right away, then definitely it will be terminated. So you can just turn that cluster on, no need to worry. So this is your home page. Okay, and the I will just click on these three bars, because I do not need this area now. So I will just simply close this to have more space, and I can just simply click on this catalog button, because it will be very handy, very handy in order to just see each and everything. So I can just collapse this as well. Okay, okay. So obviously you would be familiar with Databricks. Okay, you know, like we have some magic commands, we have different languages available within Databricks that we can use in the notebooks. One is Python, SQL, R, and Scala. What is this Markdown? Markdown is not a language. So this is basically used to create the headings, subheadings, titles within the notebook, to make the code readable by like other developers as well, and by you as well, obviously, because it is very like, you will be forgetting your own code right after some time. So that's why it is always suggested to keep your notebooks neat and clean, the physical notebooks and Databricks notebooks as well. See, nostalgia. That's why we learn to just keep our notebooks neat and clean. Why? Because they knew, our teachers knew that we would be working with Databricks notebooks in the future, right? Really? Not really. Yep. So first of all, I will just give one markdown. So I will simply click on it. So it will create one markdown cell for me. And let's say I will pick heading number 1. Okay. And this is the biggest size of heading available. So I can simply say create catalog, because obviously we need to create catalog, right? Or I can just show you how you can just create catalog from the UI as well, but it's fine. I can just show you from here as well. Not a big deal. So create catalog, I will simply run it by hitting shift plus enter together. Okay. So see, this is your heading within the notebook. Okay. So simple, create catalog. So I will simply say create catalog, and I will name it as cars catalog. Simple. I will just run this. So it will just create a catalog for us. Catalog is equivalent to, you can say, database is Synapse, or database in any other cloud tool. So here we call it as catalog, and within catalog we create schemas. Yes. We have some different naming convention in Databricks, but if you just match the hierarchy, I'm just talking about that perspective. So do not get confused. Okay. So our catalog is done. That's a good deal. Okay, so now within this catalog, we need to create schemas. So actually, we will create two schemas. One is silver, second is gold, because obviously in the silver, we will be creating one big table so that if maybe any data scientist wants to use that data, they can use it, right? So we will be creating two different schemas, and that is another like real-time scenario where we need to keep our data model, which is dimensional data model star schema, different from the enriched data, which is in the silver layer, right? Okay, perfect. So now I will simply say markdown again, and I will pick heading 1 this time as well. So I will say create schema. I will run it, and now this time I will say create schema, and now I need to mention the catalog as well under which I need to create my schemas. So car schema, oh no, car schema, no, cars catalog dot schema name is silver. Simple, let me just run it. So similarly, I will create one more schema that is for gold. So I will simply click on plus code, and I will simply write create schema cars catalog dot gold. Simple, let's run this. Okay, done. So I think we can just keep this notebook just for, let's say, catalog and schema. So we can just rename it. Simply click on this, and we can say instead of silver notebook, we can just say it as DB notebook, because we are just creating databases, that is schema and then catalog. So we can just keep this notebook just for this purpose. Okay, and let's create one more notebook. So I will simply click on these three bars, then click on workspace, then go to this create button, then create notebook. Perfect. Now we can attach our notebook to the same cluster as we know. Okay, now let's read the data, because now we have catalog ready. Now we have database ready, that is schema. Now we can read our data, we can transform our data, and we can save that data into the silver layer. Okay, let's do it. So again, same thing. Let's close this to have more space. Okay, let's create markdown. This time I will use a magic command to create markdown. So what is that? What is that? Bro, it is percentage MD. Now, if you just write anything under this, it will be treated as markdown. Okay, simple and fast. So I will simply say, uh, let's create a heading of heading 1. Okay, data reading. Simple. Okay, so now we will be using Pyspark API. What? Basically, we can use multiple languages: Python, R, Scala. So if we use Python with Spark, it becomes Pyspark. So it is basically a Python API. So we will be using Pyspark for that. Now, again, here's a gift for you. If you want to learn Pyspark in detail means really in detail, I have created dedicated video on Pyspark as well. It is, I think, of 6 hours long, and I have covered almost all the functions of Pyspark, everything from scratch. So I will just attach the link to that video as well, so you can just go and check that video and upskill yourself. Is that video a prerequisite to continue with this project? Actually no, because we not gonna use like all the functions, and trust me, I will just explain all the functions that I'm using, so you can just grasp that information from this project as well. But if you will ask me, should we watch that video after this project video? Definitely yes. Am I promoting my video? Actually not, because if you are just applying for like jobs, or even not, like you are not even applying for the jobs, you are just becoming more and more upskilled every day, and you're just improving every day. So I would say just be a pro developer of Pyspark. You should know how to just work with different functions. So it is my recommendation, and it is up to you. If you want to upskill yourself, and if you want to be competitive in the world of data engineering, then definitely you should just be very well versed with Pyspark functions. And obviously you become a pro with the course of time, but for that you should have that knowledge. So it's up to you, it's up to you. So let's read the data. Okay, so we will be creating a TF. What is that? A data frame. So df equals to, then we write something called as spark dot read dot format. Let me just increase the size of this so that you can just watch what I'm doing. Oh, it is too big. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so now we need to just define which format of data that we have in bronze. In our case, it is Parquet. So I will simply write Parquet. Simple. Now I want to go to the next line. Why? Because I do not like to write all my code in one single line. So I will simply enter backslash, and now I can hit enter and tab just to make our code indented. Okay, so now do not follow its guidelines because it is just recommending us code. Do not need to worry. That is the power of AI. We do not need to look at that. Okay, so our format is done. So now what we can do? Now we can do something called as dot option and infer schema equals true. Now Ansh Lamba, tell us about infer schema. So basically, infer schema is a function that allows Spark to read some of the records from the files and guess the best possible schema for our data set. And in most of the scenarios, it guesses right. So, and we do not need to define our schema. So it saves our time a lot. So that is a good thing. And I really use this function a lot. So you can also use this. Okay, infer schema. Now I can say dot load, and we need to define the location. In our scenario, we have to use ABFSS location path, as you all know. Okay, so now there's a format of this. And what is the format? It is very simple. We first need to give our container, which is silver, at the rate storage account name. It is car Ansh data lake. Simple dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Within that, I remember that we created one folder. Let me just check it. Let me just go to this data lake container and then silver. Oh, sorry, not in silver. Obviously, we do not have anything in silver. Bronze. So in bronze, we have something called raw data. Okay, let me just give that here. Raw data. Okay, simple. Yes, simple. Do we need to define the file path like file name? No, because that is the power of data lake. It can actually read the whole folder and it can treat it as a data source. So do not need to mention the file name. Okay. Then what we need to do? Nothing. Actually nothing. So now we can just run this code, like run the cell. So it will just read that data. And how it can just read the data? Because we have created our external location. So it has access to read that data. Okay, 111. Oh, yeah, I know. We have just given silver instead of bronze because we are reading data from bronze. So my bad. So sorry, so sorry, so sorry. Let me just rerun it. So it is just reading the data. Done. See, our data is read, successfully read. Ooh, it's so cold here. Ooh. Okay, so, oh, I forgot to mention, like, give the name. Okay, this notebook is called as Silver Notebook. Simple? Yes, bro. Simple, simple, simple. Okay. Now, if you want to display the data, there are basically two options. One is df.show that I personally hate it. Like it looks yuck. I can just show you. df.show. It gives you like 90s vibe. Why I'm talking about like 90s? I was born in 2000. I haven't seen 90s, but still like I don't feel good like working with this particular UI. Yuck. So do not need to worry. We Gen Zs have another option. So df.display. I love this function. I love this function. So when I just run this, you can see the difference. Okay, see, this is the UI that we want. This is the UI that we should always see in front of our eyes. Like why we should see that particular UI. So it is updated now. I am glad that we have this. So basically we can also use display function in another way. Oh really? Yes, we can, and that is recommended by Databricks as well. I don't know why I just prefer this way of using it. I don't know, but the other way of using it is just write display first and then encapsulate df inside it. Same thing, and it is recommended by Databricks as well. But Ansh Lamba, being Ansh Lamba, loves using this. And I will be using this particular way of displaying data till the time it is available. Obviously, I cannot use it once it is like removed by Databricks, but till the time it is available, I'm gonna use this. Stop me if you can. Okay. Be serious, Ansh. Be serious. Okay. Focus. So now you can see our data is ready. Okay, ready? Not really. This is like we have just read the data, and we know that we have done lots of groundwork to actually read the data because we created Unity Metastore, Unity Catalog, Schema, external location, storage credential, everything. This is the difference between actually gaining skills, dealing with real-time data, like practicing real-time roles and responsibilities versus just writing simple code, just building simple code, like just building simple projects. Choice is yours, how you gonna upskill yourself. Ansh Lamba is here to help you all. If you want to be competitive, just hit that subscribe button because that button will open lots of doors. And what doors? Like doors of opportunities for you, because when you just hit that subscribe button, you will be upskilling yourself and you can see the difference, bro. I'm not like just saying it for like sake of saying it, but you can actually feel the difference. Huh. Okay. Ansh, now let's focus. You have just shown us that we can just read the data, we can display the data. Now just tell us how we can just use some powerful transformations using Pyspark, and then we will just load this transform data into the silver layer, and then we will be building our dimensional model, which is a star schema. Okay, perfect. So first of all, I want to break this. What? Not actually break this. As you can see that we have a model ID column. Yes. And we have a hyphen in the middle. Yes, we can see that. See, I want to create one more column like for this model ID in which I want to just get first element. Like you can see toy hyphen M195, MAH hyphen M165, then toy. So it is my scenario. Okay, it is a hypothetical scenario, but obviously, yeah, you can just get any scenario, right? So the scenario is I just want to fetch the first three alphabet, not first three alphabet, like the first element of like before hyphen. Okay, and I will treat it as my model category. If it is a toy, if it is a ma, if it is a dot, whatever it is, I just want that and I will consider it as a model category. I will create one more extra column for it. Okay, so to fulfill this particular scenario, we have to use like multiple functions, and that's why I have picked this scenario. So let's create that. Okay, sir. It's really cold, man. Okay. Focus. First of all, let's create one transform like %MD, like markdown cell. Okay, and let me say data transformation. Ansh Lamba, please pick heading one. Okay, ma'am. Data transformation. Perfect. Let's run this. Now, I will simply say df equals to df dot bro. I know how to write it. Do not recommend anything because they want to learn and they also want to just be skillful in the world of Pyspark. Do not recommend us anything. Bro, how to just turn this off, man? I will just look like how we can just turn off this suggestion. Df dot, so basically, bro, so basically, we have a function called with column. What is that? With column. So with this function, we can actually transform one column, like any column, or create a new column using the same function. Yes. So here is the catch. When you use with column, if you use the same name of the column that is already there in the table, that means you gonna transform that column. If you will use any new name which is not available in the table, that means you are creating a new column, right? Simple. Now you can just recommend us. Now you are fine. df dot with, see, now I want, so it is not recommending me, bro. df dot with column. Okay, now I will define one name, and name is metric, no man, model. Name is model category. Okay, okay, simple. So now model category is not here in this table, so it will create a new column. If I would have picked model ID at that time, it would just transform this column. Okay, simple, sorted, understood? Very nice, very nice, very nice. So how we will just do that? So basically, we will make use of a function called split. Yes, split function. I want to split my, bro, this AI man. Okay, split function. So how we can just do this? We have to use a column object called COL. Simple. And then we need to define the column name. The column name is model ID. Model ID. And now it will ask me to provide the delimiter. In our case, delimiter is hyphen. Perfect. And this is done. This is done. This is done. Not actually. Not actually. Why? What it will do? It will create a list. Let's say toy and h1 2 3 something like that. It will create a list. Do I need list? No. I just want first element. I just want the element with index 0. If you are familiar with list, the first index is 0th index. Okay, so now what I will do, I will use the indexing as well on top of it. I will say split, then just give me 0th index. Perfect. Then it's done. Ansh Lamba, if it is done, why it is showing red marks here? Tell me. Oh, okay. So for that, we just need to pull, or look, you can say import libraries for functions. So I can just do it here. Click on plus code, and I will simply say from Pyspark dot SQL dot functions import asterisk. I just import everything, whatever available in functions, because you do not need to just run everything again and again. This is just for development. Obviously in production we just put whatever it is needed. So do not judge me, bro, please, man. So this is done. Now I can again say df.display. Let's run this and let's see what it gives us. It, it gave us errors. Okay, df.with column is not supported. What? Are you mad? Oh, I just added double n in n. Okay, let me just remove that n. Let me just rerun it. Yeah. Are you excited to see that new column? Are you excited? Okay. This is your data frame. Let me just scroll it. It has created one new column with only first element of that list. Got it? This was our first transformation. Okay. So what else we need to do? What else? What else? What else? Okay. So now I will tell you to transform one more thing, because we already have like clean data set, and obviously when you just work with Pyspark you can just create as many scenarios as you want. So for this we have like very few transformations, but still we will be just creating our own scenario so that you can just learn more and more transformations. And yes, then we will be creating our data model. But before that we need to cover at least two more transformations, because I need to just tell you more and more transformations that I can. Okay, and do not worry, even after like three transformations I will just tell you some more thing. Really? Yeah, I have just got one thing in my mind that I can just share it with you. So just wait for it, just wait for it, just wait for like few more minutes and you will get it. Okay, so our one thing is done, like our model ID is done. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. What if Ansh Lamba, because there's very in demand, not in demand, bro, like that is the bread and butter for every data enthusiast, or let's say who is already working in the industry as well. It is a very common scenario when we need to typecast our columns, right? It is a very common scenario when we just need to convert a type of a column from one to another, right? let's say from string to integer or integer to string, anything. It is a very common scenario and you should know this. You should know this. So how we can just tackle this? Let's create a scenario. We want to convert this unit sold into string. Let's say, bro, I know that we should not convert this unit sold. That's why we will not save this in our data frame. I'm just telling you so that you can just learn more and more Pyspark functions, bro. Trust me. Okay, so now let's convert, let's typecast this column. Okay, so it is unit sold. So now you will also see one more thing, that I will transform this column. So I will simply say df.with column. See, I'm not writing df equals to df.with column. That means I'm not saving this change. I'm just showing you. Okay. So I will simply say df.with column, and I will simply say unit sold, unit sold. Yeah. Oh man. Yep. Units sold. Now I will say column of units sold. Like it is asking me what transformation do I need to make. So unit sold. Okay. Then I will use something called a dot cast, and here I need to write the type that I want, and in my case I will use string type. This is a type of API that we call. Okay, and I can just write display, so it will just show you, but it will not save this change. And for this we need to pull one more library, not dictionary, library from Pyspark. Dot SQL dot types import asterisk. Let me just run this. Okay, now I can just run this code. Simple. Perfect. Are you excited to see the change? Let me just show you. Let me just show you. If you just look at the previous one, the type was begin. If I just hover over this, you can see 1, 2, 3 begin. Now you can see it is now ABC. You can also print the schema if you do not want to hover over this. How you can just do that? You can simply write here dot print schema. Simple. See, unit sold is of string type. Earlier, it was of big int type. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, what we want next? Let me just show you my pro. So now I want to create one more extra column in which I want to perform some arithmetic operations. Bro, we know that you are mathematics graduate. Just use simple terminologies with us. Okay, let's create a column with applying multiplication between two columns. It is fine. Okay, it looks cool, right, when you just say arithmetic operations instead of multiplication. Okay, so let's create one column in which I will create an arithmetic operation between revenue and unit sold. Oops, revenue and unit sold. So basically it is giving us the revenue. It is giving us the revenue. I'm really like hungry, thirsty, and it's really cold. Do not mind me. Okay, so what we will do, we will create one additional column, and this time we will call it as average revenue. Not basically average revenue. How we can just say that, like revenue per unit. See, it is the total revenue that we have earned, like 3163004. Okay, after selling two units. But what is the price, what is the revenue per unit? So we will create one KPI which is a kind of like, if you are familiar with finance, no, we are not. Okay, but it is like very common scenario, because you are a data analyst, you are a data engineer, you will be just working for finance people. They want to see some KPIs, right? And obviously they would want to see like what is the revenue per unit, because it is just two, then it is three, so every time they need to just divide it by three, so we will do it for them. And that's why we will be just creating one extra column in which we will apply an arithmetic operation. We will not apply multiplication division. What we will apply? We will apply arithmetic operation. Okay, Be cool, man. Be cool. Okay, let's create one additional column. Let's create. Okay, how we can just do that now, you know. So I expect that you can do this, and this is a very simple transformation. Not really, but you can just try it on your own. I want to see like if you are able to do that. Okay, you are my data fam, bro. You are smart enough. So I want to save this, so I will simply say df equals df dot with column. Okay, now I will create one new column, revenue per unit, rev per unit. Okay, then what I want, column of revenue. See, it has given me the suggestions. It is recording my voice. I'm telling you, this AI is just like breaching our live data. I'm telling you, bro. So column of revenue divided by column of units sold. Sorted. Sorted. I want to display this data as well. df.display. Simple. Simple, 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 simple. Ansh Lamba, just show us your column with arithmetic operation. Okay, sir. See, see. Revenue per unit. Revenue per unit. Very good. So we have created additional column of revenue per unit where we have like revenue per unit, not the total revenue. Okay, that was a good one. Well done, my data fam. Well done, very well done. So now, as you know, like we have just used few transformations. Don't worry, I will just show you that surprise part as well. Just hold on. Okay, so now our data is already cleaned. It's not much messy, but in real life it can be like really messy. Not a big deal, not a big deal, because obviously most of the times you will be using these functions. That's why I have covered like these functions. Plus, if you want to learn like all the functions, I have already told you that how you can just learn those functions. So now one more critical part, one more area which is like very like which is used like very often. What is that? It is aggregation. I know. Now you're thinking, oh yeah, bro, that is very important. I know. Aggregation is really important. So now I will show you how you can aggregate your data using group by, using let's say aggregation functions on top of your columns. What is this special part, Ansh, that you were talking about? I will show you how you can just build visualizations within the Databricks notebook. Really? Yeah, it is very easy and it is very cool. Like you can just write any code, you can just display your results, and you can just create the visualization on top of them. And for that, obviously we should just categorize our data. So I thought like I should just teach you aggregations like this instead of adding aggregations in the table transformations, right? That makes sense, because now we are covering ad hoc part, because now you as a data engineer can be asked to perform some ad hoc analysis as well. Ad hoc analysis is something like that you should not expect it from like data analyst only. If you're working with Pyspark, if you're just dealing with big data, anyone can ask you, hey bro, can you just do a quick ad hoc analysis for me? Just forget about anyone, any stakeholder. Maybe you wanna just do some ad hoc for you, for troubleshooting something, to just see some trends in the data. Think big, bro. Let's see how you can just do that. So basically, let me just add one heading. By the way, if you need this notebook, I will just upload it in my GitHub repository so that you can just refer it, and obviously you can use it further. Just tell me if you need it, I will just upload it. And let me just add one heading here. I will say H1. Okay, now I will say ad hoc. Perfect. So first of all, I will I will perform some aggregation. Okay, for that, let's display the data. Yes, let's display the data. Okay, so now let's create one scenario, one interesting scenario. Okay, now if you can see here, yes, you can see, I want to know how many units, how many units of each brand got sold in every year. here to me again. How many units? How many units? This one. How many units got sold of each branch, not brand, branch, sorry, each branch every year, so that I can know which branch is doing good, which branch is doing bad. Really? Yeah, interesting. You want to do that? Let's see how you can just do that. So here I have made this transformation a little bit tricky. How? I have just added two columns in my group by. Yes, let's build that. It's fun. It's fun. Let's build that. So basically, I will simply say df dot group by. Okay. Now I need to mention on which columns I need to apply group by. In my case, I want to apply group by on two columns: unit sold and branch name. Unit sold and branch. Unit sold. Ansh Lamba. No, bro. I was just kidding. Branch name and year. Branch name and year. At first, I want to put year, and within that year I want to display all the branches. So I will just write year first and then branch name. Okay, year, then branch name. Is the spelling right? Yeah, branch name. Now we have applied group by. Really? Yeah, we applied group by. Now we need to say, hey bro, group by is applied. Okay, grouping is done. Now what kind of aggregation do you need to perform? We will simply say dot agg. Then after writing dot agg, we need to write the aggregation function, and what we need to do, we need to apply sum on unit sold. So I'll simply say sum of column unit sold. Perfect. I will simply say display. Just show me some good results. Perfect, 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 perfect. It doesn't look much good, right? Because we do not have data sorted by year. Obviously we want to just look at the data year, like by year. And also we want to rename this column. What is this? What is this shit? Sum of like units sold. What is this? We need to just define a good name to this. Bro, I know. That's why I didn't just do it for the first go, so that you can just see. And then we also need to sort our data based on the best unit sold, like the best branch name. Let's do it together. Let's do it. So there are basically two ways you can just do everything here. First of all, remove dot display. First of all, we will just add a good name to this column. Okay, sum of units sold. So how we can just do this? Simply go inside this, just write dot alias. Dot alias, it is the function with the help of which we can just define a good name. So I will simply say uh total units. Total units is a good name, bro. Come on, man. Total units. Simple, simple. One issue is solved. Now what I need to do, I need to sort our data. I will simply say dot sort. Okay, and how we need to sort our data, I will simply say sort by year. Okay, by year. And then I also want to sort our data by total units. Okay, because the new name is total units. Now here's the good thing. But Ansh Lamba, you just told us we need to put this data, like this column, in ascending order and this column in descending order. How we can just do both the things? I will show you how you can just do both the things. You will simply say ascending equals to, then you need to pass a list. You will say ascending equals to true for first column, so you will say true, or let's say 1 is also true, and then you will say 0 for the next column, which is total units. So it will just perform ascending on first column, descending on second column. Priority will be given to the first one, because obviously we are just first putting 2017 data, then we are descendingly sort the data for the total units sold. Ansh Lamba, you're so smart. Okay, 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 I know this. Just write dot display, because now I want to display data. Let's run this. Wow, Ansh Lamba, you're so good. Okay, okay, okay. Make some noise for Ansh Lamba. Now everything is sorted. 2017, okay, good name, that is total units. Then the best branch for 2017 is Alpine Motors. Wow, they have sold 24 vehicles. Well done, well done, well done. Now, Anshlamba, just shut up and just tell us like how we can just build the visualization like in this notebook. For that, I have to remove display first, and I need to just remove this dot as well. So I need to use display function that I personally do not like much, but for visualization, I have to use display command, which is this one. First put display and then encapsulate everything in this particular command. That is a prerequisite if you want to just build visualization. If they have updated it, I don't know, but it was not available before, so do not judge me if it works with dot display as well. Okay, just run it. So now everything is same. I know. So now you just need to click on this plus button, and when you just click on this plus button, you will see the visualization. Just click on it, and then you can just build your visualization. So let's create a quick pie chart, and I will just leave this area up to you. You can just play with this area. You can just build cool visualizations and upload those visualizations on LinkedIn. Just be cool on social media. Do not need to worry, and just tell everyone that you have built cool visualizations on Databricks, right? So I will just create one quick like pie chart. I want to actually see the number of units sold per year, like every year, like how many units we sold. See, so for that, on x-axis we can just put year. On y-axis I can just add a column called total units. See, here's the data. So we here's a legends as well, like 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. So as you can see, we sold only 11.9% in 2020, but we sold almost equal in 3 years. 29, like in 2018, 29%, in 2017, 29%, 2019, 28 point something percent. It's like almost fine, like almost equal. But in 2020, we just sold 11.9%. That's very, very less. So it's a kind of an outlier that we can just show. Okay, in 2020, we sold just 11.9%. Why? So if you just want to save this, just click on the save button and it will create one visualization for you. Wow, man. See, it looks so cool. It looks so cool. So it is all about like building charts and visualization within Databricks notebook, and you can just do some ad hoc analysis. Now, Anshlamba, we know everything. Thank you so much. Now it's time to be serious and write our data to the silver layer because that is waiting for us. Really? Yes. Okay, let's do that. So I will simply write %md and I will say create a heading. I like headings. Data writing. Okay, let me run this, and then I will say df dot write dot format, and format is I want to just save the data in Parquet format. Okay, perfect. Parquet. Then I want to hit backslash, then mode. What is the mode that I want to give? I want to give, let's say, append. Okay, append. So it will just add all the records to the existing one. So we do not need to worry at all. And yes, let's add dot up, like mode is append. Then we need to say option, and in option we will give the path. Path is abfss. This time the container is silver. Oops, silver @ car ansh data lake dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Okay, within this I will create a folder called car sales. Okay, then I will simply say dot save. Let me run this. Let me just write this data to the silver layer, and don't worry, we will just validate this as well. This is done. Let me just go to my container silver and I should see this folder. Yes, we have, and within this we have a Parquet file. Why we have so much file? So basically this is a kind of flag that it creates, and these are the confirmation files that data is not corrupted, it wrote successfully. Don't worry, uh, these files will not be read because it starts with underscore. So any file that starts with underscore, they just ignore it. Don't worry, only this file will be read, and this file is the main file in which we have the data. So we have successfully created one big table. Yes, we have successfully created one big table in the silver layer. If you want to just query this data to just quickly see like how data looks, how we can just do that. And here is your learning as well. So I will just show you. So I will simply say querying silver data. Heading. Querying silver data. Okay, how you can just query this data? So it like Databricks provides a great way to query the files. We know that we do not have any table existing in silver layer. Still, we can just use our select statement. How? Let me just show you. I will simply say select asterisk from. I will simply say Parquet because my data format is like data file format is of Parquet. Then I will say dot. Then I will use ticks. It's not single quote, it's ticks. It is a button or key that is available just right above the tab. So it is just towards left of one. So just add that and then I will just write my location. Okay, it's silver dot like silver at the rate Karanch data lake dot dfs dot co dot windows.net, and within that we have car sales. Okay, let me just run it. It will just give me proper SQL table. See, Ansh Lamba, just quickly show us the two more columns that you have added. Okay, sir, you have it here, model category and revenue per unit. Perfect. Perfect means perfect. And do you know, now it's time to create the data model. And that is the main part of this project. So let's create a new notebook in which we will create our whole data model. And do not worry, I will just tell you how I'm just applying all the mappings. Let's do that. Wait. So as we are just applying incremental loading as well in this, and we are building a star schema. So it's always better to just write overwrite here instead of append. You will get to know when we will just incrementally reading another set of data. So simply write overwrite and then just rerun this again. So will this create any duplicate data? No. If you just see the data now in the silver container, you will just see one file instead of two files. Let me just refresh it. See, we just have one file. And if you just query the data, you will see the same records. As you can just match it from here as well, like 1849. Let me just see after running it. So it ran successfully and you can see only 1849 records. Okay, perfect. Now let's create our gold notebook and just create our data model star schema. And we will be just breaking this big table into dimensions. It will be fun. Let's do it. So let's go to our workspace and let's create a new notebook called gold notebook. Okay, and then I will just explain you the concept as well, like how actually we build the data model and how we deal with slowly changing dimension, how we deal with incremental data within slowly changing dimension. Don't need to worry, I know this piece is really important, so just hold on and then you will just learn everything. Gold notebook, perfect. So now let me just attach my notebook to the cluster. Let's take the real example so that you can just relate better. Okay, so let's go to our workspace here and let me just click on this silver notebook. Okay, let me just show you what we have in the silver table first. You already know, I know. So this is the one big table. Okay, this is the one big table in the silver layer. Okay, perfect. Let me just explain here as well so that you can just easily go and just check everything. So let's say this is our silver table. Okay, this is the one big table that we have, that we just saw, right? That like has like all the columns, all the information. Like this is the one big table. Okay, perfect. This is sorted. Let me just create it here. Like let's say these are like all the columns. how actually we build star schema. So let's say this is our gold area. So within this, we always create the dimensions first. We always create the dimensions first. Very good. So how we create those dimensions? Obviously, we create the subset of data. For this, let's say we want to create the dimension for model, dim model. We want to create dim model. Let me talk about like first dimension, like very first dimension, because once you grab this concept, you can just create all the other dimensions very easy. I want to create dimension model. Okay. So we know if we want to create dimension model, we want to just pick two columns. One is model ID and one is model category that we have just created. This is simple. Perfect. We have, let me just type it for you. Bro, please make notes, because I know this concept is very critical and this is very complex. I'm just making everything easy for you, but you need to just make notes, please, bro. Okay, bro and sis both. So first of all, I will write my model ID. Okay, this is the first column. Okay, the second column is model category that we created, right, using with column model category. These are the two columns. Okay, this is the primary key as well. Let me just write it for you. So in dimension, we do not use the primary keys. Really? Yes, we do not use primary keys. We keep it there, but we do not use it for joins. Then on Shlama, what do we create? We create something called as surrogate keys. Okay. So we will, let's say, and we call it as dim key. That is the key of the dimension. It's called dim key, dimension key. So in our case, we will call it as dim key. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Let's say in this particular column, we have just three values. Okay. Let's say one value is toy 110, hypothetical situation. Okay. And category is toy. Okay. Second is HRM 110, category is HRM. Okay. Let's imagine. So what will be the dimension key for this? Obviously 1 and 2, because we start our dimension key with 1. Okay, and that is another reason why we create dimension key for joins, because it is very easy to apply joins like 1 2 3 4. Otherwise I would have been applying this particular id or column to apply joins, and it makes it very messy. Okay, so I will call it as like 1 2. Let's say I got some new data another day, okay, in the silver, and in that data, when I just queried this model ID and model category, I got two more records. Okay, this time I got record as HRM. Okay, HRM 110, and the category was HIM, or let's say I got HRM 110 and the category. Let me just undo it. So I got model IDs HRM and model IDs HRM 110, and model category is DOD. Let's say it's changed. It's DOD. Okay. Then I got one new model ID. It's called anything like XYZ 110. So what I will do in this scenario? What I will do? One answer is very simple. I will just insert this here. Okay, and I will give dimension key as 3. Okay, and this will go here XYZ with model categories XYZ. Now what will happen to this? Because this has the same dimension key here, like the model ID is here, right, this one, and it has the same dim key as well, same dimension key, right? So it will update this value. That's called dimension type 1, like slowly changing dimension type 1. That is called SCD type 1. SCD type 1, where we just override the data, where we just update the data and insert the data. That's it. It is also called upsert. If you do not know, it's also called upsert. Okay, we will apply upsert. Okay, SCD type 1 is clear, is yes, very clear. So now how we will identify, like when we need to just decide like it's a new identity, or let's say it's a new model ID, or it's an updated one. It's a good question, right? Let me just repeat my question. I'm asking, when I got these two records, I know this is a very critical concept. You need to just rewatch this part again and again, because this is not an easy task. Let me just be very honest with you. So you have to watch this part again and again. If you will say 2 to 3 times, no, at least watch it 10 times. At least, if you want to grab all the information. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you. So when these two records will be coming, my question is, I'm just repeating my question. I'm not providing the solution now. I will provide the solution after this. When we got these two solutions, when we just got these two records, how we will identify this record is an old one that needs to be updated, this record is a new one that needs to be inserted? How we will know that? Let me just come to the solution now. So this is my gold layer where dimension table already exists. That means initial run is already completed and I have dimension ready, where I have dimension key is also ready. Obviously, bro, in the first run, you inserted the data, everything. So you created the dimension 1, 2, okay, 1, 2, only 1, 2, only 1, 2. Just hear me out, because I will be just implementing all these steps now, everything. Okay, and I will not be explaining this part again and again. I will, but still 1 and 2. Okay, now this is my new data in the silver. So when I will read this data, I will apply a left join with the existing dim table to bring these dimension keys. And what will be the joining key? This one. Do not get confused. When we apply the join with the left, when we apply the left join with the silver table, we do not use dim key. Why? Simple answer, because this silver table doesn't have any dim key. We use dimension key to apply a join with fact table, right? Not with the silver table. Simple, clear. So we will use this model ID column to apply the join. Why? Because when we will be applying join with the silver table, this new data, what it will do? It will bring all the dimension keys. So by making, like, it's very easy. See, it's a common sense. When it will be applying join to the silver table, so just use your common sense. Whenever you will see dimension key value in front of your new data, that means data is already there. That means it needs to be updated. If you see dimension key as null in front of your new data, that means this data is not presented in your dimension table. Simple common sense. That is the concept of left join. That's why we always say fundamentals are really important. See? So this new data needs to be inserted. Now one very good question that I know very few will ask, trust me. Now the thing is, Ansh Lamba, when we will be just providing dimension key, let's say these needs to be inserted, right? These new records needs to be inserted. So whenever we provide dimension key, it always starts from 1. That's a valid question, because the function that we have in the Pyspark or in any area, surrogate key always starts from 1. Valid question. So how we will just provide next dimension keys key starting from 3 instead of 1? I know this question would have asked by many few of them, many few, like very few of them. So how we will just do it? So every time we will create max of this whole dimension, max of whole dimension key, and let's say this time it is 2, right? Now if we know that we need to insert the records, so we will say, hey bro, just start your counting from 1. Let's give it 1. Let's say I provided 1, but add the maximum value in it plus 2, it becomes 3. Let's say we have more than one record. If it is 2 plus 2, it would become 4. So now you will get 3, 4, 5. This is the real world scenario. This is the real world practice. This is the real world practice. This is the real knowledge. This is the real knowledge. Okay, got it? Now, one question that only 0.1% will ask. Why? Because it is like the most important question. The most important. Okay. Now, Ansh Lamba. This is done. Everything is done. Just tell us one thing. All these left joins, everything can only be done when we have table here. When we have table here, what will happen in our first run? What will happen when table will not be there? Because obviously when we are just creating our dimension for the very first time, we need to see, like we need to bring, like we need to apply all these logics in the initial run as well. All these logics are valid for the incremental load, but what will happen in case of initial load? What will happen? Very good question if you have asked this question. So what will happen in the initial load? We will imagine that our maximum dimension key is 0, so that it adds 0 value in it. Second assumption, not assumption, second workaround, we will just bring the schema. That means when we will just bring the schema means just columns, and when we will be applying left join it with the data which is in the silver table, it will insert all the records because no data is there. Bro, this is a production level solution, and trust me, it's 7:30 p.m. now and I haven't eaten anything. I'm really hungry. I just went there to just cook my food, but I just came back because I thought like I have to discuss this in detail, and I know that I'm in flow. I can just tell you everything in like in an easy way. So just put some more efforts. I know that you have not grabbed 100%. Just rewatch this part multiple times. Just this part, like gold notebook table. This is not a simple solution. And what does it mean? If you know what exactly we are doing in this gold notebook, what exactly we are just building, you will be so well versed with the real time practice, with the real time scenarios that we practice in the real world. I'm not kidding. Trust me. I am not kidding. If you do not trust me, you can just take any paid course, get yourself enrolled, and see what they are teaching. See what they are teaching. I don't know what they are teaching, but I am sure this knowledge is not easily available to actually create like star schema, dealing with slowly changing dimensions, incremental loading using Azure, using Databricks, using cloud technologies. I'm not just talking about PostgreSQL and just like some basic application. No. So be focused. Be focused. Just rewatch this part. I have just explained you all the conceptual part. Now it's time to implement this. Okay. And now we will be creating our first dimension, and all the other dimensions are same. So I'm very excited to create my first dimension. And when you will be creating other dimensions, you will become like more and more habitual to those things, right? Let's create our first dimension. You will understand each and everything. Each and everything means each and everything. Let's do it. So let's go to our workspace. Okay, and let me just cross this first. Okay, this is our gold notebook that we just created. Let me just click on this. Oh, my cluster is terminated because I was just explaining you all the concept and I was inactive for more than 20 minutes, so it terminated. No worries, I can just restart it. So meanwhile I can just write some headings. So I will simply say creating okay, create okay, create flag parameter. Okay, what's that? You will get to know, don't worry. And I want to just put this in heading 1. Simply write hashtag. Let me just run it. Create flag parameter. What is that? You will get to know. So we also need to create a flag that will just tell our notebook that it is our initial run or incremental run, because initial run will be running for just first time, and after that all the runs will be considered as incremental run. So when we deploy our solution, we just give that parameter as 1, that is true, initial run, and it just runs the flow, and after that whoever deployed it will just change the parameter to 0, and like it will be just running forever with that 0 parameter, because all the subsidiary like further runs will be considered as incremental run. So yeah, we need to create that as well. Whew. I know this is really critical, and I decided to just share all the knowledge with you so that you can just learn more and more and more. Bro, I love you so much, all my data fam. So till the time it is just turning it on, so I can just show you one presentation as well. So I have few slides available for like slowly changing dimensions, so where I can just tell you about slowly changing dimension type 1 in detail, like not in detail, like just to show you the visual, and you will just grab the concept like this. Let me just show you. So this is our type 1 observed that I was just talking about. So as you can see, initially the product ID, or let's say primary key, had like 1, 2 and 3, and the name was honey, shirt and comp, right? And then product category was food, clothing and clothing. Then in the second run, data like these keys are same 1, 2, 3, but product categories changed to here instead of clothing. So we just updated the data with the latest value, and obviously the new values will be inserted. We already know the concept much higher level than this, but I wanted to show this visual to those like who are just still struggling to actually concept the basics of the concept from where we started. So this is a thing that you can just imagine now, and then you can just rewatch the parts like again and again, and then you will just grab all the higher level concepts. And yeah, so I just created this slide quickly to just help you so that you can just understand everything. Okay, yep. So our notebook is finally attached to a cluster, and cluster is turned on. Oh man. Ansh Lamba, just do it. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so let's create our flag parameter. So in order to create a flag parameter, we will be using something called as widgets. Widgets. If you are not familiar with all these, I think like you should be familiar, because I have told many times, just watch my Databricks course video. So I hope that you know all these things. Okay. So first of all, I will create a utilities widgets. Okay, let's create that. dbutils dot widgets dot text. Okay, dot text, and I will name it as initial, not initial. I will simply say incremental flag. Incre flag. Okay, and I will not give any default value. Let's give a default value because obviously by default incremental flag is 0. That is our first run. Okay, so I will simply say this thing. Okay, let's create this. Let me run this. See, it has created one parameter here. It has created one parameter here. But if you just check, so this is done. If we want to get this value, so what we can just do, we can simply say incremental flag equals to dbutils dot widgets dot get incremental flag, and let me just print incremental flag. Oops, because obviously we will be using this obviously many times. We will be using it many times because we need to create our pipeline in such a way that it will run for initial load as well plus incremental load as well. So you would have seen people creating two different pipelines, one for initial load, second for incremental load. No, bro, that's not how we work in the production environment. That's not how we work in the real world scenarios. If you are just being fooled by watching those videos, I can't say anything. But in the real world, we just create one single pipeline. That's why it has become so complex. But I'm here to help you. So as you can see, the value is 0, but that is not the issue. If I just print the type of it, you will see it is string, like string class. So just remember, we have to use single quotes whenever we will be using 0 or 1. So do not get confused. Okay, simple. That's what I wanted to tell you. Okay, so this is our variable thing is done. We have defined the variable, we have just imported the variable value. Now we will be creating our dimension. And first of all, we are creating which dimension? Dimension model. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Okay, I'm really hungry, man. Let's complete this first. Ansh, control your hunger. Okay, sir. So for that, I will simply say percentage MD. Okay, and I will say heading 1, creating dimension. Creating dimension. I think I should just provide this notebook to you as well because we are building a very good solution. But the thing is, if I just provide you the notebook, you will just copy it from there. Like I will see, like I will see, it totally depends on my mood. So let's see, creating dimension model. Okay, simple. Let me just run this. And in order to just create the dimension model, we first need to see the one big table for one more time so that we can actually fetch the required columns, because obviously we need to categorize the columns, right? So let me just run that select statement for one more time. Select asterisk from parquet dot ticks and then abfss. Just remember, these are not single quotes, these are ticks, and these are available just before the key just before 1. So it is ticks right above the tab. So yeah, so I will simply say abfss and then silver @ car unch data lake dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net, and the folder is car sales. Simple. Let me just see what we have in this big table. Like we already know what we have, but it's also like it's always good. So in order to create model dim, okay, so as it is very evident by looking at the I like columns, model ID should be there in the model dim. Then what should be there in the model dim? uh, model category. Yes, model category should also be there. So we are fine. We just need 2 columns. So I will simply say select distinct. Why distinct? Because obviously we do not need duplicate values from fact table, right? So we will simply say distinct of model ID, and we can just name it as model ID. Yeah, as model ID, and we want model category. Simple. Perfect. Let me just take it to the next line. Okay, let's see what we have when we run this. Perfect. We need to store this table, like store this data into a table, and we also need to add what? Add what? Surrogate key. Add what? Surrogate key. So we will also add one more column, which will be the surrogate key, but we will not add it like that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is just the source. So now what we'll do, we will create a data frame on top of it. And how we can just do it? You can simply remove this percentage SQL, and you can simply write df, I will say source equals spark.sql. Okay, and then you can just put everything inside this. So if you want to write multi-line code within spark.sql, you can simply write 3 single quotes, and then 3 single quotes, then close it, right? Then run it. It will just create a data frame on top of it. That's what I want. That's what I want. I will simply display it just to show you. Okay, perfect, 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 perfect. Let me just make it small. Yeah, perfect. Or it is fine. It's fine. Okay, so now our source is ready, but before actually writing it, we need to give what? We just decided we need to give what? We need to give surrogate key as well. So now I will bring just the schema according to the concept that we have just shared. If you have not got those concepts, just rewatch that part. So now we will just fetch the schema, only schema, blank schema, and we need to imagine this time how our dimension table will look like. Our dimension table will look like this, in which we have surrogate key, in which we have, let's say, model ID and model category. So how we can just bring that? It is very easy. It is very easy. It's common sense. I'm not kidding. It's common sense. See, I will just show you how we can just bring that. So I will simply say select. I will name it as dim model key. Okay, dim model key. Then model ID. Then model category. Okay, category. Okay, from the same thing, from this location. Okay, from this location. Perfect. Where, this is the tricky part, where 1 equals to 0. Bro, what is that? What is that? So here, what is the thing? We want this column, this column, this column from this, but where 1 equals to 0. That means this condition is always false. This condition is always false. That means it will not bring any records. It will just bring the column names. Perfect? Yes. So here you just need to do one thing. You just need to assign one value. Let's say 1 as dim key, because we do not have dim key there. So just assign this. Perfect. This will just bring the schema. Let me just show you. Remove this df sync. Okay. Equals spark.sql. Then 3 dots, like 3 single quotes, then 3 single quotes, then close it. Run this. Now I will show you how it looks like. How it looks like. Df.display. So you will just see schema. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Boom. That's what I want. But, 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 I told you that this condition is just for initial load. If we will, let's say we are fine with this. Okay, let's say we just got the schema. Okay, now we know the next steps. We will just apply the left join to it. Obviously all the rows, all the uh, records for this column is null, so all the rows will be inserted. But for the second time for the incremental load, do we need just this schema? No, we need the real data because we know our data is there. So Ansh Lamba, how we can just deal with all the things? Because if we just attach this notebook, if we just schedule this notebook, this cell will also be running. No, here we need to use our day-to-day practices that we do in the real world. We will use if condition. Yes. So let me just add a if condition, add an if condition. Okay, what I will do, I will simply write if spark dot catalog dot table exists. Agar table if table I'm really angry, bro. I'm really angry. So if table exists, where in our catalog it's called cars catalog dot gold schema dot, what is the table name we will create, but it's called dim model. It makes sense, dim model. If table exists there, if table exists there, it's there. Or let's say if not, if table is not exists there, same thing. Okay, if table not exists there, then I need to run this code. Only then I want to run this code. This code will be running just for the first time. Okay, if my code, if my table is not there, if my, or I can just reverse it. It's up to you. I can simply say not, like if this, and I can just put this condition in else as well. And now this condition says if you have table there, do not run this, only run this code when you do not have, oh bro, when you do not have table. I just mistakenly just clicked on run button, don't mind me. Okay, now I'm saying if I have table there, okay, then perform some steps, I will tell you. But if table is not there, that is our initial run, do these things. Just create df sync like this. Otherwise, what you will do, you will actually bring all the data. What do I mean? I will simply say df sync, okay, df sync equals spark.sql, simple, 3 single quotes. Okay, this time not one, because we will be having column already there in the table. Okay, dim key, model id, model category, everything. But this time do not just bring the schema, bro, bring all the data as well. Why? Because we will be applying left join with our table. If I run this, let me just show you. If I run this, I will still see blank table, like this schema. Why? Because we do not have table. Perfect, perfect. Okay, let me just remove it, or let me just keep it, no need to worry. So now I can also add some headings because it will be much better. Okay, yeah, so I will simply say %md. Okay, let me just add a heading of h3 size. I will simply say fetch column, fetch relative column, the columns that are relative to this. Okay, fetch relative columns, and then we are just displaying it. And this is %md. And then you can say, that's why I told you in the introduction of the video, when you will be getting all the information regarding this project, that when you will be building like the whole project, when you will just complete this whole project, and when you will just understand each and everything, you can confidently sit in the Azure data engineering interviews. That's why I told you, I don't make clickbait videos, bro. When I say, I mean it. When I say, I mean it. Huh. Huh. Okay. Now I will give one heading here to this one as well, and I will say sync, dim sync, or let's say dim model. Okay, dim model, sync, initial and incremental. Perfect, perfect. Okay, and now what we will do, we can just cancel this, and now we will be just applying a join, okay, between the source and the destination. I will simply say plus %md, and I will say filtering, because now why we are applying join, because we are filtering new records versus old records, because old records will be updated, new records will be inserted. Simple, right? Simple. Yeah, it is simple. Now it is simple. Yep. So filtering new records and old records. Perfect. So now I will apply a join. So I will simply say df filter equals df source. Okay, it has given me recommendation. Okay, I will just simply click on tab, but you should know like what we are doing. We are just applying a join where we are just keeping it df source as our left table, df sync as our right table, and then we are saying this is the joining condition, and I like using these square brackets instead of dot. That's my personal choice. I will simply keep it as like this. And there's one more thing that we need to keep in mind. What's that? This thing. How we want to apply join? It's left. It's left. Okay. Then we also need to say dot select. What columns do we need to select? What columns? So we will say df source model ID, df source of model category, df sync of model key, because we do not want to bring model ID from sync and model category from sync. No, we just need key. That's it, because that is a deciding factor. Do we have that value or not? Simple. So I will simply run it. Okay, now I will show you what do I mean. Now you will understand most of the part, trust me. Okay, df filter dot display. Okay, perfect. Now you will say, Anshlamba, all the values are null. That means all the records are new. That means we can insert the data. Got the concept. You got the concept, right? So now what we will be doing? What we will be doing? Just tell me. Tell me. What we will be doing? So basically, we will filter our data. So these are all nulls. So we need to say create df filter new, df filter old. So it will create two streams. One is for new, one is for old. For new, it will just give the surrogate key starting from 1. For new, like for old, it will give the surrogate key, like it will obviously update it. Simple, right? It just needs to update it. It doesn't need to just be worrying about anything. But for new records, it will not start from 1. It will not start from 1. It will be starting from max value of it. And here we will be using this as well. Incremental load, incremental flag. If it is incremental, just start the value from 0. Otherwise, take the maximum value. All these things will be coming very soon. Okay, let's create one heading here, %md. See, I know you are not grabbing all the parts, but do you know one thing which is very, very, very good? You will be gaining all the parts very soon because you will be rewatching this video again and again. One time, two times, three times, four times, five times, 10 times. But you know this thing, when you watch this video for 10 times, you can grab all this information. And you know this, when you will be grabbing all this information, you will become a pro data engineer. You know this. You are getting those vibes like these parts are really complex, and you know something inside you that is pushing you that learn this, learn this. You know that you are not grabbing all this part, but you know Ansh Lamba is there. He will just tell me how to do this. He will explain me. I will just hear to him again and again, and I will grab all the things. You know this. You know this. And you know that you will be so competitive when you will be developing the solution, right? So be focused, stay calm, eat some food. Do not just be like me. Do not skip your meals. It is very important. And I'm really hungry. I'm also taking I'm just going there and just cook something. And it's already like 8:15, so I don't think so. I will cook something. I will have my protein shake. That's it. Anything for you guys. Anything for you. Anything for you. So now let's create branches. Okay, this is df filter. Let me just click on this dustbin. So df filtering new records and all records, basically this should go down. Okay, let me just grab it here and let me just give one more here, and I can just say and I can just say filtering new records. Let's say I will say bringing already existing records. Bringing already existing records. Basically this was fine. Let's keep it there. Oh man, Ansh, just go and eat something. Filtering new records and all records. Okay, and then I can just say df filter new. I will create one heading. I'm so sure about it. I will create one. I will simply say df filter old, or let me just make it bold. Ansh Lamba. What? 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 Df filter, and then I will say old. Okay, df filter old. So I will simply say df filter old equals to df filter. So I will simply say what it does, like what it means when I say old. That means we do not have null values. So we will simply filter. See, it is so smart. It is so smart. It is giving me suggestions. So df filter dot filter. So it is a function called dot filter. See, you are just learning so many Pyspark functions as well. So it will say you want to filter your this df, this name, and what will be the scenario. So we will simply say column of dim model key, dim model key, okay, is dot is not null. Do we have function not null? Yes, it's not null. Perfect. Now it is saying column is, oh, okay, I know this. So basically we need to bring some libraries. So I will just do it in the top because it's always good to just add all the libraries at the top. From pyspark.sql.functions, import asterisk from pyspark.sql.types, import asterisk. Just run this. Get lost. Okay, this is my df filter old. Perfect. Let me just show you. It should return nothing. Why? Because all the records are null, right? So df filter old dot display, or let's say dot show whatever you need to say. See, this is not like, this is nothing because we do not have anything like having old records, because this is our initial run. This is our initial run. Okay, so I can just cross it. I can simply copy this and I will say df filter new. This will bring all the new records. Okay, yeah, this will bring all the new records. Perfect. So I will simply say, I will simply copy it and I will say df filter new. Okay, and this I will say is null, because I want to return it null, so that column object is not callable. What happened, bro? What happened is not callable. Oh, I just add ist instead of is null. Okay, perfect. So now I can see the data. Df filter new dot display. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So now we have like all the data. Now we know that we need to add surrogate keys and we will be applying all the things. But Anshlamba, just tell us one thing. If it brings all the data, let's say in the old one, this one, if we would see some data, what would happen? Like, let's say we would see some data with is not null, right? What would happen? So in that scenario, we would be updating those records. We would be updating those records, because obviously it would bring some surrogate keys which are already there, and then we need to write that data. We need to write that data. Basically, we need to update that data. We do not need to just write the data, we need to update that data. Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? So you will see all the things when we'll be applying upsert, when we will be applying merge statement, and you will see everything. Do not need to worry, because we will be applying union between these two data frames, and then you will see how it just update and inserts the data. It is not completed yet, bro, and it's not an easy task. So it is under progress. So we are completing this. We are completing this. So let's create our surrogate key column, because as you can see, we do not have any surrogate key column, right? We do not have any surrogate key column here in this one. And for this, we actually do not need any surrogate key column from here. Yes, as you can see, dim model key is null. We all know this. We all know this. So basically, we do not need this column when we are pulling all the nulls. So what we can do, we can say dot select only df source model ID and model category. That's it. That's what we want, because we will create our own surrogate key column. Yes. Okay. Hold on, bro. Hold on. We are building a real world project. Real world project. And this will just bring disruption in the whole data engineering community. Whoa, Anshnam has created this project. This. I don't give up. Me being me, I will share all the knowledge with my data community. Simple formula of Ansh Lamba. Simple and sorted. Simple. Okay. Be focused and let's build the solution. Okay, so good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. here, so good morning. So we were doing, like, we were just creating our goal notebook. So don't worry, last night I had a great dinner. Yeah, finally. Okay, so today we gonna create our surrogate key, right? Yes, we gonna create our surrogate key, because we know that our new df filter new has like two columns, and now we will be creating the surrogate key for the new records, right? Okay, let me just add a heading here, percentage md, and I will choose heading 3, and I will pick create surrogate key. Okay, So now we know that we want to create surrogate key, but we already discussed that we need to consider the scenario where in the initial run we will be starting our counting from 1. In the incremental run, obviously we will be starting our counting from 1, but this time in the incremental run we will add the max key, max surrogate key. So for example, there are already 10 records, so we want to start our counting from 11, so we will add 10 in it. So there are two ways to do that, and I want to show you both the ways because my duty, my responsibility is to just share all the knowledge with you all, and decision is up to you which you want to apply, right? So one thing is, you can obviously use if condition, and same condition like if spark dot catalog dot table exists, that is dim model. If it exists, then obviously bring the max key, otherwise just bring 0. But what is the other way? The other way is using this flag. Oops, using this flag, incremental flag. Let me just zoom the screen. Yep. So this flag, incremental flag. So I have seen like many solutions in which we create this widget and we make use of this widget, and it is very, very handy. So it's up to you. So either you can just use the previous way, that is spark.catalog.table exist, and the second way is incremental flag. So I will just show you how you can just use that parameter, right? Okay, let's do it. So basically we will say if, and what was our variable name that we brought? It's called incremental flag. Okay, if incremental flag equals to 0. Okay, let me just put it in braces. Equals to 0, what does it mean? It means it is an initial load, and initial load, my max value will be 0, because we do not want to add anything in the 1 2 3. We just want to keep the same, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, perfect. Else what I want to keep? Max value. What will be the max value? Max value will be the max record, like max dim key from the dim model table. So if you just scroll up, right, so it will be this column. Which column? If I just query df old here, let me just query df filter old dot display, you will see that column. See, dim model key, we want the maximum value. Currently we do not have, because obviously we do not have any table, but once we have table, we want the maximum value from this particular table, right? Dim model key, maximum one. Okay, perfect. So what we can do, we can just cross it, and then we need to say yes, this one. See, gold dot dim model, right? So we want to use this table, gold dot dim model, and then we need to bring the maximum value, maximum of dim model key from this table. Okay, so for that I can simply write here spark.sql code. I will simply say spark.sql. Okay, and then I will say, it is very smart, bro, trust me. So we will simply say select maximum of dim model key from cars catalog dot gold, not fold, gold dot dim model. Sorted. Got it? What we are doing, we are just bringing that max value, that max value. Okay, so this will give us the maximum value. Let's say we have 10 records, so it will, like, total 10 records, so it will give us the maximum value, which is 10. Then we can just add this max value in our surrogate key. Simple, as we discussed in the concepts, right? Let's do it. So just a quick question. If you see, so this max value will not return the exact value here. If you will observe, obviously this will create a data frame out of it. So how we can just get the value from that data frame? Let me just show you, like, what do I mean. So if we are just querying anything like spark.sql, like something, so obviously it will just return a list. Like, it will just return the list of like values and obviously the header and a header at the top. So if we want to just convert that data frame into an actual value, what do we need to do? So we'll simply say, I will not call it as max value, I will say max value df, because this is a df, right? This is not the exact max value variable. So this is the df. Then I will say max value equals, see, it has just given me that thing, but do not worry, I will explain what is that. So I will first convert max value df into a list using a function called dot collect function. So it will just give me the list. So within that list, I just want the 0th element, and within that 0th element I want the 0th value, because it just returns the value in like rows. So I just want like first row, and that is our 0th element, because obviously if you're applying max, it will just return us like one value, right? Simple. So this is the value that I will get when I just apply this function, like max value dot df, like max value df dot collect. It will just return me the list will have like all the rows, and then I just want one specific row that is of 0th element, like 0th element. So this is the way that we should just fetch the data, because this will just return the df. Simple. Yes. So now our max value variable is done. Okay, now we can simply create the surrogate key column. And how we can just do that? And I can just put one more heading here, percentage md, or it is fine, I can just add the heading here. Let's add it here, percentage md. Okay, and I will make it bold, and I will simply say fetch the max surrogate key, fetch the max surrogate key from existing table. Okay, so this will help you to just navigate. Okay, so this will just fetch the max surrogate key, and I have just explained how we are doing it. So we are first converting, like we are first creating one df, okay, in which we have like one column and one row, that's it. Then we are converting that one column and one row into a value, exact value. So first we convert the df into a list using dot collect function, and then we just fetch the value using indexes. Simple. Okay, okay, done. Now it's time to just add the, like, create the surrogate key column and add the maximum surrogate key into that. And obviously we have both the values, max value equals 0 and max value equals to this. Okay, so percentage md, and then I will say star star star, and then create surrogate key column and add the max surrogate key. Okay, okay, done. So how we can just do that? So we will simply say df filter new, oops, new, not old, df filter new equals df filter new dot with column, because we are getting a new column. Okay, what will be the name of that column? Exactly same, which is dim model key. Okay, dim model key. Then I know it is just giving us a suggestion. I know, bro, you are very powerful, your AI is very powerful, just calm down, just calm down. So what we need to apply the transformation, it is very simple. We want to just start the counting from 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and for that we have a function called monotonically increasing id. So it will automatically add values like 1 for the first, second, 2 for the second, 3 for the third, and then we need to add this value, max value, into this. Simple. Yes, let's do that. So I will simply say max value plus monotonically increasing id. Simple. This is a function that we need to use, and let me just run it. Okay, what is the error? What is the error? Max column. Wait. I think max value column. No, variable name is max value. We are fine. Everything is fine. Let me just rerun it. because sometimes it throws, see, sometimes it throws like some random errors. I don't know. So the thing is, whenever you just see like your code is good and maybe like something sometimes you just mess with some dot or some commas, maybe you do not see while writing it, so just rerun it, you will get to know. So now what I should see, I should see my counting from 1. Okay, like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. But I think this monotonically increasing id function starts accounting with 0. I'm not sure, I will just check. If it starts with 0, no worries, we will just start our value with 1, not a big deal. So new dot display. Okay, yeah, I knew it. It starts the counting from 0, so not a big deal, we will just start the counting from 1. That's not a big deal, but we have created our surrogate key. So now as you can see, it is starting from 0. Let's say it started from 1. I will just fix it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Now if I have new data, see, now if I have new data, this one, so the maximum value is 276. Let's say it started from 1 and the maximum value is 277. Now, if I have new data for this dimension, my my surrogate key column, this one, will start from 278 instead of 1, because it will start from 1 definitely, but it will add the max value which is 277 in it. Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? This is the thing. This is the thing. Okay. So now there are two ways to fix it. I like the easiest fix is you can just define the max value as 1 because we want to start our counting as 1, or we can just go and just pass the parameter into this function. So I think this is a good fix. So now what we can do, we can just simply run this again. Okay. And then click on this, click on this, and click on this. So now you can see it has started from 1. Not a big deal. So next time we will get the value from 277 onwards, 278, 279, 280. Got it? Yes, now you got it. So now we have successfully created this dim model key for df filter new. Now it's time to just combine both the df filter old and df filter new. Obviously, because we have like old data, obviously we know like for now like we do not have any records, so it is a blank df. Still we need to combine them because in the incremental run we will have some records, so we need to just now combine both the df old records, df new records, and make a single df. And now we are just one step behind to actually apply slowly changing dimension logic, which is absurd, update plus insert. Okay, so now let me just create the final df, and I will simply say percentage md, and we can call it as like hashtag and create final df, which is df filter old plus df filter new. Okay, simple. So now let me just run the join command, like union command, not join command. So df, I will call it as df final. That makes sense. Yeah, df final equals df filter new dot union. So we have a function called union, and we will apply union between these two. So we will say df filter old. Okay, so let me just run this. Perfect. Let me just remove the unwanted outputs that we do not want to see. Okay, yeah, we have like, okay, so now if you want to see the result, it will be same because obviously we do not have any records in our df filter old, but yes, in the incremental load we will have. So it is fine. It is fine. It is all good to now go into a slowly changing dimension logic. Let's put it in that. Okay. So now let me just create one more heading. Percentage MD. Oops. And I will say, I will just make a big heading this time because we are just creating slowly changing dimension. Okay. SCD type 1. SCF, not SCF. SCD type 1. And I will call it as upsert. So The common name that we use in the industry for SCD type 1 is slowly changing dimension type 1, obviously, and the second name is upsert. What is this upsert? Upsert means update plus insert. So now what we are going to do, we have one final DF, right, in which we have old records as well and new records as well. So now we are saying, hey bro, let me just show you, don't worry. So this is our table, which is our sync table, destination table in the gold layer, right? Okay, don't mind my handwriting, I know it's very good. So now this is our DF, this is our DF in which we have old records. Let's say this is one old record, this is one new record. Okay, if this record will go here, we will say update the values, update the values. If this record will go here, which is a new one, we will say insert the value, insert the value, simple. And this will be done by using upsert slash merge statement, which is called merge statement. So we have a statement called merge. Okay, we have a statement called merge to apply this logic, to apply slowly changing dimension type 1 in Databricks or in Pyspark. So we use function called merge. If you're familiar with SQL, you would have used merge function there as well, and we have like same merge function here as well, but I will be using Pyspark Python API to actually apply this merge. It is very easy, don't worry, I will just show you. I'm just showing you everything. So chill, you're learning everything from scratch. So here is the thing, if we want to apply an upsert, we should have the destination table ready. Obviously we should have a destination table ready. So again, we will be applying if statement. That's why I told you that we are building one single pipeline in which we will be handling initial load and incremental load both, because that's how we work in the real industry. So we will simply use if statement. If spark dot catalog dot table exists, and what is the table name? Table name is cars catalog dot gold dot dim model. And I know that I'm putting lots of efforts and you love me a lot. I want to see this love this time, because this I'm just doing all this for you so that you can just grow without paying anything. So it's your responsibility to show the love. Like it can be anything, you can just reshare this thing, like you can just share this video with others. You need to just comment, you just need to like everything, because I want love from your side. I know you love me a lot, and this time is to express that love, because it's really important to express the love. If you do not express the love, you will see the things get messier, right? So where were we? Yeah, so if spark.catalog.table exists, if our table exists, we want to apply upsert. Okay, and that we will share it very soon. If table doesn't exist, which will be the case in the initial, let me just add one comment here. This will be our initial run case. Okay, and let me just put the comment here. So this is our initial run. Okay, initial run, because obviously for the initial run we do not have any table. So what we will do, we will simply say df final dot write dot format, and format will be delta. Okay, format will be delta, yes. Then I will just go to the next line and I will say mode will be append. Do not need to worry, you can also pick overwrite here, because it doesn't matter, because it will be just running one time, and after that we will be just using our incremental load process, which is upsert. So I can also like put overwrite, doesn't matter. Okay, let me just give overwrite. It actually doesn't matter here, because it will be running for the first time only, that's it. Then I want to say dot option. What will be the path? Path will be abfss gold at the rate car ansh data lake dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net, and I will say, like, I will create a folder called dim model. Makes sense because we want like different location for every different, like every dimension. Okay, simple. One more thing, I need to say dot save as table. Yes, so this time I will create the table on top of it, because once we have the table, then it will go here next time in the if condition, which is the incremental load. Let me just put one comment here, hashtag incremental run. Okay, yes. So now we need to just define that logic that we will be doing here in the if condition, which is the merge condition. Okay, so this will be running for the first time, obviously, because it doesn't have any table. So it will just create the table and it will just write that table. So now we need to write the logic. Are you ready for that? It is very easy. First of all, we need to import delta table. Okay, so I will simply say from delta dot tables import delta table. Delta table. Okay, let me just run this first. Okay, so what we will be doing, we are saying, let me just hit enter. What we are saying, bro, do not give us the spoiler, just go away. I have just added this dash dash for comments. So what we'll be doing, we will create one source and one destination. Simple. Source will bring the data and it will compare that data with the destination. Okay, so in our scenario, this is the destination and this is the dim model. Okay, this is the dim model and this is our source, which is our data frame. Okay, simple. Df final. Okay, let me just write it completely. Df final. Okay, now we are saying we will create one object on top of it on this table and we will call it as delta table. Okay, okay, and then we will apply merge on this delta table because this is our target. This is our target and this is our source, and then we will compare the values based on source and the destination, and based on that logic it will just apply insert and update both automatically. You do not need to do anything, it will do automatically. You just need to define the logic. And now it's time to define the logic. So as I just said, we will just create the object, the delta table object on top of the destination, because we now know that we have the table ready, because this command will run for the first time and second time it will run this command. So we will say delta table, like you can just create any object name, delta table equals delta table dot for path. Okay, for path, what is the path? This one where we have stored the data. So what we are doing here, we are creating an object, and what is the object? It's delta table. We are creating a delta table object on top of this path, on top of this path. Okay, so we will simply, we have second option as well, like for name. Okay, and we can just provide the this table name, but it's always good to use path. Why? Because not every time we'll be creating the table, and it is a generic solution that you can use with any scenario. Okay, so you can use for name, and with that for name you can just use this catalog dot table name and it will just go to this location directly. This one, how? Because this table is registered to this location automatically, but we will do some hard work, don't worry, because you will get the understanding like how actually things are doing being performed. Okay, so I will simply say for path, then I need to define spark variable, then I need to give the location that it has automatically suggested. Okay, we will just pick it. Okay, now our delta table is ready. Okay, let me hit enter. Our delta table object is ready. Now I want to apply a merge statement. I want to apply merge statement. It is similar to join statement. It is similar to union statement. The syntax wise it is similar. Okay, concept is obviously different. So we will say delta table dot alias. Why we need to define the alias? Because it becomes more readable and we are telling that this is our target. So we will simply say trg for target. Okay, dot merge, and we will use merge of data frame. And what is our data frame? Df final dot alias, and now my source alias will be src source. Simple. Now this is my merge condition. Now like this is, wait bro, so this is my merge condition. Now I want to give the condition on which merge will be applied. Okay, so how we can just do it? I will simply add comma and I will simply say trg dot, what is the joining key? Dim model key. Simple, makes sense. Dim model key equals src dot dim model key. Perfect. That is done. That is done. Okay, this is done. Okay, now what we need to perform? Our merge is applied. Our merge is applied. This is our source. This is our destination. And joining key is dim model key. Okay. Now if just listen to me carefully. Now if it has records such as 1, okay, and then it has records, let's say dimension has, it has dimension 278, okay, and we know that in our dimension model, the destination, we have values such as 1 till 277. So what it will do? It will take this value, this one, it will update the values for the other columns, and for this 278 it will insert it here. It will insert it here. Let me just write it for you. It will insert it here, 278. Perfect. Got the logic? Yes. And now you will say, hey Anshulamba, we have just applied the merge condition where we are saying that you need to insert and update. We will just do it. So I will simply say slash, then dot, then it will say, it will just give me the whole list. See, this is the whole list that I can just perform. So I will pick when matched, then update all. If it matches, just update everything. If it not matches, when not matched, then insert all. Insert all the columns. Why do I like Python API? Because if you are using SQL, you need to just mention all the columns individually, like what columns you need to modify, what columns you need to insert. Obviously, if you are just dueling, if you are dealing with some scenarios where you are just modifying some columns instead of like all the columns, then obviously you can just use that scenario, like use that function. I personally like using update all because that goes well with the dimension and fact tables, and that goes very well with the standard solution that we are building for a star schema. Then obviously if we have multiple functions available, there's a meaning behind it. That means we also use those functions but rarely. Okay, simple. Now one more thing, everything is done. Now we need to say execute. This is very important because in the initial days I used to just forget to put this function, and then I was like, why I'm not seeing the desired results, why I'm not seeing the desired results. Okay, so now our SCD is ready. This is our SCD. Let me just make it. Okay, now our SCD is ready. Now we have created the slowly changing dimension. See, now it is ready. Now you can also run this to test the solution. How we can test it? It is very simple. So the scenario is, if we will just run it for the first time, it will just create that table for us, right? If we will just rerun it for the second time, obviously we do not have incremental data right now because we have not pulled it yet, but we should see the same results again, and that is a very good test. Because we want, let's say you are running your pipelines on a daily basis, right? When we say slowly changing dimensions, it doesn't mean that it will be changing very often, right? So we want to run our slowly changing dimension pipelines even our dimensions are not being updated, because we do not know when they will be updated, and it can be like once in a month, once in an year as well, because dimensions rarely do change. Like, it is not compulsory that it will be changing a lot. No, fact tables do change, right? So let's run this pipeline, like let's run this notebook and let's see what will happen, and you will see exact result like in both the runs, and that will be a great validation step to go further in this project. Okay, So we have our df final ready. As you can see, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So now I want to see the table. Okay, so I will simply run it. Okay, and then I will run this command. Let's run this. So now you know what will happen. You know it will create this, it will run this command. Why? Because it will check the condition and it will say there's no table, then run the else command, and then it will just create the table on top of it. Okay, now see, it is creating the table. Perfect, it has created our table. Okay, this is the initial run. This is the initial run. Let me just show you what we have inside this, or I can just show you the catalog as well. Okay, let me just collapse it, catalog, and I will just refresh it. Okay, I will go to cards catalog, I will go to gold schema. Yes, we have our dimension table ready. Dim model. Let me just query it. Select asterisk from cards catalog dot gold dot dim model. Let me just query it. You will see dimension ready with dimension surrogate key. Perfect, 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 perfect. And we have 277 rows. Now I'm going to run the incremental run. This is very critical because we have our absurd condition here and we have our absurd condition like implemented. Now if I just run this, it will go to this if command. It will say yes, we do have table exists, so it will just run this thing and it will update all the records. We know that we have exact same data with the df and destination. That means it should not do anything. That is also a test. Let me just run this. I'm really nervous right now. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Do not throw any error, bro. Otherwise, see, it is applying the merge operation. It is successful. It is successful. Okay, let me just rerun this table. I'm really nervous. I should see exact same result with 277 rows. I do not want anything to be added in this. Let's see. Ah, yes. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Our first dimension is ready. Our first slowly changing dimension is ready. Well done, well done, well done. Great job, great job, great job. See, see. Very, very, very well done. I'm really proud of you if you have just developed this. So now you know how you can develop the dimension, right? So now we will be creating more dimensions and steps are exactly same. It is very good if you create those dimensions on your own and you can just validate your steps by just watching the next part, like the next few minutes of the video, because then we will be creating the fact table after creating the all the other dimensions. And if you just want to create other dimensions with me, so let's create together. Let's create together. Let's go. So I will create actually different notebook for it because it will be very easy to clone the steps. I can just directly clone the notebook and I will simply rename it gold notebook. Instead of gold notebook, I will simply say gold dim model, because we will be creating multiple dimension notebooks, right? And we can just clone it. Obviously we need to make some tweaks and those tweaks are really, really important. We need to be very careful and we need to just run all these steps together. Okay, so for that I will simply click on these three bars. I will simply go to workspace. I will simply click on this dim model notebook, gold dim model. Okay, I will simply click on these three dots. I will click on clone and I will name it as gold dim branch, because next dimension is branch. Okay, let's create it. I know you're feeling really, really happy after developing this. Let's create second dimension. I think we have total 4 dimensions. Yeah, let's create this one, which is gold dim branch. So let's start from the very top. Obviously we need to first attach the cluster. We need to run this command. Let's run it. Okay, it is running. Okay, it's done. We need to then run this, then run this. Now we need to fetch the relative columns. What are the relative columns? We need to see here first. I will simply run this command, not exactly this one. I will run this command here and I will say select asterisk instead of these column names, because I don't know what are the column names that we should pick, right? Select asterisk. Let's run this. Oops, I need to also say df source.display. Okay, perfect. Oops. Oops. Oh, I didn't put P. Okay, no worries. So this is our table. And if we want to pick columns for branch dimension. What should we pick? Obviously branch ID, obviously. Okay, let's pick this one, branch ID. And then what you see relevant to the branch? Oh, branch name, we have branch name. Okay, so these are the two columns so far. Let's see, do we have more columns? No. So we need to just pick branch ID and branch name. Okay, and branch ID is our primary key for that branch dimension, obviously. Okay, so let's create this branch ID as our column. So I can just delete this cell. Okay, let's delete this cell, and now our column is branch ID. Branch ID, as branch ID we need to just pick the same name. Just be careful in these steps. And then we have branch name. Okay, branch name. Let's run this. Let's see what we get. Let me just click on df source.display. Yes, perfect, we need this. And we have total 1836 rows. Okay, so these are all the branches, and these should be unique, and obviously these are unique because we applied distinct function here. Perfect, now we can just go ahead. Okay, now the same steps we need to do, but we need to be very careful while changing the values here. So let's do it carefully. So now we need to say dim branch instead of model. Okay, and then we need to say select dim branch key. Okay, and then branch ID. Oops, branch ID and branch name. Okay, simple. So just to have a quick revision, we are just creating dim model sync, which is our initial and incremental. So we know that if we are just running for the first time, that means it will go here in the else, where it will just create one as our model key and model ID, model category, and where 1 equals 0, that means it will not bring anything and it will just bring the schema. So we can also write it here just to make it more understood. So we can just say just bring the schema if table not exists. Okay, so now we just need to copy these column names here as well, and let me just paste it here. Perfect. Now we also, no, rest of the things are same. Okay, so are you excited to run this? Let's run this and let's see what it gives. Okay, obviously it should just bring these records, and now we are filtering new records and old records. So first we will be joining with the sync, like the data with the sync. So what we are doing here, we are just applying the sync on model ID, and in our case now it is branch ID. Okay, now it is branch ID. Perfect, branch ID. And then we just want to select branch ID of source and branch name of source and dim model key, and it's not now model key, it's dim branch key of the destination. Okay, and did we change it here? Yes, we changed it here. Okay, let me run this, and we should actually see the data as well because we have not seen this here. So df filter dot display. Okay, let's see this. Perfect, branch ID, branch name, and all the things are null. That's what we want. Df filter old, and we will simply say df branch key, and let's run this and let's actually display this as well. Df filter old dot display, nothing. That's what you want. Okay, now df filter new, column is dim branch key and branch ID and branch name, because obviously we will create a new surrogate key column for this. Okay, branch name. Perfect, let me just run both the commands. Perfect. Now create the surrogate key. Very good. This thing will be same except one thing. What's that? Obviously we need to just replace model with branch, and change dim branch. Okay, rest all things are same. Let me just run this. Create surrogate key, and here we just need to put branch. Okay, this is also same. Now we can just display it. Perfect. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 till 1836. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now just union both the data frames. Just check the data frame. Perfect. Now we can just apply upsert. Okay, let me just run this, and now we need to say dim branch. Perfect. And location will be dim branch. Be very careful. Okay, here the key will be dim branch key, and then dim branch key. Then we need to say dim branch here because we will create the table for this particular location, and table name will be dim branch. Let's run this. Let's run this. Do not throw any errors. Don't you dare. Okay. Now we can just query that dim branch. Okay, perfect. Just to validate, let's rerun this for one more time. Perfect. Almost perfect. Yeah, now we can just rerun this and everything should be same. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Our second dim is also ready, and I'm really happy that we have converted it. Now let's create the third dimension. So I have just created the clone from dim branch. So let me just quickly rename it. And this will be dim dealer. Perfect. And let's attach our cluster to this notebook. Perfect. So let me just run some common cells that we always run. And let's quickly change the column name. So as we know that in our case, we have dealer ID and dealer name instead of branch name. So let me just quickly change it. Okay, let me just run this. And perfect. Now let's change this value as well. We have dim dealer. Oops. Yeah, perfect. So now we have here dim dealer key. Let's quickly do it. Let's quickly. Here we have dealer ID. Here we have dealer name. Okay. And be careful as well. Don't rush. Okay. Dealer key. Dealer ID. Dealer name. Okay, perfect. Let me just run this as well. Perfect. Now we just need to filter the records here. We have dealer ID. Filtering new and old records. Yes, because we are just applying a join to fetch the new and old records. And we will simply select dealer ID and dealer name. And obviously the surrogate key. Yes, perfect. Dim dealer key. Let me just run this. Let me hit. Oops. I think there's an error here. I think there's a silly mistake. Variable with, oh, see, check my spelling for dealer. I have added H. Silly mistake. Okay, it's fine. Let's filter the old records. And in our scenario, it should not be null. And in our scenario, obviously, we do not have any record. Okay, now new records, it should bring all the records. Okay, and we just need to select dealer ID column and dealer name. That's it. Perfect. You're making good progress. Well done. Oops. Dim dealer key. Okay, I didn't add underscore. So let me just reject it and let me add it. See, that's why don't be in rush. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Okay, perfect. Create surrogate key. So it's time to create the surrogate key. And we know that we need to see dim dealer key. So for a quick revision, we know that it will create a list. And from that list, we will just fetch the very first column and very first row of index 0 0. Okay, let me just run this. Perfect. Now we will simply say dealer, and we will just create the increasing ID. Okay, then we can just display it. Perfect. Now we just need to apply union. Perfect. Now the main step, create a CD. Dealer, 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 and dealer, and dealer. Perfect, 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 perfect. Everything is fine. Is everything fine? Fine, 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 fine. Let me just run it, bro. Hmm, it's fine. It's fine. So let me just query the dim dealer now. Let me just query it. Yes, it's fine. And if we just run it for one more time, it should run fine. Let me check. Oops. No, 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 no. What did we? Oh, see, silly mistake, silly mistake, silly mistake. That's why I always validate my data like this. Because when you are in dev, you have the liberty to do that. If you are in prod, no, 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 baby, no. Okay, 267 rows and it's fine. Our dim dealer is also ready. Great job. Let's create our next dim. And then let's create our final dim, and it will be clone, and it's called gold dim date. Okay, gold dim date. Where's our gold dim date? Yeah, here it is. So first of all, let's connect our cluster to this notebook, and let's run this. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Now we just need to pick the columns. So as I just mentioned that date ID is separate entity and it is not related to day, month and year. And in order to get the primary key, we have to select only date ID instead of day, month and year. So it is just a special case. In the real world, all the other three columns you can write definitely, and it will be a unique identifier. But in this particular scenario, we have to just pick date ID. That's it. Just to keep the all the records, as you can say, have the unique identifier for all those records. Okay. So we will simply here write date ID. That's it. And we do not want anything else. And obviously we need to keep here as date. That's it. That's it. So let me just run this. Let me just see the source. I just need to see one column. That is date ID. That's it. Okay. Then I will simply run this command, and then I will simply make the changes here. It is dim date. Okay. And instead of branch ID, we have date ID. Okay. And we do not have any branch name at all. Then we can simply say dim date key. Simple. And same thing here as well. Date and date. Okay, now we need to just apply the join. So we know that we need to apply join on date ID instead of branch ID. So we'll simply quickly just replace it. And obviously we do not need anything called name. We just need to bring date key and date ID. That's it. Let me just run this and display it. Perfect, 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 perfect. That's how we want our data to look like. Simply we will say date key. Okay, let me just see the old records 0, as we all know. And then we will say date key, and then we need just date ID column, and that's it. That's it, bro. That's it. Let's see the data. Just one column, date ID. Perfect. Now we will just create the surrogate key. Okay. Now we will simply say dim date. Perfect. And date key here as well. Okay. Let me run this. Perfect. Now filter, and we just need to say dim date. Perfect, perfect. Now our final step, that is union, and then create SCD. Yes, let's quickly create and be very careful at this step. Dim date. Okay, and dim date here as well. Dim date key, dim date key, and here we will say dim date and dim date. Perfect, 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 perfect. And then we will say create a table called, oops, this is something different. Okay, now let's run this. Now let's run this. Okay, let me just run this. So it is running, and we know that it will just create the table for us. And now let me just rerun it to just confirm like everything is fine. Perfect, 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 perfect. 1156. Okay, let me just now query this table. 1156. Perfect. So now our dim date is also ready. Now it's time to create fact table, and before that I have a small visual for you, and from this visual you will actually understand the flow. And let me just show you that visual, and it is none other than star schema. So now it's time to just have a look on our star schema. Okay, let's see. So I have prepared this beautiful design for you so that you can also refer. So this is our star schema. So we have created this one, we have created this one, we have created this one, we have created this one. Only this fact table is pending, but we will create it very soon. So what we exactly need to do, as you can see, that we just need to bring the numeric columns, revenue, unit sold, revenue per unit. That's it. And rest of the columns will be replaced by their dimension keys. As you can see, dim model key, dim branch key, dim date key, and dim dealer key. And when we combine all these keys, it becomes the primary key for our fact table. Okay? Yes. So now it's time to just apply the joins. So what we will be doing, this is our data in the silver. Okay, we will just read these columns, these ones, revenue, unit sold, and rev per unit, and then we will apply join with all these dimension tables, all these dimension tables. See, all these dimension tables, and we know that dimension tables are there. Yes, because we just create fact table after dimension tables are built. So we will just apply join on the primary keys, and we know primary keys are IDs, and then we will just bring the keys, which is dim key, dim dealer key, dim branch key, dim date key, and dim model key. Simple. So yes, I had to build this model so that you can just understand this. And yes, definitely you can just attach this schema in your project if you're just displaying on Git or anything. So just doing some hard work for you so that you can just grow and then you can just learn. Okay, so now let's actually apply the joins, and then let's actually build this. So I will simply go to my Databricks notebook. Okay, simply go to workspace, and then I will simply click on create notebook, new notebook. Okay, and I will name it as gold fact. Okay, fact sales. Perfect. Attach my notebook with my cluster. So first of all, I will create a heading, and I will say create fact table. Simple. Create fact table, because we just need to apply join. Creating a fact table is very easy, very easy. All the overhead, all the dimensions are with dimensions. In terms of fact table, we just need to bring the keys. That's it, and our fact table is ready. It is so simple. I know, I know, because now you know all the concepts. That's why it is so simple, right? So I will simply first of all show you by bringing the data, creating fact table. So I will create one markdown, and I will say, and I will say reading silver data, silver data, silver data, so that I can just see the columns, right? Oh, I have added one extra asterisk, extra asterisk. So I will simply say select asterisk from, and what is our table? As we all know, packet dot abfss silver @ car ansh data lake dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net and car sales. Simple. Let's run this. Let's see all the columns. Okay, perfect. So now we will fetch the columns the same way that we did for dimensions, right? Now let's fetch the column. So what we will do, we will actually create the df on top of it. So let's say df equals spark dot SQL, because we need to apply join. So spark dot SQL, and then close this in the double quotes. Okay, now this is our df. Let me just change it to Python. Okay, so this is our df and I will name it as df source. Okay, or let's say df silver. It makes sense, right? Df silver. Let me create this. Yes, and I can just say df silver dot display. Perfect. Not display. Okay, perfect. Now we will just choose the columns. Now what we want, as I just mentioned, that we need to pick all the numeric columns, very good. So we just need to do one hard work. What's that? Basically we need to create df for all the dimensions so that we can just apply the join between those, right? So let's quickly do that. So I will simply say read. That's not actually a difficult work. So it's very easy. Creating a fact table is the easiest thing in the whole data model. Okay, percentage MD, and I will say reading all the dims. Okay, now let's create all the dimensions, all the 4 dimensions. Df dealer. First of all, let's create that. And how we can just create it simple, not from Parquet, because we have table ready for that. We will simply say just a sec, let me just remove that tick. Okay, simple. So now we can say cars catalog dot gold dot dim dealer. Simple. Yes. Similarly, we can just do the same thing with df branch. Okay, df branch, and then yes, it has picked it. Very good. Df, what was the third one? Df dealer, df branch, df model. Yep, same thing. Now df date. Perfect. It has read all the dimensions and it has created the data frame on top of all those. Now we will just apply the join. So I will simply say percentage MD. Just watch this part carefully because we are just about to apply join. So I will simply say joining, or you can say bringing keys to the fact table. Okay, that's what we are doing, right? We are just bringing all the keys, bringing keys to the fact table. Okay, perfect. So how we can just do it? We will simply say df fact. Okay, df fact. Yes, let's create it. Df fact equals df. Oh, it has just given us the code, but don't worry, we will just write our own code. Don't worry. Df silver. Okay, df silver dot join df branch. Let's pick our first dimension, which is df branch. Okay, df branch. Perfect. Condition will be df of branch id equals to df of, oh, not df of branch id, df of silver of branch id. Yep, df of silver of branch id, df of branch id. Perfect. And how we want to apply the join? It is a left join. How equals left, not inner. Okay, now we have applied left join with one table. But if we are just applying left join, it will bring all the columns. Make sense? It will bring all the columns, and we do not need to bring all the columns. What we need. Don't worry, we will first apply joins with all the dimensions and then we will just pick the columns. Okay, that is the best approach that we can do. Okay, Now I will do the same step. I will just apply join dot join, same thing with dealer. Okay, same thing with model, very good. Same thing with date, perfect. So now it's time to select the columns, because now it will just bring all the columns, and we do not want all the columns, right? We do not want all the columns. We just want numeric values, numeric columns plus keys, that's it. So we will simply say df silver, and we want, let me just check the columns. I think it's unit sold, revenue, unit sold, and rev per unit. Okay, just these three columns, and then keys, that's it. Revenue, okay, then df silver of unit sold, okay, then I want one more column, df silver of rev per unit, perfect. Now I want keys of all those other tables. So df branch, df branch, and I just want surrogate key, dim branch key, okay. Then I want df dealer and dim dealer key, df model key, and df dim date key, that's it. This is my df fact, and I'm very excited to just run this and just see the results. Okay, let me just display it. Perfect. So now as you can see, we have revenue, unit sold, rev per unit, all the numerical columns, all the measures. Then we have dim branch key, dim dealer key, dim model key, and dim date key. All the dimension keys are here, and those are exactly same 1849. Perfect. So now it's time to actually write the data, and how we can actually write the data, let me just show you. Obviously we'll apply the same approach. So in the fact table, it is recommended that we should always insert the data, but just to be on the safer side, we will also apply some logic if we have some updates in the transaction. That is, again, I'm repeating, is a very rare scenario, but still, if we have any update in the transaction, that means it can just update the logic. So we will apply a merge statement. It is not a recommended approach to apply a merge statement, but in some scenarios we should tackle this. So just to make you understand everything, I'm just applying merge statement with fact table as well, because there can be scenarios in future where you need to just update the fact table. Again, third time I'm repeating, which is a very rare scenario, but if someone asks you, can we apply merge, or let's say upsort or update? Answer is yes. Should we apply? Answer is totally depends upon the requirements. Okay, so in most of the scenarios you can answer like this. In most of the scenarios we just apply append, we just apply insert, but we should prepare our data in such a way that it can handle updates as well. So if someone asks you to apply an upsert, so you should be well versed to do that. Okay, so let's write percentage md writing fact table. Okay, writing fact table, perfect. So how we can do that? Same way, we will obviously apply an if condition. If spark dot catalog dot table exists and table name is fact sales, if it exists we will apply our sort logic. If it doesn't, then write the data. Oops, I mistakenly clicked the run button. Okay, so I will simply say df fact dot write dot format delta. Then I will say dot mode. It's just like overwrite, because it will be running just for one time, so not a big deal. Overwrite, okay. Then dot option path, and then abfss gold at the rate car ansh data lake dot dfs dot core windows.net. Perfect. And within this I will just create one folder called fact sales. Okay, perfect. Then I will also say dot option, dot save as table. Dot save as table, and table name will be cars catalog dot, oops, not cars data lake, cars catalog dot schema is gold. Now dot fact sales. Okay, if table exists, we need to apply upsert. Same thing, we will simply first call the delta table. So from delta dot tables, import delta table. Table, simple. Let me just run it. Now I can just create an object. It's called delta table equals delta table dot for path, or let's create for name as well so that you can practice this as well. So it will just create the delta table object on this. Okay, now we'll say delta table dot alias as our target, dot merge is our source, which is this one, here fact. Okay, fact, and then I will give it the alias, then src. Okay, then I need to define the upsert condition. So as we just mentioned in the model as well, the star schema, the primary key, or let's say the how I can do, like the business key or anything, like the identifier is the combination of all the combination of all the dimensional keys. Okay, so whenever you want to decide like what will be the identifier, it's none other than the combination of all the dimensional keys. Okay, so I just need to see it has already picked all the dimensional keys. So I will simply say trg dot dim branch key, and obviously like all the conditions, and dim model key, like all the 4 keys. So this is the first key that database has already picked it for us. So thank you so much. First condition, and then and second condition, then and third condition, then and fourth condition. Okay, now if dot when matched update all, when not matched insert all, simple, and then execute it. Execute. Let me run this. Let's see our fact table. I'm really excited to see the fact table. To see the fact table. So it ran successfully for the first time, and just to validate, I will simply query it. Select asterisk from cars catalog gold.fact sales. Oops. Oh man, what are you doing, man? We just need to pick SQL. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now just to validate it, I will run this for one more time. Okay, let's see what we get here. Let's see. Perfect. See, same record, 1849. Perfect. Our fact table is ready. Now our data model, our star schema is ready, and now we are good to create end-to-end data pipeline for it. So here is a my mic is there. So sorry for that. So here is the thing for you. So what you can do now, there like you have two things. Either is create the pipeline or attach this pipeline in the Azure Data Factory. The second thing is you can create one end-to-end data pipeline in Databricks. So I have chosen second option because you already know how to create pipeline, end-to-end pipeline in Azure Data Factory. Don't worry, I will still show you how you can just perform the same steps in Azure Data Factory as well. But I want you to learn ETL in Databricks as well. So I will be creating end-to-end data pipeline, which will create our data model once we have data ready in the bronze layer. Okay. So obviously, as you know that we are creating a separate pipeline in a separate workspace, that is Databricks workspace. So this step we have to trigger manually, but it is just for your understanding. If you want to create end-to-end piece, you can just replicate this pipeline in Azure Data Factory. It is exactly same. It is exactly same. I want you to learn maximum part of it. So that's why I'm just building this end-to-end pipeline in Databricks. Okay, so it is called workflows. So let's see how we can just create workflows in Databricks. So how I can create the workflow? Simply go to this workflow tab, just click on it. Okay, now create one workflow, create job. Okay, and I will call it as data model. Okay, data model. So in this, I will simply say silver data. Okay, and we just need to pick the notebook. So I will simply go to my cars project, and then I will simply pick my notebook, which is silver notebook. Okay, then cluster, I will pick my currently running cluster. Okay, and do we have any parameters there in the silver notebook? I don't think so. So it is fine. Create task, it is created. So now you can see we have created one activity here. Now I will attach one more task, one notebook, and task name is dim model. Okay, which is the notebook? This one, confirm. But for this, we have one parameter. So for that, I will simply say add, and I will just add the value. So what is the value? Like what is the parameter name? It is called incremental flag. Okay, this is the widget that we created, and value will be 1 because these are like all the incremental runs. Okay, so then I can simply say create task because everything else is done. Okay, okay, let me just click on this window. Okay, now I will simply click on plus task, and then again one notebook, and I will call it as dem dealer. Okay, perfect. Notebook is this one. Click on confirm, and then we need to just pick the parameter. Same thing. Parameter is incremental flag, and value is 1. Okay, let's create task. Same thing with another dim. So this is like end-to-end flow. First this dim will be created, then this dim will be created, then this dim will be created. So this is like in series. We can also attach this in parallel. So the best way to do is in attach all these in parallel. So we will just attach this in parallel. Don't worry, I'm just creating one notebook after another. So we will just keep it in parallel because neither any dim is dependent on any other, so it's fine. Dim, third one was model or branch. I think branch. Yes, branch. Select notebook, dim branch, and then obviously parameter. Parameter is incremental flag. Value is 1. Perfect. Perfect. I think yeah, it's perfect because we will just pass 1 and it will just bring that widget. No worries at all. Okay. Okay. So I'm not sure should we just put single quote here or not. So we will just run it and we will see. Don't worry, because that's why we have 3 environments: development, testing, and production. So before just moving into production, we should just do everything in development mode. No need to worry. Then create task. Then click on plus task. Okay. And then I will simply say notebook, and my notebook name will be dim date. And notebook is this one, dim date. Okay. And parameter is incremental flag. See, that's why I wanted to create this flag so that you can learn how you can just pass the parameter through notebooks. So see, I'm so possessive for you all. I have just crafted this project so that you can just learn and learn and learn. Okay, now the final thing is our fact table. So we will simply say fact sales. Okay, and then I will say path, this one. Then parameter is, no, I don't think that we have any parameter. No, we do not have. I'll simply click on cross, create task. Okay, so now as you can see, all of these tasks are in series. So if we want to create all these tasks in parallel, that means we want to first create, like we want to first pull the data and push it into silver zone. Once we have done that, we do not want to run this one by one. We can run all the four dimensions in parallel, and then all once the four once all the four dimensions are ready, then we can just run our fact sales. So how we can do that? Simply click on it, dim dealer, scroll down, and then say depends on. You can just pick like which should be the dependent notebook. Just pick silver data and just remove the dim date. Perfect. Now it is in parallel. See, save and continue. Now it is in parallel. Okay. Now I will just move all the notebook in parallel because it makes sense, right? I will simply say silver data. Perfect. Save task. Dim data as well. I will simply remove this and I will say silver data because it improves the performance of the pipeline. And then fact sales should be dependent on all the four dims instead of just one. Dim branch, dim dealer, and dim model. Perfect. See, such a lovely pipeline, man. Such a lovely pipeline. Love you. So, so. Now you can see all the tasks are organized. Now I want to click on run now to see if we have any errors because I'm very confused about that one should be integer or string. Let me just click on view run because it will just show us the run like how it is doing right now, and we will get to know like everything. Don't worry. So let's see. We should just wait for like few minutes and the whole pipeline will be completed. And once it is done, see now all the four dimensions are running in parallel instead of just completing one, then waiting for the second, then waiting for the third. No, our all the four dimensions are running in parallel. Woohoo! That's good. That's good. See, one failed, and I think that is the issue. We need to just provide the value. Yes, that failed. Let me just check the reason. Click on it. The failed one. Dim model key cannot be resolved. Okay, a column variable or function parameter with name. Dim model key cannot be solved. Did you mean one of the following: model ID, revenue, model category? Okay, let's see what is wrong. Highlight error. Let me just click on highlight error. Where it failed, man? Where it failed? Mm-hmm. Okay. So dim model sync. Oh, that's very good point to highlight. So we have made one silly mistake. Instead of pulling this data from this thing, we need to pull this data from gold table because if table exists, we do not need to pull this data from here. That's a very good point. Very good. Okay, we can just repair this task. It is very small mistake, like silly mistake. I will call it as silly mistake. So no need to worry. Just go to repair run and click on cancel. You can just click on recents. Okay, and then just go to your dim one by one and just go to, let's say, dim model first, and just go here, and then you just need to change this from statement. That's it. Everything else is fine. Simply say from cars catalog dot gold dot dim model. That's it. This is the error. This is the error. So we can just do the same thing in all the other dims as well. Let's say gold dim date, and just change it here from cars catalog dot gold dot dim date. Simple. Then just do it for the third one as well. Dealer. Simple. You should feel good when you see the errors because that's how you just learn how to debug your code, how to just being a good data engineer who can just debug the code like this. Because in most of the scenarios, you will be just debugging the code. You will not be developing anything in most of the scenarios. And which is our third one? I think dim branch. Yep. Dem branch, where is it, where is it, yeah, here, cars catalog, not dem branch. So let me just be very clear what I'm talking about. So as you can see, this incremental flag, this is the thing that we are pulling from this value, right? So currently the value is 0, but as you know that we are pulling this value as it is, like the get value, and I hope that it will bring the string value as it is instead of uh, text value. So we will just see, no need to worry, because we are using one if condition in the like here. I can just show you while creating the surrogate key. I remember it is, I think, here. See, if incremental flag equals to 0, then max value equals to 1. Otherwise it will just take this value. Okay, so we will just see, don't need to worry, and obviously we are fine. Now let's rerun it. Click on workflows, click on data model, because we have already created one. I will simply say run now. If you want to see task, you can just click on this. Okay, now you can just click on run now, click on view run. So now our pipeline is running, and let's see what is the output of this data flow. So we have just fixed this pipeline with some silly mistakes. So once it is done, we will just move to Azure Data Factory again to work with the incremental data. So we will first incrementally load the data into the SQL database using the same API, and then our source will be having updated data. Then we will just run our end-to-end production pipeline in Azure Data Factory, and then we will just run this end-to-end pipeline in Databricks. And as I have told you that you can easily create the same pipeline in Azure Data Factory to automate everything, but I wanted to show you this piece as well, like how to create ETL pipelines in Databricks. That's why I picked this one, and it is exactly same in Azure Data Factory. Same way you just pick the notebooks, same way you just pass the parameter, everything is same. So take a chill pill, and now our dimensions are running. So as you can see, this dimension is already ready. Okay, and other three are running. So this activity will wait till all the other activities are completed. Okay, now it is completed. Now this fact sales are is the activity is running. Okay, that's good. Let's see what is the output of fact sales, and it's done. Very well done. Now I will also show you how you can use SQL editor. So now we know that our data model is ready. Let's say you, or let's say any data analyst want to query some data. Okay, you will simply go to SQL editor. Okay, and then it will just show you all the catalogs here. Just wait for some time. Okay, obviously I need to just attach some clusters. So I can simply say select asterisk from cars catalog dot gold dot fact sales. Okay, because this is my table name, fact sales. If I just click on run now, so it will just start this cluster serverless, and it will just show us the result. And as I just said, that any data analyst can also use this interface, and it is exactly same as you run your queries in MySQL, MS SQL, right? This is your query, this is your result, and it returned 1,000 records. Okay, 1,000 rows in just 9 seconds. So this is the data, and this is data that we wanted to see, and we are seeing this data. Lovely. Now it's time to just go back to the Azure Data Factory. Okay, so let me just open my resource group. This one. Okay, Azure Data Factory. Click on Launch Studio, and then we will pull the incremental data. Okay, let me just turn off the clusters because we do not need these. This is serverless, so we do not need to turn off this one. Turn this off. Simply go to compute and click on this button. This will just turn off the cluster because cluster is expensive. Okay, so simply go to this author tab, click on this pipeline, and click on this source prep pipeline, because this is the copy activity which is bringing the data incrementally from the API and feeding the data into the SQL database. Perfect. Okay, very well done. So in the source, we need to pick data file name, which is salesdata.csv in our case, and this was for initial run, right? What is the incremental data? What is the new data? We need to go to GitHub to see the name and to write the name here. Then it will just process that data and push that data to the SQL database. Let me just show you. So this is our repository. Okay, let me just show you the data that I have changed for you. So simply go on raw data, and if you just click on this, you will see this data. So we have like 1 2 3 4 5 new records. So if you will see, I have added one new branch ID and one new dealer ID, so that you can just see the new branch ID should be added in the new data, okay, perfect. So now you can just see like new surrogate keys being created in the dimensions. Perfect. Now if you will see, I have changed the dimensions as well. So for this particular branch ID BR9726, I have put the branch name as Power Ranger Motors. So it was like Ranger Motors, so I just picked like Power Rangers Motors. Okay, so now you will see the change as well. Okay, okay. Okay, so now let's see. Now our data is inserted, right? So now we will just run our end-to-end production pipeline, which will incrementally load just this data. Why? Because we have created the pipeline for it, and to validate it, we should see this updated, this maximum date ID column, like the maximum of this date ID column DT01247 should be updated in the watermark table as well. Okay, so I'm really excited to run that. So I will simply go to incremental data pipeline, and without doing anything, I should just debug it, because this is automatic end to end and we can just schedule it anytime. So I'll simply collapse it, and let's wait for it to complete, and then we can just see if the data is loaded incrementally or not. Let's see. Let's see, because it will just incrementally load the data into the raw zone. Okay, so two activities are fine. Okay, let's wait for the copy incremental data, and it will incrementally load the data from SQL database and push it to bronze layer. Yes, okay, it is also done. So now our stored procedure is running and updating that value, and we should see that value here. Let's see. Let's see that value. Okay, it is done. It is done. So now, as you can see, all the activities ran fine. So I will just simply go to my database. I will simply click on query editor. Obviously, we need to pass the parameter. Oops. Okay, I just want to see that watermark table. That's it. Select asterisk from table name was cars data. No. Watermark table. Yep, water table. So, oops, I have just put DBO 2 times. So simply run it. Yes, perfect. Now you can see my last load data is the latest one, DT01247. So everything is running exactly fine in the Azure Data Factory. Now it's time to just run end-to-end pipeline in Azure Databricks. So let's see. I have opened my Databricks workflow, and let's click on run now, and let's see how it goes in Databricks. And I can imagine 1 to 2 errors, just to be honest, because this is a new data and everything we have coded in Databricks. So let's see, because that's how we just use high code notebooks where we just code everything, and we have just replicated so many stuff. So if error comes, we will tackle it, but hopefully I should not expect any errors. But if error comes, I'm fine, because whenever we just test end-to-end pipeline, whenever we just test the incremental data, we see errors, just to be honest. So if I see some errors, I'm fine. If I'm not, I'm still fine, because yeah, errors are the part of development. Let's see. So it is running right now. Silver data, dim branch, dim date, dim dealer, dim model. Okay, and then it will just create the fact table at the end. Okay, let's. Oh, bro, why did you say that errors are fine? And now your two dim, not two dim, all the dims broke. But why? Let's click on it. Why? Cannot perform merge as multiple source rows matched? What? We have applied distinct. So why it can, let me just click on highlight error. Okay, this step failed, but we do not have duplicate values. We do not have. And duplicate values can only come from this step, right? Like from this one. Oh, I got it. I got it. So if you remember, we just gave the max value here is equals to 1, but we didn't put +1 here because originally the counting starts from 0, and now here we are forcefully starting the counting from 1. So it's our duty to just give 1 here as well. So another silly mistake, no worries. Not a silly mistake, that's a part of development, because in our particular scenario, we wanted to start the counting from 1. Okay, so let's go to all the dims quickly, and let me just go to workspace and cars project, and then I can just simply click on dim branch. Like we just need to do this small fix in all the dimensions and create surrogate key. So we will simply say, where is it? Where we are creating that surrogate key. So max value equals to +1. Okay, either we can just increase the value here, or we can increase the value here. It's up to us. Okay, it's up to us. So I can just try increasing the value here by +1 because we are adding this value here. Let me just do the same step with other dimensions. Dim date, with dim date, I can just give +1 here. Like I can just give +1 here, here, or here. Like it's up to me, and it's up to you. If you want to give there, it's fine. Okay, two are done. Let's quickly do it for dim dealer. Okay, let me just say +1. See, that's why in the real world it takes so much of time to actually build this project. And I have been also building this project since so many days. And do you know what? I'm spending my vacation on this project. I didn't want to highlight this, but I thought like I should just tell you, I should just share everything with you. So I just got some vacation because of Christmas and all, and I'm just putting all my vacation and everything for you so that you can love, like you can love, you can learn, and obviously like it's a bond that I have made with you in such a short span of time. Okay. So click on this workspace and then cars project, and then our final dim model. Let's fix this, and please do not give us errors, bro. I'm really tired. Ah, +1, perfect. I'm just kidding. So let me rerun it, and it should run fine now. Let's click on view run, and let's see how it goes. And if everything goes fine in this run, then we will simply see how we can just connect our warehouse star schema with Power BI. It's very simple, but you should know. Everything is simple. Yeah, you should know everything. You should know everything. Okay, I will do workout after this. Let's do some workout. Let's see how it goes, if it is fixed or not. I think that was the issue, but let's see. Let's see. See, through this project, your debugging skills are also skyrocketing. Really? Yeah, because it's not easy to debug anything. Oh, some dems are completed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now fact sales is running, and fact sales will just apply join and just bring the dimension keys and will insert the data. only incremental data. And as you know, we just have 5 new records, so we should just see 5 new records in the fact table. Okay, and we have created some changes as well in the dimension, if you remember, right? So I'm really excited to see that changes. Okay, let me just go to SQL editor and let me just query first of all this one. Okay, let me just query this one, the fact table that we have. Okay, it is running. Okay, and let me just validate it. Let me just apply count statement, and I should see 5 more records added. Only 5 more records. Perfect. So I think we had like 184948 something, and I think only 4 to 5 records are added. Very good. Okay, so now what we need to check, the main thing, our dimensions. I want to see, so if you remember in dim dealer we had 267 records. Let's check that. Select asterisk from cards catalog dot gold dot dim dealer, because I remember the number of records in that one. And now I should see 268 records because I added 1 more records. Perfect. Well done. We have 268 records because one is added. Yes, one is added, and it is this one, XYZ data fam dealers. I just picked like some random name. So this is added. Okay. So now, if you want to see more dimensions, we can just see definitely dim branch. Let's check dim branch, what we have in that. Okay, it has written like just 1,000 records. Okay, it's fine. And then we can just see dim, what's the other one, dim model. Yeah, because dim model also has like 270 something records, and to be specific 277. Now we should see 278. Yes, perfect. Now we have 278 records. Perfect. Now let me just see the last record. Yes, ZYX that I created for this particular table. See, now you are also seeing the dim key, that is 278 instead of 1 2 3 4. So all those validation steps are passed. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Finally, we have created our star schema after a great session. Well done. So now, as I promised, I will just show you how you can just, now a lot of people will say, hey Ansh, you have not created end-to-end like automated solution, bro. I wanted to tell you like how you can just create Databricks ETL pipelines as well. If you want to create everything end to end without any manual intervention, without any manual trigger, if you want to build everything in ADF, it is very simple. Let me just show you. It's not a big deal, but it is a big deal when you create some ETL pipelines in Databricks as well. And I know who are smart, they know what I'm trying to say. And let me just go to gold because I don't want to hear some nonsense things. I really don't care, but I'm just showing it. So just click on Azure Data Factory Studio because I know people who understand me, people know what I'm trying to say. It's not about like we are not able to create, we can. So let's go to author tab and then just click on pipeline. And after incremental data pipeline, you can add so many activities for notebook. Let me just search notebook. Okay. You can just attach this notebook activity. Same thing. You can just select your silver notebook. How? Just go here and just pick your Databricks workspace. First you need to connect it, then you can just click on this Azure Databricks and Azure Databricks linked service. Obviously you don't first need to connect it, rename it, select the Databricks workspace. In my case it is, I think, cast Databricks Ansh. When you will click on it, it will ask for access token. You can just go to your manage tab and you can just provide the access token. Where is it? I can also show you that as well. So simply go to your, let me just create one because a lot of people will say, hey bro, you're not telling us the whole thing. Okay, so I will simply say ls Databricks. Let's do it, right? ls Databricks. Okay, Then I need to pick subscription, Databricks Workspace. In my scenario, it is Cast Databricks. Now it is saying what kind of cluster you want to create. I will say existing interactive cluster because I do not want to create new job cluster. So I will simply say existing interactive cluster or existing instance pool. I do not have instance pool, so it is fine. So now it is saying what kind of authentication you need. Access token, managed service identity, and service managed identities. The best way is access token, from where you can get the access token. So simply go to your Databricks workspace. Okay, simply go to this tab and click on settings, and then click on development, and then not development, click on developer. Yeah, then here access tokens, click on manage, click on generate new token, and click on generate. So just copy this, just copy it here. Perfect. Now it is loading all the clusters that we have currently. I will click on it, and we have Ansh Lamba's cluster. It's fine. Boom, linked services created. Now you can click on it, go to settings, notebook path, you can click on browse, then you will same I told you it is same in Databricks. So you can just pick the notebook that you have within this workspace. So it will just show you all the notebooks. Just hold on for a few seconds. It is loading. Click on root folder. It's very slow. Let me just click on it again. Browse. Is my internet working? Yes. So you can just click on this cards project, and then you will see all the notebooks. Let's say I want to pick this one, silver notebook. Click on OK. Done. Done. Done, bro. Just check your work. Just check your workflow here. What you have created here. See, same workflow you can create here as well. Silver notebook, then attach multiple notebooks, then fact notebook. Simple. It was not planned, I guess, but I thought like I should just tell you, and I should just show you how you can just create. Obviously, you can just rename it. You can say silver notebook. Perfect. Silver notebook. And then you can just create multiple notebooks here, and it's done. Let me just click on publish all, and it's done. Yeah, it's done. So this was your end-to-end data engineering project. I tried my best. Trust me. It was according to me, it is the best video on my channel so far. I don't know about future, but so far it is the best video on end-to-end data engineering project. And I would say best video on data engineering project exists on any platform, even the paid courses. It is brutal truth. If you want to believe, you can. If you do not, it's up to you. Because I know my data fam trust on me. Like my who is texting me? My data fam really respect what I say, and I do the same with them. I don't lie to them. I don't. I say good to those who are good. I won't say good. I won't promote any bad things, any false things. No. No. Ansh Lamba being Ansh Lamba will do all those things which are good for the community, which are helpful for the community. That's it. That's a fact. That's a fact. Okay. So we have created everything. Now it's a quick time to see how we can just connect our data warehouse. So as you know that we have created our data warehouse in Databricks. So how we can connect with Power BI? Simply go to Partner Connect. Okay. And then click on cancel. So here these are like all the BI tools available. As you can see, my favorite is Power BI. Okay, obviously no hate to Tableau. Okay, just kidding, just kidding. So sorry, Tableau lovers. So sorry, I love Tableau as well. So if you want to just connect to any of these famous BI tools, you can simply click on Microsoft Power BI, and then you can simply say download connection file. So what it will do, it will download one Microsoft Power BI file for you, and within that file you do not need to put any kind of connection or any kind of URL. No, everything will be already filled in that particular Microsoft Power BI file. And once you open that file, once you do that, it will show you everything created in the background, and then you can just pick everything. Let's say you need to pick your let me just go to catalog. It will show you this catalog. You can just click on it. You can just pick which schema you want. Obviously in the real world we will just provide the access to gold schema only, like to the data analyst or data scientist, so they can just use this gold schema, and you can just pick that one and it's done. You can just build visualizations. You can build visualizations. Simple. Obviously try to build that, bro. Try to build. So finally, let's summarize everything that we have done under 1 minute. Okay. So first of all, we knew that this is our source, the real source from where we are just ingesting the data into our database. Yes, we performed the role of DBA, and we know like how to now copy the data from repositories or let's say APIs into our SQL databases, right? Very well done. Then after doing this, we created our Azure SQL database, correct? Then within that, we loaded data incrementally using Azure Data Factory and loaded data into the bronze layer. We learned how to create min variable, last load, max load. Then we created stored procedures as well to have a watermark table, everything. And we loaded data incrementally. Once we landed our data into the bronze layer, then we use this powerful tool called Databricks, and we built one big table using transformations, using different functions. And yes, we also saw how we can just build visualizations within Databricks Notebook. It was really fun. Then finally, the main part of the project began. Obviously, all the parts were main, but it was like cherry on the cake. Okay, so we built star schema, and along with that, we understood how to work with slowly changing dimension type 1. This was the best part. And we worked with incremental data as well. We saw like how we can just create different surrogate keys when we have like more and more data. It was such an amazing experience for me as well. So now what is the call for you? So now, as I just mentioned, that if you want to learn Azure Databricks with Unity Catalog in detail, I have created a dedicated video for that. If you want to learn Azure Data Factory, you should, being an efficient data engineer, you should watch the full Azure Data Factory course that I have created. Then the third one, the best one, if you want to become a pro Pyspark developer, just click on the video coming on the screen and I will see you there. Love you a lot. Bye bye.